People
The
just
fuck?
looked at me. Like, yeah, fuck. 18-second first round knockout. What the fuck? Pay-per-view, motherfucker gets knocked out 30 seconds into the second round. Like, man, what? Fucking $75 for pay-per-view. For 10 minutes. What the hell are we going to do for the rest of the night?
I used to like K1. Out of all the stuff,
K1 is pretty
K1 I used
cool.
to like.
That's dope.
Yeah.
I like Alistair. He
Oh,
didn't do well in the UFC though.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the UFC. Just it's a bit.
I like it. MMA is pretty cool.
Wasn't that a Canadian reporter he threatened? Pretty sure it was. He got mad to tell too, dude. I think they set him up just so they could rape him of his millions while he was in prison.
Yeah, you got shafted pretty bad. But when you enter that game, that's what it is. You need to know what you're dealing with before you're dealing with it. Can't be getting into no covenants and not know what the fuck it is.
Mic check. What?
Yep, you're good, bro.
Because it was like cutting in and out.
What's up, mate?
All right, Helio. Thanks.
Whatever.
The Helio restarted the stream.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, TV, man. Yeah, I hate TVs. Bogus shit. Oh man. Yeah, you got heated. Fuck you, man.
What's going on? I'm missing out on something.
I'm watching that video Mike posted, the Mike Tyson one. Destroys
Oh,
reporter.
The interview or the hardest
Yeah.
punch? Yeah. He got fucking mad.
Yeah, he did.
is that the first one or the second one?
It's 2 minutes 49 seconds. The first one.
Yeah, the first one's short. The second one's a full interview.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, he got heated. He could tell he just like, all right, this motherfucker.
Hey, that motherfucker got scared as hell too, because you're talking. He ain't got no gloves on. He's
Hey,
not wrapped up.
we're doing a live television show here. He's like,
I
all
know.
right, he's
He
missing.
He went cowering bitch quick, didn't he?
He did. He's like, hey man, hey, chill out. Oh yeah, well he's a dick,
Yeah,
man.
but
TV, that's
you
why I hate
hear
TV.
it.
It's all fucking
You,
like that. It's all set up to just to
listen,
grill whatever.
but you hear him. He said, "I said before I didn't want to cover this." He told him he didn't want to cover that shit.
Before, yeah. Yeah, fuck TV, man. I don't even have one. I have a television like in the shop where learning something. I put on like YouTube videos or whatever, replicating something in the shop. That's it. That's for shop use. A big screen. That's it.
Yeah, I was thinking about starting to do a bunch of do it yourself videos.
Oh, there's a bunch of cool shit, man. Like, you know,
I could
whatever,
teach.
like welding. I'm
Yeah,
learning.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. I could teach most people to weld and do advanced welding in a couple hours.
I got a low TIG set up now, so I've been, you know, trying to lay some beads down.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, practice, man. Like, yeah, the first couple of inches were just horror, you know, and then yeah, okay, it got better.
Yeah, and knowing how thick metal has to be before you don't want to lay
Oh
a
yeah, yeah.
consistent bead on a thin metal. On a thin metal, you want to bounce around. You're gonna weld a square on the thin metal, weld the four corners, and then do here, then there, then here, then there. On heavy metal, you can do a constant stream, but even there, you don't want to mess with the temper. So it's smart to move around.
Right. Minimize the warping, you know, on you.
The weakening, reduction of stencil strength.
Of
Intensity.
overheating, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the strength is in the temper. So you don't want to kill the temper. A lot of times I'll heat things up and then let them sit there and slowly cool off to retemper them. But sometimes, depending on what you're working with, they can make it brittle, real brittle. You don't want brittle metal.
Oh boy.
Like if I'm building a chassis for a race car, I don't want it totally brittle. I want it to be able to bend, just not bend a lot.
Thank you for coming to the interview. Fuck you.
Yeah, instantly. Fuck you. And you watch his greatest hits, and that's a ruthless motherfucker. He knocked people listen with a glove on.
Yeah,
You got
he's got a yeah.
that motherfucker got a mullet. He got a mullet. He got a motherfucking hammer fist, man.
Yeah, I don't usually give props to like people, but yeah, he's got a hit on him. So, how do you feel coming here and being a convicted rapist? Oh, you idiot. He's asking to get his face rearranged.
That's TV, man. I fucking hate that shit. Do not like.
I've been watching it like 7 years. I don't have a TV, bro. So,
Yep. Way to go, man. I mean, I'll watch a
it's just,
movie every here and there, but man, like last time I actually watched a movie was at least a couple months ago. I just don't feel like watching anything like that where I'm not really getting anything out of it. Like, you know.
yeah, no, I get you, bro. I'm the same too. Like, I just started watching like a few movies here and there now, on the
I'll
computer and
rewatch
shit.
favorites. Sure, okay, but even then, like I haven't done that in a while.
It's all shit, bro. Like, they're doing
But
reruns on reruns on reruns. You know what I mean?
new
It's like a
movies are
remake
shit
of
too,
everything.
man. Garbage. New stuff is just trash. Nothing decent.
I haven't seen anything good, bro. I actually got to see the what's it called, the Mortal Kombat. Good.
Hello? Hello? You're kind of you chopped up pretty
So,
bad.
so is that better?
Yo,
Yeah. I was gonna say I saw Mortal Kombat. That was pretty good.
was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty
Okay.
funny too. It's pretty funny too. There's an Aussie guy on there. Like, he did like fuck all, but he was funny as I give him that much.
All right.
And the fight scenes were pretty good. So yeah. Otherwise,
I'll check that one
Apart
out.
from
Then
that,
I'll put it on the
yeah.
list too. Whenever I feel like watching, I'll hit up Mortal Kombat.
That
Yeah,
that
that's,
inter-
that's
that interview video cracks me up every time I watch it. It's like, yeah, you fucking piece of shit.
Rat piece of shit, man. Imagine if you just got up and just gave him that fucking that good left hook.
Clock him one.
Boom! He's like, holy
It's 6
fuck.
o'clock. Boom! Uppercut.
And that dude would have folded. He'd have broke like a fucking tower of cards.
He would have died. I think that.
Yeah.
Folded. More than folded, yeah.
He's got a dead man on his head. Like, holy
Fucking
shit, bro.
get out the fucking garbage bag. That's
Sure,
it
he
for
was
him.
pissing in his pants, man. Like, all right, this dude is really fucking mad at me right now. I don't know what
Yeah,
to do.
bad. Like, sticky situation. Like, oh, boy. So I haven't watched any sport or nothing.
He said,
Oh,
"Thank
shit.
you for coming in." Fuck you.
You-
Hey, you know what's funny? When you watch that second one, it's showing in the front ground a Missouri man pleads guilty to killing his whole fucking family. Mike's like, "Fuck you." Missouri executes man for killing 2 people during 1998 robbery. 8th execution in the state in 2014.
Execution.
Yeah, execution in Missouri. There's in 2014. I guess there'd only been 8.
Ah,
It said, when Mike was saying, fuck you, Mississippi father admits to killing his 5 children, age 2 to 8. Shows police where bodies are buried. That's fucked up.
fuck that. Kill him.
Yeah, kill that motherfucker.
You can't do that shit.
I'd say it should be the duty of his own brother. If my brother did that, I wouldn't leave my burdens to the rest of the world. I really don't give a fuck what the excuse was. If it's some kind of brain damage, I'd say it's brain damage the rest of us don't want to deal with. It's my responsibility
imagine-
as a brother.
Yeah. You can't have that shit running around loose. You don't know if he's going to fucking do it again.
Don't damn kid
Done
shit.
to his own.
Right.
Fucking hell.
In the older days, his family would have hunted him and killed him for their loss.
Oh, yeah.
And anybody that harbored him, they might get it too. Right?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
But that was in a natural environment based on morals. What's good and what's bad. What's evil. What's godly. What
Yeah,
men
now morals are fucking relative.
Yeah, what man wants in this world that God gave him dominion over. See, my father broke it down to the most simplest form we could. It's the son in this life, you get what you accept. Be wary what you accept. And when you look at natural law, when you look, people voluntarily give their authority away. You absolutely do get what you accept.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be stripped of a thing you own if you don't accept it.
Yep. I keep on telling people that. I don't get it.
They don't want to hear it. They want to argue doctrine. Well, it's in your own scripture, man. Man was given dominion over earth. Now, show me in scripture where another man was given dominion over another man. Oh, wait. Show me in your doctrine where it says in scripture it says that. Oh, wait, because no doctrine covers that. So that would tell me, because none of the doctrines impose the law of God. And I'm not saying that you're not saved by grace, you're saved by law. No, I'm saying that no doctrine even touches the law of God. It's just not true.
That's
You
because they use it to profit themselves. That's the
right.
problem.
Well, yeah, when you voluntarily give your rights away and they take them, or they think they're doing what's just and best for mankind as a civil community, and they're righteous and pure in their actions. How do you think the Rothschilds can say on TV, they say you're evil, and he says, I'm righteous and pure, because he didn't take anything from you, you gave it to him,
Yep.
gave away your fucking authority.
It's going to happen again soon if people don't smarten up. I was talking to the people down over there,
The Great
and they
Reset,
said to me, they go, nobody's doing shit, and we're
a new covenant, a new contract, a new trust, a new treaty.
yep. I already got a glimpse of what they're going to start teaching people. That's what I said to you about the flat Earth thing. Wow.
A new debitor, and he's going to be from the galactic community. We're going to have a universal standard. I see an alien, I'm going to blow his fucking head off, because we have dominion over Earth. He's a trespasser.
The
Call
issue
him
they're
the-
going to invert it
You
so
got
bad.
aliens on your farm?
Call him the fallen.
They're eating your
No,
cows?
no, the only thing alien to Earth would be a fallen angel, for they left their state for ours.
Demons? Is that what you're saying?
Any way you want it. Fallen angel, demon, watcher.
Alien, yeah.
But the Bible's real specific about what demons are. They're lost souls that wander the earth. So a fallen angel and a demon are two separate things by scripture.
Okay.
Damned souls, demonic entities. I mean, am I right?
Yeah. Yep. I'm waiting on you, Uncle, to tell me when to be still.
Uncle? Is that what you call him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I just think I've been brought up with just respecting. It's and there
Uncle
hasn't been
Mike?
anything but kind to me. Yeah.
It's no
All right.
different than Mishinomi, Mishinami. Wise old man, wise old woman. It's what we call our elders in our tribe.
You're not that old. How old are you?
49.
That's not bad, man.
I don't 49 though. Work hard.
He made you sound like 65 or like, something like that.
I've worked hard my whole life. I'm still pretty healthy.
Wisdom, that's why.
Eat them eggs, man. High cholesterol diet keeps you healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for the brain.
Yeah, a lot of people say, oh, meat eater. Well, that would be if meat was the only thing I ate, but I do live on a farm. I put the entire garden with a chunk of meat. What the fuck they're talking about?
Right.
I couldn't live just on meat. That would be good. Most of them motherfuckers never ate a squash or a zucchini in their fucking life. Want to tell me about eating healthy?
You eat a good veggie stew, man. I love it. It's great. You can make some good, like roasts or something for stew.
Vegetable beef, vegetable elk,
Yep.
vegetable venison. Yeah.
Nice,
Shit, I
nice
can't make,
chuck roast. A decent
You can
marbled
make
one.
a
dude, I make a
vegetable goulash.
I make a burger. I put cucumbers on it, shaved carrots, lettuce, onions, raw garlic. I don't eat just meat. It's gotta
You
have
gotta
something.
have the garlic cheese for sure for me. Gotta have some cheese on that.
Yep. Some starch,
I'm gonna go make me a sandwich. I'll be back. I'm hungry.
potatoes, sweet potatoes, yams. We don't eat just meat. Can't call me a meat eater. I eat more than just meat. I have a diverse diet.
Yeah, people don't get it. People don't know what they eat. It's a biggest problem.
You think they
They
get
hear
it from
one.
them posts I posted earlier, the laying down the rights. Person can't take your rights from them. You got to voluntarily forfeit them, and you do that through contract, trust, and treaty.
And even in person, even when they write them down, you have to give consent.
Yeah.
Policing is by consent.
Yep.
Only by consent. Doesn't matter where you are. They don't get it.
Too worried. They think everything is a doctrinal argument. You say the law. And every person who believes they're saved by grace, and listen, even in my theory, you have to be saved by grace because nobody owes you retribution. It's only through the grace of God and the gift of God that you're given salvation. So grace is your only way for salvation, even through natural law and God's law. You can do whatever you want, but it's only through His grace you'll get salvation. Grace is a gift. That's what most people don't know. It's a gift. And if he's not pleased with you, you're not getting the gift, and that's all there is to it.
They don't get that God is trying to give him like a separate, like to be like a part of him, but separate. You know what I mean? It's kind of
Yeah.
like letting your son, grow up. They don't get it.
Yeah, and run the farm, even though I'm still here and I'm the master. Yep. But I tried to cover that, the giving away rights, the grace of a gift. You believe
I think
these
we might
natural
have said it like a day
philosophers.
or something.
What they don't understand is science started with natural philosophy. The laws of nature and the laws of God were covered by these natural philosophers who designed science to understand the great book of God's creation. And they based all laws on them. And then came those who wanted to manipulate the laws and understood the laws and worked within those laws to get you to voluntarily give away your authority and your rights so they could take from you what is rightfully yours.
Yep.
Dominion of earth. They want to divide it, conquer it, take it for their own.
Oh, I was just looking at the trusts. Oh, Uncle, fuck me. Israel's got 7 trusts, one on top of the other. Even though the main one is going to fall apart now because it's been 99 years. That's why all the shit is going on. And what's called Assyria, it's going to go underneath, back to Turkey, the Ottoman Trust. So that's why all that shit's going on. People don't even get it. They think it's like actual like bullshit. It's all trust law. It's all like the people inside their own community selling them out.
Selling themselves out.
Well, they took Palestine. No, they didn't.
So,
The chieftains over there signed it over to them.
yeah, so here's the one on the grace of God, the fact that grace is a gift.
So that's awesome book, that one. I've got a few other ones maybe. But I think if we can,
For God
you know,
Almighty
people want to-
having for God Almighty having promised paradise to those men hoodwinked with carnal desires that can walk through this world according to the precepts and limits prescribed by him. They say he that shall so walketh shall merit paradise, ex congruo. But because no man can demand a right to it by his own righteousness or any other power in himself, but by the free grace of God only, they say no man can merit paradise. So basically, this is saying you can't merit paradise through your works. You will not get to paradise through your works, but only through the free grace of God. This I say, I think, is the meaning of distinction. But because the disputers do not agree upon the significance of their own terms of art longer than it serves their turn, I will not affirm anything of their meaning, only this I say. When a gift is given indefinitely, as a prize to be contended for, he that winneth merit and may claim the prize as due. So when you win God's grace, you can claim the prize, but you won't earn it. So when they say you're saved only by grace and not by law or works, they're right. But how do you get in his grace and his favor? To try
by
your
doing it.
hardest. Yeah, to try your hardest to live the life that he wanted to live. And he laid down laws for that. It's pretty simple.
Just don't do wrong. Just love everybody like your brother. Don't
Yeah,
trespass. Don't steal. It's simple.
right. And he threw in there, you're not perfect. You're gonna slip, you're gonna fall. Rebuke it and walk away from it and don't do it again. They already gave you that clause, right? That's a clause. That's a legal clause. If you do it, if you do it, admit you did it. Make amends for it. Walk on and try not to do it again.
People want to argue semantics and
Semantics
get
of
one
a
up on each other.
doctrine. Yeah, semantics of a doctrine. That's what they want to argue. They don't want to look at the truth. They don't want to talk about it. But they had these discussions a long time ago. They tried, honestly, to base the laws of men on these laws. But it didn't work because men came along that realized they could manipulate these laws.
Yeah. The fuck's my native land? Good assholes. They don't even get like. I tell them all the time. I go, "Do you think that you're speaking English?" That they don't get that they don't speak English.
Yeah, so it basically means, dude asked earlier what that ex convict digno means. And it means God bestows his merit to those who seek him in faith, but not from obligation, but from mercy and love.
Love, yeah. Mercy is actually French, so it means to say thank you.
Merci.
Yeah.
No, I said thank you.
Oh yeah. No.
Pun intended.
But yeah, this is the thing. They don't realize that they're not speaking English. I tell everybody, I go, just write to whoever, government, somewhere, anywhere, any agency, and just straight out ask them, do you speak English? You will be surprised.
Who was asking earlier what that man?
I was asking about the Black's laws, these taboos. I'm like, oh, I don't even like this. You
Oh,
go
I
into
know.
their territory.
James Richard, we were talking about law, and he goes straight to man's law. No, dude, that's not what we're talking about.
Fucking necromancy, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah, put the fucking bottle down.
Yeah, but they don't even realize that that's necromancy.
I love these guys, but we all have our days.
Yeah. Should read a Blackstone's dictionary. That's for the cops. Wow. That's why you don't even speak to them. You just walk past and doesn't matter what the fuck they say. You just keep on walking. You got the right to remain silent. Unless they're a sheriff or a constable, they're not there to help you. But yeah, Blackstone's dictionary. Phew. They can lie, manipulate, plant shit on you. It's like a free for all. Fucking pirates on the land. People don't want to stick up for each other.
Yeah, so in these statements, they don't know. A lot of them actually go along with the entomology and congruent merit, meritum, decongruentum, meritum, congrui. It all means that the merit of Christ. Reward is doing justice. Merit is based on liberty of him who rewards according good works and regenerate, and so far they proceed from free will.
So there we go. This is one of the best books. But and it's very simple too. And these guys are like one of the best.
Yeah, have you ever read the Christian Encyclopedia?
Which one?
Well, Lutheran Church, the Episcopal one, Roman Catholic one.
I've read the Roman Catholic one. I don't think I've read the Lutheran one. Never read the Protestant one. And then there's derivations. I've read so many dictionaries. This is what I keep on telling people like this. And then you've got lexicons too. People use lexicons.
Yeah,
That's like somebody using a dictionary and then putting his own spin on it. It's like me and you when we speak, and we've got our own, little private sort of, in jokes. So you're going to use somebody else's private language. Half the stuff that's written down that they say it's not even there. Anything boxed is not on the page. Anything in brackets is not on the page. If it's capitis diminutia, then it's not on the page because it has to have a hyphen in between to link up the words. If it's in italics, it's not on the page. So basically, if it's got a border around it, it's not on the page. So basically, most times when you get any letter, 90% of what you read is not really there. Is not really there. It's just your imagination. It's just like them doing a painting, a portrait painting. And this is all in there. It's written by them. That this actually means that I've got their books. Most people don't know this. Not even the fucking what's it called, the attorneys. And you tell people this for free when, 0.05% of the people in the world know it. And just look at you like a stunned mullet. I'll see if I can find this other book. It's from like the 16th century. It's pretty big.
Yeah, because when you look at this, the continuity and all those words are about merit and deserving, right? And it says God bestows his merits to those who seek him in faith, not from obligation, but from mercy and love. Christ is love. This is the doctrine of love, right? Law and love.
Yep.
So just the reference to love is a reference to Christ.
Yep.
Faith, mercy, and love.
Love. Be thankful.
Yep.
Love.
Have faith, be thankful, and love. As Christ
Love,
told you
yep.
to love, right? He
Yep.
told you, I leave you with this final commandment. Love your God, your Father first, and your neighbor like your brother, as I have loved you.
No, but we're going to go off on a tangent now and speak about, when the
What
Sabbath
God?
falls.
What God? What's his name?
What's
What
his
God?
name? We said that at the same time.
You know? Right, but there's
That
the
was
three.
exactly.
Those are three main things in the etymology of Christianity you can find in that faith, mercy, and love. Faith is for the Father, mercy, thankful to the Father, love for the Father, thankful for Christ, mercy, love, faith in Christ, faith and thankful for Christ, thankful and faithful for Christ, right? You can find it all right in
Yep.
those three words. And that's just by going through different etymologies of the word and scriptural uses of the words. It's just people don't get it. It's one word with one meaning to them. They speak only Babel. They don't understand that there's a legal meaning to every word, a colloquial meaning to every word, and then the defined meaning. They don't get that. And then there's also a root meaning to every word.
Yep.
Every word can have shit. You could find 50 different definitions for a word. Depends on how far back you want to go.
Correct. Then
Merit,
you need to.
meritum. That's reward, wage, compensation. Right?
Yep.
Merito congruo. That's your deserved reward, wage, or compensation. So basically, what this says that I posted is no man deserves salvation. He gets it as a gift through grace. Grace is a gift, period. That's the meaning of grace. It's a gift. Through somebody's good grace, they gave you something. A gift is grace. Grace is a gift. Same thing. I mean, grace is what you show to other people when you give them something they need, but you ask for nothing in return.
Exactly.
But we're Leviathan, you know what I'm saying? We are. We're below the waters, and above the waters, we're the beast of the waters.
You know,
The lands of the waters.
There's actually, if you look at it properly in the scripture, it says first there's the dividing of them, and then there's another dividing from how do I put it? What's the proper way to put it? From the lesser waters to the better waters, and then there's the dome,
Yeah.
and Lot gets invoked once before, once in the dome, and then the light of the sun. So 3 times. So it must have been pretty bad. Because I think this is like the final one. You get given one commandment. And it's like, come on, at least follow this.
Well, mankind is, in a general term, something monstrous or enormous in size, is it not?
Yep, it's a kind of a man, but not really man.
That
That's
lives
why I said
amongst
there's
the seas. So we live amongst the seas. So in a biblical sense, Leviathan would be a sea monster, but in a general sense, it's just something monstrous or enormous in size that lives among the seas, not within the seas. We live among the seas, and we are large in size with many heads when we refer to mankind as a whole. It is a monster that lives among the seas with many heads. Now, Baal, right? The god Baal, Baal,
Yep.
he slayed the sea monster of many heads, right? How do you do
Yeah.
that? You think he wove them into a contract or a trust or a covenant?
Covenant.
Why would God need
Hello.
a covenant with man when he already gave him dominion over earth?
Well, that's the thing. It's like
A covenant is to take away your original authority to get you to voluntarily. It's a contract between men where men give over their authority to another man to rule over them.
yep, another man or another being.
Right. So
Because
now, yeah. So now God gave you all this authority, but then He's going to contractually take it away from you. It doesn't make sense to me.
yep, just like your dad saying, "Here, son, here's life. He's he's the world. He's
Who said
house and
hello?
land, and then take it from you." Sorry.
Who said hello? My bad.
Hello,
What's up, Mark?
Mark. Not too much down there talking with Bufu and was it Global? I can't remember his name. Talking about Bible
Global.
stuff. Sounds like that's what you guys are doing up here.
In a sense,
Yeah, a bit
we
different.
were covering scripture.
The law. People's trying to find
Oh.
Bigfoot. They think fucking 1,000-foot giants are gonna come. But tyrants are here. I don't know about giants. Tyrants are here.
So, like, can we talk about Bible stuff in this server, or is that like,
In
or
this
like this
server?
channel?
Yeah. In this channel, well, as long as it doesn't turn into doctrinal dispute, if one of the mods feels that somebody in here that we know most of our members better than everybody else. If we feel there's certain people in here and it's just going to cause an argument that's been going on for thousands of years and hasn't been won yet, then yeah, we'll cut it off in the live stream. But
So if like
general,
someone gets offended,
yeah, if you go down the Bible channel enough, you will see it.
Something should
so you
would
can like
all
state your own views though, right?
you can state your own views as long as you don't get offended,
Okay.
as you said.
Well, the
Offense only
thing,
happens
yeah,
if it hurts you, if you know that
the,
something's not true.
the problem I have is Adam and Eve were given dominion over Earth, right? But then a covenant was made to bestow land on people that they already owned. That the descendants of Abram would eventually inherit the land of Israel, right? But all men had dominion over earth already. Be fruitful, multiply, and subdue earth. Right?
In the other
So,
scriptures, yeah, in the other scriptures, it says God's when He speaks to the prophets, He says ask about Moses' law, and because you have to leave your mother and father and forsake them, and He goes, it's okay, but Abram's people, I'll have to give grace to, because they're mine, but he hasn't done what he's meant to. And this, I think, when you only have like 66 books and
yeah,
it's been copyrighted 500 times.
Yeah, legally copyrighted.
yeah,
So that entails, what, at least 15% change in the wording every time. So since 1611,
No.
you probably hit, I don't know how much copyrights, but quite a few.
I mean, there are versions that, are out there, like that change words. But if you just look
Oh,
at
yeah.
the Greek and the Hebrew, you can see that it's changed and you can, oh, well, that's not good. We can't look at that.
yeah. Hold
There's
up.
something going on here.
I had another question for Iggs. Isn't a covenant pretty much same thing as an oath?
Yeah, it's a pact. Yeah, it's an oath.
Yes. Yeah, so weren't we warned about making oaths? Swearing oaths?
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
So then basically he broke his own law, forming a covenant with us. He already gave us dominion, then he made us swear an oath to keep the covenant.
Yeah, so
But he had
exactly.
already,
So who?
before that, he had already told us not to swear any oaths. Not in God's name, not in anything on earth or anything we see. That doesn't make sense either, does it?
Yeah, so that's why I keep on asking the question: who is the covenant with? Because these guys are like an interloper, which you call a third-party interloper in law.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. Out of the hands of the owner and into the hands of the debitor.
Yeah. I mean, oh yeah, yeah, just sign this. Even though this is your name and you can't read, you're babbling a bit. Don't worry. It's like this and like this. Don't worry about knowing anything or reading anything. It's all right. Just
Yeah.
trust me. I'm the one.
Sounds like that willingly giving away your authority or your dominion that was already God given.
Yeah.
I don't have to inherit it, any land on earth if I was already given the dominion over it. Not in my opinion. Not unless somebody took the land from me in between when we inherited it, when it was given to us, and when we inherited. Somebody stepped in
Yeah.
there in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he'd be called the Lord of Division or a principality. Because that's a pality. Covenant, trust, contracts, loans, debts, debitors.
The
Those are
principal
all,
owner.
yeah, those are all principles. They're all principalities. It's nice to know that my father wasn't the only one that thought like this, and my grandfather and my family members, you know, that there's other people out there that actually know this. You don't know the joy you get from meeting me. I get the same joy, brother. I can only talk about this with my cousins because
Of
it's a family
got you.
heirloom. Yeah, it's a family heirloom. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Before my nation went, went to crapola with all the, interlopers, like 500 of them. Uh, family was fairly large and just operated on, on an agreement. So on a word, on your word,
Yeah,
and all that stuff happened.
needed.
So we had to move,
You didn't need
and
trust
yeah,
because you had
so
trust.
yeah, exactly. But then I came here and I had to learn everything again.
You all
Yeah,
right?
language, everything. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Didn't
See,
sound good.
my grandfather says this is what it's meant when we say we had to go back in the trail of tears backwards through our journey and pick up all the tools we lost along our path as accidentals and use those tools because those tools are the key to freedom.
I agree 100%. From what I hear, they are fully rewriting the bullshit. When I speak to you, it's like I'll tell you, you'll piss yourself laughing. This,
Well, they're scribes. That's what they do.
yeah.
Try to make it. They cross every T and dot every I.
Yeah.
Skip
And
every line.
they think it means something too when they spell.
Yep. And just with the scientism too, it's wow. Yeah, just making up shit left, right, and center, making up new people or the same people that were there that are just, tribes in the one spot, and slapping another, like, so you got your tribes, yeah, just say in North America, uncle, and imagine them just slapping, I don't know, the name Rome on top of it, but you got your Shinabes, your which other tribes you got there? Like all of them, but you've got
Sioux, Cree, Choctaw, Oaxaca, Potawatomi,
Navajo.
Micmac, Anishinaabe, Algonquin,
Chin.
Roman Algonquin, Roman Ojibwe. I'm with you. Romanus Anishinabis. Yeah, fuck that.
But imagine you have those tribes like written out on a map, but on the map it says it's a territory of, say, Rome, but you've got like properly it's divided and everything, but it says the map of Rome, and you're looking at it and you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? You've got Micmac, Anishinaabe, all the rest of the tribes. Everything is good, but it says it's the map and it's Rome. How the fuck does that work?
Oh, you mean
So
they
they're saying,
They misplace our lands.
Yeah, they put it under Rome, but you've got all your tribes there. Everything's proper. But they're saying apparently you're all Romans now, but you've got land there for some reason. I'll need to show you the maps. It's fucking. Oh.
Yeah, like they
What
want to
the-
move us from our hereditary land and make our hereditary land their hereditary land. They want to move their new Zion to our land.
Yeah, last time I was talking about it, I said, okay, when they went to North America, that was Zion in the mystery school. People don't get it. I don't know if they think I'm talking gibberish, but I don't like getting visits by black armor cars. But yeah, it's Zion. Hence, that's why you've got Washington D.C. and 13 streets away you've got the CIA, FBI, the Pentagon. Come on, man. Fuck. And they're trying to get rid of it. I think they're gonna. I know they're gonna budge English again. They're gonna fudge the language again. They're gonna twist it.
Oh, I'm
And
sure
the other
they
ones too.
will.
Yeah, because in like the 1500s, they actually because language is not like an organic or a natural thing. It's not like us. You go from a sound, to phonetics or something that people don't even understand what language is. It's made up. Like you need to sit down and make it up. It's somebody else's made up thoughts and codes and code put together. They don't get it. And I can't explain it. You've got Noam Chomsky that can't explain what language is, and he's meant to be the best linguist in the world. I wanted to kick him in the head. Tell the people, stop fucking lying. It's made up. Nobody wants to ask, what they're speaking. That's why they're even changing the meanings, What is it? Horizontal means curved. What is a male? What is a female? So even as soon as you come out, you don't know what you are. Even more confused.
Yeah, I know.
They can't help it.
Oh, not the
I mean,
here.
they can,
Yeah,
but
yeah. It's the. I feel bad just for the young ones that are gonna come in. Like I already know what the English language is gonna sound like properly, so nobody can stuff with me. That's why on the survey you'll hear me all the time. I'll say, "What the fuck does that even mean?" Because to speak, to utter something, you need there's the proper way of constructing a sentence. Subject, object, verb. You can't just be uttering nonsense. The sentence has to have
and
structure. It's grammar.
and that and that changes with time too, with like culture.
Yeah, well, people change it with slang in school, but in in speech, when you're speaking, you shouldn't change, especially when you're writing, because that's when you get into semantics, and you fight over what really does the sentence mean, because you haven't done the object, subject, verb. You know what I mean? It must go like that. Otherwise, there's no congruence or coherence to the actual sentence. It's called, like, when they stuffed up the English language in 1500, 1515 or 1545? They syntax and parsed it and everything, and they actually said that English language is gonna be, it's called Shakespearean English. So it's poetry. So really what you're reading, you're not really reading, it's all in your mind. It's what you assume it to be. You're not
Yeah,
actually
Shakespearean language isn't proper English, but it's poetic like
Yeah.
English. It's
Yep.
poetic descriptions rather than
Yep.
concise wording.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
I think
made up
there's
their mind
definitely a
that
separation between writings and, someone speaking, you know, what people talk about in real life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
they did it on purpose, and everybody's being taught that it's Shakespearean English. You can even look it up. Like everything that I say, you can verify for yourself 100%. And the French was made to be mostly the legal, and they left the German to be sort of the scientific or whatever, to come from there. That was how they made it, because they wanted those three sort of powers to be in control, as they are now. So you have the people that don't know what they're speaking about. They're just singing poems to each other, leaving it up to interpretation. Does this person really mean what they're saying? That's what people are confused. Is he really my friend? Does he or she really love me? It's like, fuck, mate.
Is this motherfucker for real?
Yeah. It's, let us go down and confuse the language, and there you go. Like, everybody's talk past each other.
I think he's got a little sugar in his tank. He's not running that pure ethanol. Testosterone.
Ah, I had no to show me this stuff. I had to go from like my own language and my own stuff to English. Oh, and I hated English too. I was like, why the fuck do you have one word with like 5 meanings?
Man.
Just you write it differently. I'm like, isn't that the dumbest thing? Used to
And
irritate me all the
even
time, bro.
English native speakers struggle with that.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of words like that.
Yeah. And you'd like the proper way that you write it down is means a lot, especially when you put it on paper. Like, not so much phonetically when you sound, but when you write it down, the way that you write it, as in what letters you put in, actually changes the meaning. Because even in the dictionaries, they don't. Even in the good ones, they don't write it properly. And these people up the top write the proper way.
Well, what
That's
I
why I
kind of
laugh.
wonder is kind of like how, English, there's words, I don't know, there's probably a lot of languages like this where, words mean 5 different things. But when you think about the Bible, well, surely it's the same thing with some words.
Well, in the original, it's
But the context determines what it means. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to continue what I was
no,
saying.
you're right. No, go ahead, sorry, bro.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as far as I could go back, it's usually one word, one meaning. It's defined, and as you read it, there is bits that are meant for as in to take literal and things that are metaphoric, and hence that is one of the things that you need to know because you're here to learn and
Hey, bro,
find out stuff.
I'm headed off to bed, Iggy. I'll
Are
talk to
you
you
gonna go
tomorrow.
to bed?
Yep.
Okay,
See ya.
all right.
I'll holler at
Have
you
a good night, Uncle.
when I get on tomorrow.
Okay, Uncle.
You too. Have a good one, Mark.
See ya. You said your language is like that? Your native language?
Yeah. So it's like every sound has its own letter and all the rest of it, and just like you get like double Z mean, for pizza for the sound, and SH for shit and all the rest of it. It's kind of funny, but just the biggest thing that used to, I don't know, kind of frustrating for me, just the one word, and it's got like, even though you might write it differently, it sounds the same, and it's got like 5 different meanings.
Yeah.
And sometimes, even though, like when I started off, it didn't even sound right, but they say, "Oh, that's right, it's all good." I had I finished like
Yeah.
3 years early in school, but, kind of didn't feel right. Like when you were writing the sentence, it didn't feel like it was congruent. And then until later on, until I did law and all the rest of it, it was like, but not proper, not like this law that they teach in just normal university, like City of London stats and like paper ball stats, where it actually comes from. So you find out that these guys actually fucking, write congruent sentences and, subject, object, verb. You can't go wrong, you know what I mean? When you write it like that, it's very hard to misinterpret something when it's got like a form to it, if you get what I mean. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it properly, but yeah. It's kind of like if you're trying to, I don't know, if you're cooking something, if you're mixing up the steps, it's not going to come out right. Have you ever studied Old English, Mark? And he's gone. Whoop. And he's back. Yeah, maybe not.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I was asking you if you were here.
Oh yeah. I left and come back because I thought maybe like I disconnected or something.
Yeah, I was asking, have you studied like Old English?
You mean like the Bible? Like how
Yeah,
the
or
Bible's
just
written?
in Old English?
Like thys
Nah,
and
as in
nows and
yeah. The like the A and D stuck together and the O A stuck together.
have I studied it like in particular? No, but I do understand a lot of it, I think.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's good. That. It's interesting to look at that, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that, when you look at that, it actually changes a lot of the stuff in what's in the new one too when you go back into that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason it's difficult is because we don't really know why they have those, like the changes, right? Like whom shall ever, whom shall, or whosoever, or like thou shalt, stuff like that, Um, it's like, why did they say it that way? It was just kind of like how it was said, and it just changed at some point. Maybe slang, I don't know. Like
So
how people
it's
say,
just like,
ask you a question.
ask you a question. So, yeah, that's funny. Ask you a question. Yeah, so I like the shall of it. Like, shall is just like if you choose to do, and just shalt is like you should not choose to do. I find it much more precise.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds a bit more poetic, but it's more precise if you get what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's like shall. So if you choose to, and put there shalt is like don't choose to do that. It's not a good thing for you. But in the normal English, you write it, if you want to, then you want to. Sort of, it's kind of up in the air,
Yeah. People, we
and the
become like
structure
a
of the
more.
sentence is different. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Uh,
Sorry.
civilization just seems like we're becoming more dumbed down.
Yeah.
As like a whole.
Oh yeah. I concur with that one. That's what nobody
It's all in the
like. Nobody,
values.
yeah.
Like, what do people
Everybody
value?
speaks past each other. Well, I value a conversation first and foremost. If I can't have a conversation, then you kind of, just, I don't know, floating along. And people are speaking past each other, looks like it, thinking they comprehend the other man, but everybody's got their own lexicon, interpretation, if you get what I mean, of things.
Yeah, I think it's not um, easy as just looking at a lexicon. You need to understand context too. Like with the whole, it goes back to the whole, you know, word having 5 meanings. Well, you can
Yeah.
determine what it means by the context.
But then if it's not written congruently, then the context is up in the air as well. If the structure isn't there, then you can have a few interpretations. You get what I mean? And that's why you have these doctrines then. Even, doesn't matter if it's for religion or for law or for whatever, for philosophy, because somebody's, when just say if I'm writing something down, if I don't know how to write it properly, or I do, it will influence the other person reading it after. So if I do it properly, and then I teach somebody or whoever, and they do it properly after, it's okay. It's just the problem is when the first person does it good, and then the other person does not do or convey the same thing across. You know, sometimes, you know, mistakes, everybody, you know, we're all, you know, human and whatnot. We all make mistakes, but at least to write it down properly. But as soon as you don't write it down properly, that's where the problem starts, I think. And doctrines get introduced everywhere. Everywhere. It doesn't matter where you look, there's always a doctrine. In schools, in everywhere. You can't escape them.
Are you talking about just like worldviews in general?
Yes, so every sort of how would I put it? Every
Or like
sort of
religious doctrines?
nah, even doesn't matter if it's scientific, academic, so-called governmental law. They've got these, even though they're starting the same thing, for some reason there's like 5 different interpretations of the same subject matter, which there shouldn't be. I don't think anyway. If you're learning something and it's precise and concise and correct, there shouldn't be that many meanings. There should be only one. You know, there's a science to writing a sentence. So if you
I mean,
write it
unless
properly,
there's like ulterior motive, but I guess we can assume there's not
yeah.
ulterior motive.
Well, yeah, if we assume that, then we have to assume that the people that are trying to teach us this shit are dumb. Are dumb. So really, then who are we listening to? Yeah, we'll take that on good faith. Yeah, we'll be good people. Good faith. All right, they're not doing it on purpose. So then, you know, it's either dumbness. Well, obviously, if they haven't done it by now, you know, laziness goes out of the question. So now you have these, you know, gobbledygook of things happening. Science taught like this, and you know, all these different departments of so-called science being taught different sorts of doctrines in the different little fields and in everywhere. I've realized it's everywhere.
I think that's
I don't know if you
sorry.
realize. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I think that's pretty. I think that's natural because we all think differently, but I think where I think pride probably gets in the way of like there being unity in doctrines. You know, like because everyone thinks that their own person is right. You know, but
Yeah,
everyone thinks differently. You know, you hear like um, like power in numbers, and when you have more people thinking about something, you can understand it better. You know,
yep.
but yeah, I think it's like a pride thing, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be an ego thing. I get, don't want like people to be like zombies. Don't get me wrong. It's just it's very yeah. As I said, it's like I don't know if it's pride or it's stubbornness, ego. I don't know what to call it. there's a big clash. It's not even like, hey, listen, we might try this out.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. It's not like me and you talking and saying like, hey, listen, if we try this out, maybe it'll be better. And you try that out and see how that goes. It's kind of me and you just punching on. You know, and just being stubborn. It's not doing it for the good and the betterment of something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's the best way of putting it. Yeah. When you're doing something for the betterment, then it's the ego or the pride is left behind.
Yeah. Should be at least.
It's like, do you think like all these, doesn't matter, even science, religion, whatever, and governments and philosophers can't come together like the good minds and come up with something that's really good?
Wait, what was the question?
I'll go.
Right
Do
here.
you think that the people that are up to the top just have to come together? Doesn't matter if it's philosophy, science, or religion. They come together, whatever. Just say each science field, each religion comes together and works out its kinks. I think that they're capable of doing that. Why is the question is, are they not doing that?
Say,
I don't know. That's like saying why did they lie, right?
because of money, control, hate, jealousy, envy.
Yep. Yeah, division. Yeah. So that's why going on a doctrine is I'm not big fan of it. Listen and read everything and listen to everybody, but it's like saying gravity, 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 gravity. Just because you say it doesn't mean that it's there. So you think like this, you understand it like this, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust people enough just to believe them on their word. Like I feel like you can only get into it yourself to understand it fully.
Yeah, I think
To
that's
have
it.
a solid belief without having blind faith.
You can tell as well. I think anyway, you can tell when somebody's trying to say something out of love or um, truth or whatever. Then when somebody's trying to just it's like this and that's all. A stand needs to be made. That's what I think. The time has come. What is a fact you stand for? Yeah, the line in the sand has to be drawn.
I'll be right back.
Okay, bro.
Mic check.
Hello. Check.
Yeah, you're good, bro. Mic check, and that's it.
Oh, somebody else asked.
T-Mac, is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing, bro?
Hold on, let me work. At one of my jobs. It's
Hold on. Let's see.
quiet tonight.
Yeah. Usually it's usually there's something happening. It's because it's Friday.
Yeah. Sleepy time. I like squeezing the marshmallow.
What happened?
Marshmallow. Fun to squeeze it out of. Damn. I like better than now. Real now.
Just reading some shit. Reading over some stuff.
Oh, hello.
Hello, hey mate, how are you?
Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Yeah, doing great, doing great. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh, you sound exhausted, mate.
Yeah, a bit tired. It's been a bit of a funny day. But yeah, it's been reading up on a few things.
Yeah, that's
How's
good.
your day
Well,
been?
yeah. Can't complain, honestly. Been watching a few videos here and there. Just kind of, arguably speaking, chilling a little, and managed to spot one of the Discord channels. Decided to give it a go. Apparently, link was outdated or old or something like that. So I had to look around for quite a while to find a newer link.
And how's you go so far?
I mean, yeah, just joined. Everyone seems alright. Been put in the naughty corner straight away.
It's kind of a bit of a test, you know. If you are you for the water ball or you
Well, I mean, if you think I'm
see it
insane,
as
then
reality?
sure, yeah.
Okay, so you're spinning on a water ball. Why? Why is that?
No, you misunderstood. I said if you think I'm insane, then yeah, sure, I am spinning
Oh,
on a
sorry,
water
my
ball.
bad.
No, absolutely no problem. I bet you lot get a lot of trolls over here, so it's understandable. No, I mean, if you can provide me with one half-baked evidence of Earth is being round and we live in a heliocentric model of the universe, I will gladly reconsider my view on the world. But
I haven't found one yet.
yeah, what do you think of? Have you heard of the book 16 Landings That Prove the Earth is Flat?
I've seen
The
some
came out
other
and
more intimate documents. Fairly interesting. Um, I've sort of spoken about this fly thing. You sound like you're from South Africa. Do you fly much or been?
oh no, I'm from England, mate.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Why are you apologizing for?
I don't know. People get offended for everything.
Fuck
So I
those
just
snowflakes, mate. Like it's impossible to do anything these days. Like the younger generation gets so offended. Well, younger generation, I say that, but I'm part of it anyway. They get so offended. It's because no one's been properly spanked when they were a kid, so they don't know how to be polite to other people.
people. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. 100%.
So how did you get started on this journey? How did you get into this crazy, insane conspiracy that actually is not as crazy or insane as it sounds like?
I was one of the lucky ones. I never bought into the lie. I actually uh, went against it in school. I first thing when they told me about, you know, the spinning ball and all the rest of it, the first thing I said is, "How did you manage to find the tilt for the axis? And how does anything work in the vacuum of space?"
God
And then
damn,
I
man.
asked about the water. Yeah, and I was stubborn. I got kicked out quite a few times in class, and just didn't make sense to me. And every time I pushed the buttons, I got booted out. And like I was a good student, so I kind of finished school like 3 years early. But it just didn't seem normal because I was in school overseas. So
Yeah.
before I came to Australia, so it was a bit different over there. Got taught a bit different, and
Yeah.
when I came here, it was just like a lot. Sort of not. Oh, they tried to condense everything at once to sort of, I don't know, confuse you and
To
sort of
confuse,
like
yeah,
kind of,
yeah. I
yeah,
see where
to
you're
dumb
coming
you
from,
down.
mate. Yeah.
So it's like you got science, and it's like science, and they push everything at once. And then when you get to 11 and 12 here in Australia, then you get to pick like your subjects, chemistry, biology,
Gotcha.
whatever. So that's how they try to confuse people, I think. Yeah, because overseas I had my biology, chemistry class already in like grade 5, and so already seeing from that, how things work, it was like, wait a second, you're telling me this is doing this and we're spinning around, and you're telling me you actually know the axis. And I'd sit to him, I go, listen, you're telling me this is north, this is south. I go, what if I turn the globe upside down? I go, what is up and what is down now? I go, how does it work?
Yeah.
And I made him go mental just by, doing these little small things that, it was kind of, I knew I was right in a sense, but it was kind of even just a
Because
get one
there
up
was
on the
not enough
teacher.
information for you to back up the claim that you had, and going up against the teacher who has been indoctrinated in this throughout the entire life, it was difficult to make refutal of their claims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I started going to the library, started reading up on stuff, and in no time you just look for, the early works of, Copernicus, Galileo, and just made like no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Bloody hell, that's impressive. Because I fell for it, lines, hook, sinker, and the fucking fishing rod. Not gonna lie, like in school, college, and during those years, I could recite you everything from the globe religious point of view, like Mars gravity, the atmosphere, like all of it, the stars, how they orbit, everything, how the Earth orbits, how we plunging through space at like 1,000 miles an hour, the equator for chasing the sun at 66,600 miles an hour, which is flinging itself around the black hole of the universe at over 1,000,000 miles an hour, which in itself moving up and down through the said planar sheet at nearly 2,000,000 miles an hour. All of that. Like a boyd, I'm not gonna lie, a boyd. I was even talking to people when I was talking to people. It's like how up is up and down is down in space, and how you would be looking back at yourself if you were at Mars, not looking down. Like all of that, like literally, I was in it. I was a cult member and a half. And then started.
It's beautiful if you have that
It's
imagination to put
fascinating.
into something else.
Yeah, but it's fascinating because like I didn't. I was questioning some things. Yeah, like I was questioning 9/11, and I was questioning like war on terror, and I was questioning other things. But this I could not question this. Like it was
It's
unquestionable.
terrible.
It's like of all the things, why would they lie to me about this? Not even why. It's just like they can't lie. It's just too big for someone to lie about this. And I was in on it. And then I developed critical thinking. And I said, hold on a second, let me go back and revalue and have a look at everything that I was taught from the young age and see if I can find any discrepancies, because there was quite a few in regards with like the rulers of the world and what's happening. Like I don't know how crazy you want me to get into it, but then I just went one rabbit hole after another rabbit hole, and just going like at one point the concept of hollow earth and how the Germans were looking into it, and Agartha and all that sort of stuff was starting to make a lot of sense to me. But then I've realized it's still perpetuating the idea of heliocentric model of the universe, and I was kind of unsure about it. And then about like I don't know, 2009, 2010, like one of those crazy crazy conspiracies came out with like some insane retard talking about flat earth theory. I'm like, how crazy is this motherfucker? He's living 500 years ago. He's thinking the world is fucking flat. And yeah, so for about like a month I went in with the idea of like, nah, this guy is just like, this is just retarded.
Let's
So I
have a
went
laugh,
in
huh?
Yeah. Just for a laugh, I decided to look at what they learn, and the first fucking thing that they send me to. I'm sorry for swearing, but like you're right, you can handle it.
No, you're right, brother.
Yeah,
You're right.
the first thing that I went and like trying to figure this shit out, they sent me to the Flat Earth fucking Society on Google. I'm looking at the idea, at the concept of flat Earth. All the planets are round, everything is round, and there is this fucking flat disk in the middle where the Earth is supposed to be, rising at 9.8 meters per second upwards to create gravity. I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's fucking crazy. These flat Earthers are fucking insane. And then
Yeah, they have to do it. No, listen, they have to do it because these people, they have to take control. That's the way they do it. It's if they don't want everything, a certain thing to get out of their reach, because if it gets out of their reach,
they have no power.
it can.
They nobodies.
Yeah.
They nobodies. They have nothing. They will be ostracized. They will be shamed. They will be the dunce in the corner of the classroom.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing, because uh, as you look into it and you find out more things, and you start going, like, it's good. You'll start going into the technical side of it, and then you'll realize that it's a lot more simpler than it is. Like,
Even the science itself
look,
works out in favor of flat Earth. Like there's literally no concrete or any evident science that can back up the claims of the Earth being round, apart from some mathematical equations. But math is not science. Math is a descriptive language. It's like French or Spanish or German or wherever. It's just used to describe something. Because I studied a lot
yeah,
of maths. Like you with using maths and 13 independent assumptions, I can prove that you are a unicorn.
yeah, of course.
Like it's.
But this is the thing. Who proposed the heliocentric model? And I'll just prove to you something
It was
straight
a
up.
Jesuit priest from Vatican, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
Copernicus.
so arguably speaking, it's a well, it is a religion. It's not arguably speaking, it is a religion. The biggest religion in the world. You live on a globe. The Antarctica is at the bottom of it. You can't get anywhere. Prison for your mind. It's beautiful. It's amazing how like you would have to be a genius of unbelievable proportion to come up with such a thing and then have everyone else believe it. But then again, knowing what happened, like, do you know anything about mud floods and Tartaria?
Yeah, that to me that's a psyop, because I get fairly good information, and I think that's a bit of a distraction, because it kind of just all came up at the same time, that Tartaria thing, the mud floods. I'm not too sure. Something might have happened, but yeah, this thing about Tartaria, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's kind of
but the way I kind of
I was
had a
going to
look.
just say,
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
just quickly, if you go straight to the beginning, as soon as they proposed the model, yeah, the model worked on three concepts. So the Earth was made a globe, had to go around the sun, and it was on an axis. Sorry, it had to on the tilt, and you
Yeah,
had to move. So the third axiom was already debunked, because if the axis has to tilt, then it loses its constant what's it called, a magnetic pole, what we call magnetic north, so Polaris, has to be seen all the time, and as soon as it tilts, it will
because of the wobble.
break that up. Yeah,
because of the alleged
straight away.
26,000 year wobble that like 1 degree change every 72 years. So you know of George
No, even
Arkai's.
once a year. Once a year
even that. But like,
for the
if you
seasons.
look from a heliocentric position, 1 degree change per 72 years, which means that it would be half a degree in about 36 years. And you know of Georgia Guidestones, yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
You know the hole in the middle. You can see Polaris through it.
Yeah.
Georgia Guidestones were created about 40-ish years ago, and using their own globular maths and the precession of the equinox, which is the tilt and the wobble of the Earth, you should not be able to see Polaris through the hole anymore, because it would be half a degree to the side, which would kind of negate at least half of the star itself. But that's that. But that it's pointless to even discuss this, because Polaris is like 436 or wherever light years away, which is unbelievably far away. Like even light wouldn't be able to travel that far.
So that
Using
was
their own
the
model as well.
model. Yeah. So even as I said, just that third axiom, just every year has the tilt just for the seasons. It knocks out Polaris. Then the other thing is when the teacher started talking to me about light years, I just
Wait.
snapped at him.
Hold on a
I
second.
just went,
Sorry. It doesn't tilt every year. It stays on the tilt, and the wobble itself is every 26,000 years. So the tilt happens like during the 26,000 years. It doesn't happen every year. It rotates around the tilt, but the tilt is stationary, using their own model. Because the tilt,
I need to pull it up.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I was a real nut about this. Like I studied everything. I studied all recently discovered planets and all that sort of stuff. I wanted to know everything about it, and then I realized all of it is bullshit and I'm wasting my time.
Well, that's when they changed it as well. With it wasn't a circular thing. They made it a elliptical thing. And then they started changing other stuff because of that one thing that doesn't want to work.
Yeah. Well, allegedly
And,
tilt equals seasons, but during our summer we are 3.5 million miles away from the sun than during the winter. So it's just like how can it be? We are further away and it's hotter over here, and they are closer to it and it's colder. Come on.
Yeah. And same with the light years. I didn't like. That's one thing I snapped about. I just started flicking the switch off and on in the classroom. I go, you're gonna tell me that is a light year? I go, how does somebody measure a light? And I was flicking the light off and on.
Yeah.
I go, what kind of a measurement is that? Because I couldn't comprehend it. To me, it was stupid. A light year.
The stuff they're talking about measuring light is just like, over a long distance they flash a light, and then they measure how quickly it travels, let's say 1 kilometer away or whatever, and then they extrapolate everything. But then again, they're using maths. So using maths, you can prove anything. Like there's a legitimate equation showing 1 + 1 = 1. You can break it down and drop it by. Well, yeah, wobble is precession of the equinox. Yeah, and that's what changes the viewing of the stars. And tilt is seasons. Yeah. That's what the science says. Yeah. Well, science. I'm doing air quotes.
Yeah, that was the thing. I went right to the start. As soon as you see from the start that they negated that thing, and they just started adding on and on. And to me, it was just a joke from the start. But people go from the biggest light, they go backwards instead of going from the start forwards, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. I got you. And the funniest part is when you start to speak to someone who doesn't understand any of this, you answer a few of their questions with like definite answers, and then all of a sudden they lose interest in asking any questions. They are like, oh well, why would they lie? And it's just like, well, you can't just go straight to why would they lie without even understanding that you've been lied to. It's like it's very difficult to explain why would they lie, considering that this is like pedophilic, satanic group of people that have been in charge for God knows how many years, or even decades, or hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Like we don't know shit. Anything past like 100 years ago, we don't know anything.
That's the thing. There is places that you can find good information, but you need to. Oh, you really need to like put your, ass to the fire and sit down and to read a whole lot of garbage and to get some truthful information and go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
decent places. But otherwise, what's it all good for?
True. And then the other thing that pisses me off about normies is like, well, what difference does it make if it's round or flat? It doesn't change the way I live my life. Like, well, you don't even fucking understand what you're talking about. It's just so infuriating. Like you have no idea how enjoyable it is to speak to someone like you who actually understands what's going on.
That's the thing. What I ask everybody, they go, "Why would they lie?" I go, "Listen, how much times does somebody have to lie to you for them to be a liar?
Yeah,
Once,
exactly.
twice, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, and it doesn't matter. Like if it was, little small lies or bigger lies, like how much times?
Yeah.
Just if you take it as me and you just say, "Oh, I've been alive for 35, 37 years." The amount of lies just in my life, if I look back, that they've bullshitted about. You
Yeah.
can't forgive anybody for that much bullcrap, let alone if you go back and find proper records of stuff and you see they've been doing this. It's like a regular cycle, just bang, 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 the whole time.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's, to me, it's kind of, was a bit frustrating, but it's time to speak to people and open up their minds, and hopefully
Also,
people
it's
can
going to be
wake up.
impossible with some people. Like some people not only refuse to listen to any of this. You mention a word of anything being different than heliocentric model of the universe, and they just shut down. You can see the light is on, but no one's home.
Yep.
Like it's I think the zombie apocalypse has happened a long time ago.
It's been progressing. It's like I say to them, all right, so you tell them that water's flat. Yeah, water can only be flat. You get them just to that point, and you go, if 70% of the Earth is water and it's flat, and the rest is topography, how do you make a globe?
Gravity. Come on,
70%
man. You
is
don't
flat.
understand shit. It's gravity, obviously.
Yeah, but 70% is flat. I'll go to them. 70% is flat. So if you take 70% of 100, it's flat. I don't know how you're going to curve the other bit to make it, any sort of a, object or whatever,
Yeah.
Like how you're going to fold it in any shape or claim any shape whatsoever. You can't,
Well,
it
because
just
on
doesn't
such
work.
a large distances, the water starts to slowly support its own weight and curve. Yeah. So
Yeah.
instead of being flat and finding its own level, eventually it just goes. You know what? I'm big enough. I can curve.
Oh, of course. Well, of course, that's how it works. Everything is left up to your imagination. The other thing
Yeah.
was the vacuum that used to irritate me. All I needed to do was just look up the information back then.
Oh yeah.
It's the space, the vacuum of space is void of all matter. So it's devoid of all matter. So
Yeah.
you cannot have any matter in there. That's what it says. The vacuum of space is devoid of all matter, of any matter. So that means cannot have rocks, lights, nothing. Nothing can exist in their own definition for the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but the
And-
funny thing is the gravity can hold all the gases around the planet itself, yeah? And then the vacuum of space is incapable of equalizing. It's like when you suck out the air of, let's say, like a metal can, and then you put a cork in it, and then you take it outside or wherever, and then you pull out the cork, and then you just hear the air rushing in, and that's not even the vacuum. Imagine what the vacuum of space would do to a to a planet. The atmosphere would just go
Can't be there.
and gone.
Exactly. But in their own model, it says that it cannot exist. And the funniest thing, I play word games with them because, I've done the whole mathematical thing. To me, it's more interesting like this to make them think. So if it's devoid of all matter, nothing can be out there. It has to be in here. And then the other oxymoronic thing is the vacuum of space is expanding, infinitely. So
Infinitely, exactly.
A vacuum that expands, that's the biggest oxymoronic thing. So something that pulls out, sucks, and crushes everything is expanding. It should be going in regression, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So you can't really have
Exactly,
this
because
big bang.
the idea behind the Big Bang is so insane. So nothing exploded. The exploded things created everything. Then everything, the denser everything condensed into planets. The lighter everything condensed into stars. They lit themselves on fire. Then created a vacuum in between them, which is already insane. But bear with me. Created a vacuum, and then what? Then it just started orbiting itself around, created black holes, and everything just goes around and ticks along. That is insane. Like now I can see that it's insane. If you spoke to me about this like 15 years ago when I was still in college, I'd be like, you're crazy.
Yeah, well, I said to the teacher straight up, they go, it was nothing. It was sort of, at that time, they were teaching this matter, antimatter. There was two things. I go, all right, so there's two things and, whatever.
Yeah.
And I go, they were all right. I go, so now why is there a problem? They go, just happened, bang. And I'm like, okay. So this nothing, this anti-something made everything. I go, so this nothing, I go, made something. And he goes, yes. I go, and that nothing is something because it just made something.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Talking about the antimatter and the dark energy, all of this was starting to become popular when I was in college, like 15 years ago or wherever. And yeah, and so they started working. It's like, well, the gravity is not working, so 96% of the entire universe is this dark matter and dark energy. There has to be that to keep the gravity together. And then using their own equations and the 96% dark matter, which we cannot find, we cannot test for, we cannot account for, and even then their own mathematical equations do not work out. It's like, come on, like at least think it through before you put it out there, so some other person can just go, hold on a second, I'll run the maths, it doesn't work out, what do you say about this? And then they just like, well, now there is not only dark matter and dark energy, now there is positrons and whatever other bullshit they came up with, and that stuff is so tiny that we probably will never be able to see it, because it creates the fabric of space-time continuum itself. It's just like, nah, fuck off.
That's the thing. They keep on changing the words. They went from nothing then to matter and antimatter. So there's friction because if it's nothing, there cannot be friction. There has to be friction for there's
Yeah.
something to happen. So they changed the antimatter to dark matter, and then they lied to everybody to build that CERN bullshit. And here, this is what I tell people. I go, how can you collide air into air? You cannot
Well,
hit air
that's why they
into
spend
air to
billions
get.
building this hadron collider so they can do that. Come on, you should know
Yeah, but
this.
you
Come
can't do
on.
nothing. Yeah, that's what I was telling them. I go, you've got air. I go, you're telling me about some quirks and quasites and the particle god and all this dumb shit. I go, you don't even know what the fucking atom is. I go, you've got this concept. It's what you've got a miniature little ball apparently
The
with
idea that
nothing
atom is a
inside.
physical construct is retarded. I don't even think atoms are physical constructs. I think atoms are more of an energetic pulse or something like that for the lack of a better word. It's not physical. It doesn't have physical mass or shape or whatever to it. They can only spoil with electron microscopes or whatever the fuck they are. Those things are called. And even then, it's just like a little blimp on the screen. Like they don't know what it is.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the thing that they've been selling for God knows how long. And this is it's not even a scientific thing. It's just a cult thing that they have for their thing, and people don't realize. Like Copernicus and Galileo, their job wasn't
Well,
even
Galileo
like
was a
to
Jesuit priest
do
as well, wasn't he?
yeah, they're all GG. That's that's what the name is there for. The two G's. But the thing is, they weren't even proper scientists. That was like their side job. They were doing like all this other occult bullshit that had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, they would have done I think, a better job of doing this retarded thing. But these people don't. They
They think they're
they
smart, but in fact, like when someone smart comes along, it just shows how dumb they really are.
yeah, and that's true. All you need to do is take we always, even most people, when they hear something, just say, "I tell you something," whatever. Even if I tell you a story, you start to think about it from the end backwards instead of asking me again. Start from the beginning, and so for me to tell you the story again. Everybody is made to think backwards, from back to front, instead of going from front forward, because you'll be
Yeah,
able to pick up the mistake straight away. If you keep on going,
you
what
reckon there
happened at
is
the end? What
something
happened at the end?
yeah, do you reckon that's something inherent to the human nature itself, or that's because we've been ingrained that sort of thinking through the education indoctrination system from our birth?
It is pushed on. It is pushed on us, and I know it's kind of a weakness. But once you push it on a person, it becomes a bit of a habit. They say it takes like around, I don't know, for you to learn how to do something, you need to repeat it around 3,000 to 4,000 times. But to undo it, you need to do it like 12,000, 13,000 times to unlearn what
Oh wow.
what you learned.
Yeah, it would that makes sense. It's much harder to break a difficult habit or a bad habit than it
Yeah.
is to learn it. That's true.
So imagine you thinking a certain way, how difficult it would be for you to break that cycle, because not just you have to do it 3,500 times more. This thing actually, it's not like a physical thing where, I don't know, you're learning a sport or learning piano, whatever. You actually have to give something, how do I put it?
Critical thought.
Yeah, not just critical thought. This is a part of you. So you're kind of taking like a little piece of your heart out and throwing it away, and then it's kind of left empty, if you get what I mean. And you have to put something back in there. And this is the thing where most people
Oh right, yeah, yeah, I
either.
got you. I see your point. Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
either put it back
yeah.
in, or they grab something nonsensical and run with it because it's too hard to sit down and say, all right, I need to find the correct thing and
And also in
go
school,
through some
we are
pain.
not even in school. We are not even taught how to think. We just taught to remember things, regurgitate them during the exam, and the ones who do it
Yep.
the best are considered to be the teachers and whatnot. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Sorry, phone call.
Yeah, no problem, brother.
Good hello.
Hey mate, how are
I'm up earlier than I wanted to be.
you?
It seems though it's all working out though.
Oh, that's good. Always good to hear good news, right?
Right?
Yeah, of course. Doesn't matter where the good news is, as long as it's good, bro. You might catch on. That's the way I see it.
I have to get into shape in order to keep the ability to use my legs.
Oh,
Yes, I am in a fun pickle. If my fitness and my strength decline to a certain point, I will lose my ability to walk.
you gotta concentrate on that, bro. Because if that, that kind of impacts most people, the hardest. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's the thing. I've already been through this. I lost my ability to walk for shit like a month. I threw out my back playing with one of my nieces, and I didn't really realize how bad it was until the next day when I woke up and I swung my legs out of bed and the momentum carried me and I stood straight up and I couldn't feel my legs and I hit the ground.
Shit. Fuck. Do you mind me asking what the problem is?
I wish I knew, other than I've got damage to the fascial system, not facial, fascial. It's connective tissue. It's either
Okay.
that or there's other stuff. I've got 2 torn disc sacks. I've got spurs. I got a list of shit.
Oof. I was trying to think because I did sports science and psychology and stuff. One of the things I had to do was, to get people to be able to, walk again and all the rest of the stuff. If you need any help, bro, just let us know, and if you, give us some diagnostics, I can help you out to the best of my ability if you want.
Right. Well, part of it's fight and getting jumped when I was younger, in high school and shit. Part of it is not fixing the injuries and then working commercial construction. And the rest of it's whatever knots will just form or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, it's not resting.
scoliosis.
You got scoliosis too?
Mm-hmm.
Is it inverted or is it outward or inward?
Dude, I don't know what you're trying to say there because
As
scoliosis.
as in the spine, are you pushed out, or is it like an S? There's a
Like
few
yes,
different
left and
types.
right, but left and right,
So it's like an S.
right, but left and right. It starts out going left, then it goes right, then it goes left, then it goes. That was my first X-ray too,
Ah,
or second X-ray ever. I got to look at my spine and what it looked like. That was great.
Was it at least semi-straight?
Oh, bro, not even close.
Oh fuck.
I literally just told you how it was. It went left, and then it went right, and then it went left, and then it went right.
Mate, that's literally when I jumped into the thing. I had no idea what you were talking about, but oh dear. I
Yeah,
presume that is not good.
that was how my back was when I was freaking 16, 17, 18, 19.
Yeah, I'm not a very much of a human biologist, so it sounds good to me.
I've had to learn a lot, and going to the chiropractor for a decade, I have learned a lot. Dealing with doctors, I have learned quite some bit.
Yeah,
And the funny thing is when they try and talk down to me, you go right back to simple logic.
yeah. Well, yeah, it's funny how people expect someone who has a paper from the government stating that they are more qualified than someone else who's been in the field or has studied the field for much longer than others.
Right. Well, who I can read the same books you can read. Say you're a doctor. You got your PhD, your master's. I can read the same books you read. The only thing that you get that you pay for out of that 200K is a little bit of practice on
And sometimes not even that.
right.
you get a piece of paper with a stamp
Yeah,
on it.
you just get a piece of paper to say, I'm a fucking retard. I paid money for this piece of paper. Give me a job.
Yep.
Well, it was they paid for somebody to explain them things that they didn't know and then lie to them and make up the rest of the shit that those people didn't know.
Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of exactly what I was talking about with IGZ earlier. It's like the people that learn how to memorize and regurgitate what's written in the book the best become the new teachers of the new generation.
Yep. That's the sad bit.
Yeah.
Right. But see, here's the fun thing. Applying critical thinking to what they did pour into you, more like dump into you, you can sift through everything and anything worth a damn, you can just keep it and then just burn the rest.
Yeah. That's
There wasn't
arguably speaking exactly what happened to me. Like once I reached the age of reason and I started thinking critically, I just went, unlike majority of people, I went back to see what I was taught and to check if it was true. That I think that's the main difference between flat earthers and globe retards. Globe, to believe in globe is easy. You just listen to the teacher. There is a globe at the center of the classroom or whatever, and the teacher tells you the world is round and that's that, and then you believe that. To know that the earth is flat requires hundreds of hours of research.
right. Well, dude, four years ago, I was about to try and outdo NASA. I was gonna design my own damn program.
It shouldn't be difficult. Those guys have no fucking idea what they're doing.
Right, but I was working like designing my own ships. It was just me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
listen,
sitting here.
those guys would give you a job, but they just won't let anything you do go up into just say put it up for testing or to actually work because they know
Unless
it
it's a
doesn't work. That's the
helium-filled
thing.
balloon that looks like a rocket.
Yeah,
Well, I
for
mean-
them, they know what they're doing for themselves. But to employ people, they have to sort of employ a few people here and there, but they don't employ much people.
Yeah,
So kind
I
of
don't
just
even
pass
think
the
they,
money
they
around.
got. They claim they got like what 100,000 employees. I would very much doubt that. If they have like 1,000 employees, I would be impressed.
Yeah, I would say that too. But they got these other agencies. It's like a big money laundering scam.
Oh yeah, I mean they get what like 50 or is it 65 million a day now? There's some ridiculous numbers,
yeah.
like 25 billion a year, just to show
It
some
depends on-
CGI cartoons.
It depends on what sector you're talking about, though, because you're looking at things that are in the public eye that are kind of on the books. But what about all the black projects?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I mean
yeah,
that's
yeah,
trillions.
part of it.
We're not even talking about that.
Right, but see,
That's the
that's
thing.
what I'm saying. They may have 10,000 employees, but about probably, I don't know, half of them are military or private security, and the rest of them are people that are there to dust the shit.
Yeah, yeah,
They've stolen from us, the public.
yeah, exactly. Like there's few things I'm quite curious. How far more advanced the current military technology is, and
100 years
yeah,
minimum.
maybe that, maybe even more. Like I'm just
Yeah.
genuinely curious how far along they are.
Yeah,
And the second thing
minimum
is,
100 years.
yeah. And the second thing is, what the fuck is Vatican hiding in their archives and the Vatican in their library? I would
See,
love to
quite
get my ass
interesting.
there and just fucking peer through all those archives.
Same
It's
thing.
interesting.
Same thing as
I've-
Area 51. Our technology, people that have invented things, their technology has disappeared. That's what all the so-called areas are for
Yeah, yeah,
developing our technology that they stole from the public.
yeah. But in Vatican, more what they have is like ancient manuscripts and stuff like that. I think they just well, I don't think I know they're hiding our past from us, but I would just love to know what exactly our past is.
It's quite interesting if you if you keep your hands on things like that.
Well,
I've got
yeah,
a person that gives me a few things from there. So yeah, it's very, very, very interesting. It's nothing like you would read. Oh, only
Yeah,
some
but-
libraries might have close to the things that they have.
Right. But depending on the culture, you got to remember opium was still a big thing. So they might write a pretty story, but it all might be made up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Propaganda machine
Depends
has
what
never
you're reading.
stopped.
It depends what you're reading. Well, you have to look at it if you're going to look at it like that. Every single saint or whatever, who was the saint that it was one of the saints that actually so-called discovered opium, and he was high on it all the time, and he was granted sainthood and all the rest of it. Like same with Notre Dame, sort of discovering vitamin E and some other bullshit. They, these people do other things that they tell you, and they've got people for show.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Well, the emerald tablets are why I say things like that, because sure, they had a way to do what was done. To get from where I'm at with absolutely zero tools to where they're at engraving that tablet, it wouldn't take much. We think that it would take a lot because we look at things the wrong way. There's a sun. I got a brass plate, all polished. All I need is the lens and something else to focus it with to narrow that beam down to where I can actually engrave or cut.
Okay.
Yep.
I could use the sun to do it. They were doing that back then.
Oh, you mean kind of
Sweet.
like use the energy of the sun more for as a laser to cut through things.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you
Okay.
use the
Or you
different
can just
frequencies of light,
shooting fork.
but you have to focus them.
Yeah. Well,
You-
they used to say, and again, it depends where you read stuff from and whatnot. That you could liquefy the rocks themselves and then mold them into the shape you want as well. Like for all we know, that sort of technology is possible as well. Like we don't know much, especially since this idiot Einstein came around and decided to hide ether from everyone and the free energy that we can get literally from the air itself.
Yep.
Right. Well, I've only seen one moment in time where I guess hypersonic devices would have to have been used in order to demolish something. Because I watched the videos on how the damn building was built. I was in commercial construction. I did concrete. I did plumbing. I know the tolerances, especially for things have been simple for a very long time. Sound is a beautiful thing. Anything you
Yep.
want to do, you can do with sound.
I say that as well.
Anything that
People
you
wanna
can't do
argue.
with sound, you should be able to do with light.
Yeah, go on.
The most simple thing is picture the opera woman breaking the glass. So if a woman can break a cup that's glass with a voice, imagine what you
Right.
can do with
With
the
1,000 people
sound.
doing the exact same thing.
But go
Yeah.
past that, where she's at, where the glass breaks. Go beyond that.
Oh, that
where
was a
she
simple thing. Yeah.
And if you push a button to play that sound, the glass will turn to dust.
Yeah.
It'll look like a
If you
puff of
just
smoke.
amplify it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Shatter it on a molecular level.
Yeah. People just, I don't know why it's hard for them to comprehend a thing like that.
That's because of
Well,
the
So
indoctrination system. Like this stuff is not taught in school, so to them it's so alien that it's impossible.
I already know they've got shit like that. They can, when people say, "Oh, they're gonna wipe us out," Dude, they've got devices that just home in, that can just zone in on your frequency and just go, and you can spontaneously combust. But they work on other laws. They can't do that. They can't just do that.
They
Otherwise,
can't just run around combusting people.
yeah, exactly.
There's one book left that tells you about these tools that existed, and it's in a museum. And it's the only one that I know of that is left that actually mentions these items. Those items are what's in the archives at the Vatican, as far as I know, unless they've moved them somewhere else. Because
Yeah,
Rome conquered all of those nations. If you actually look into the history of the items and can really like dig in on it, Rome conquered each one of those nations. Each one of those nations were a superpower, and they all had a super weapon that either used sound, light, or electricity.
Well, apparently Alexander the Great was working on a combustible steam engine, but he was riding around on a horse conquering the world. So that was like 2,300 years ago. So
or so what they tell you. For all we know, it could have been like only 500 years ago.
yeah. Or if I was to say to somebody, they had trains, gone 300 kilometers an hour 2,500 years ago, they might just like, oh, bullshit.
Yeah. We don't know shit about history. Sorry. So, Cowboy, for the lack of better name, can you tell me the name of the book that you were talking about that was in the museum? I just wanted to.
For the life of me, I can't remember the name, but I
Oh,
think
fair enough.
it's Smithsonian. Ancient super weapons. It should pop somewhere, but I mean they're blocking everything. I can't find half the shit I want to find it.
Oh yeah. The algorithm, they really upped their game on algorithms over the past couple
I'm
of
still
years.
my computer stuffed up. I had so much stuff on there, and most of it was from like sources like there, Syria, the Vatican, and just now. I still got it in my mind, but if I
Yeah.
can't show it, that's the thing, because I don't have it. Which is a shame, because they've got a lot of things that could help a lot of people. Even just to sit down and read a book, how to properly think, and
I mean,
how to be happy inside. You know what I mean? Spiritually happy. But they don't want to do that.
yeah, no one's gonna do that. Why would you do that if you can watch the latest Kardashian or wherever it is on Netflix or wherever the fuck they are watching it?
Exactly.
Like, what's easier to watch some fat whore talk about being a fat whore, or to read and use your brain?
Yeah, that hurts. Using your brain hurts, bro. It
Yeah.
hurts, and then sometimes it doesn't just hurt your brain; it'll hurt your soul inside too, because you might have to readjust or throw shit out, and that's the worst bit. That's why people don't want to do anything.
Yeah.
It's
It's
that
about
throwing out of something. So, sorry,
it's
bro. Go
about
ahead.
of it. With the Kardashians, they took a 3, they turned her into a monster.
Oh, I wouldn't. I don't even know what they look like. Like,
Maybe
I
a
just mentioned that because I just heard the name every now and then. I have no fucking idea who the Kardashians are.
They were average looking before, and now they look like monsters. It's the magic. And the fun thing is tricking people into thinking a monster is beautiful.
Yeah. Well, it's not tricking people who can think. It's tricking the NPCs, the zombies.
Well, right. Well, it's like makeup. Same thing with makeup. It's tricking people.
Yep, I agree with that. Although I have to say, a little bit of makeup, like maybe a bit of blush and rouge or wherever, is okay. It actually can enhance the beauty of a person. But going overboard and plastering yourself with the same amount of makeup as I would when I would put like concrete or wherever, or multi-finish on a wall, is just like, fucking hell, I can see cracks in your makeup. Nah, get the
I
fuck out
call
of
it the
here.
cake face look. Cake
Yeah,
face
that's
look
exactly
from
what
you.
it is.
For,
That's exactly
for
what it is, man. It's like,
anything,
I don't know if I'm looking at a man or at a woman. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's gonna happen when I wake up tomorrow next to you in bed? Am I gonna go, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is this? Am I being robbed?
You just run out.
Yeah. Don't even take your fucking undies and whatnot. Just run out naked.
well, that's why your first date, you're supposed to take them to a water park or swimming or something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's something to do with the water that it blocks the magic.
Yeah. Go out in the rain, no umbrella, and just watch the streaks and everything just water down.
Uh,
Yeah, it's one of those. It's. I don't know how you can sit there, watch people do nothing, argue about nothing, and then you talk about that and get any enjoyment out of it. I don't know
Yeah,
how you manage to do that. Like, I don't know how people do that. I really don't.
yeah, it's really weird to me. Like, especially when they start talking about the recent, let's say, Friends series or wherever that they've seen like 3 times, 20 seasons, like 20 episodes in each season and whatnot. They've seen it like through 3 or 4 times. They know every single character. They know everything that's happening in every episode. It's like, okay, but why?
The
Exactly.
answer to the question, though, is still in your question. He asked how. It's the other
Yeah, I
people.
get that. Yeah.
I forget the fallacy, what it's called, but it's appealing to other people because everyone else knows, because everyone else does it.
No, yeah, kind of like how your mother would say when you were young. Oh, if your friend's gonna jump off the bridge, are you gonna go and jump off the bridge as well?
Right, but that was the argument for me not to do something stupid while they were teaching me
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
stupid shit, like
yeah.
everybody
That's true.
else.
That's true. That's true.
What? An
Yeah,
oxymoron at play. And
Yeah,
you're
not
gonna tell me
yeah.
exactly.
under spells and magic, it's all not real because you're so intelligent that you know what you're doing, even though you're doing something that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
it
real
takes like bro. I think I reckon it takes a lot more brain power to sit there, watch that dumb shit, and actually
Care
get
about it.
something out of it. Yeah, how do you get
Oh, no,
something
no,
out of
there's
like
nothing.
that
There's
dumb
nothing
shit?
you get out of it. Like, what do you get out of it? There's nothing there.
But that's what
That's
I'm
why it's
saying.
called.
How much? Yeah, it's
that's what
entertainment,
I'm saying.
so they enter and attain you. But still, you need to give your energy away, and I don't know. Me personally, I don't see it. Maybe they see it somehow differently, but I get the mysticism behind it. But
Yeah, but
that's
at the
what's
same
in
time, don't get me wrong. I do enjoy like occasionally a good sci-fi. Well, not anymore in terms of sci-fi movies because like all that has been kind of all over the place. But like occasionally, I do enjoy just like, you know what, I don't want to do anything. Let me just put some random stupid movie and see what programming they pushing on people this time.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Every once in a while, or you pick out a time of day. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that, and you relax. That's fair
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
But to sit there and just watch and watch and watch and watch and watch and watch and watch,
Religiously, that is
yeah,
just yeah. And the thing is,
get it
I
done.
would kind of understand it. Let's say if you spend 10 hours a day watching shit, yeah. If out of those 10 hours you spend 5 hours doing research on ancient technologies or how electricity affects the world or the magnetism or something difficult but something interesting or hydroponics or like growing tomatoes, I presume those are tomatoes because they look like tomatoes, um then yeah, I'd understand that. Okay, yeah, you spend like 5 hours doing this and then you want to relax a little bit and you watch something else. As lettuce on the left is dill, I believe, and on the right is parsley. That's fantastic. Well done. It's nice to see people growing their own stuff.
Yes, you're right. It is dill and it is parsley.
As you might tell, I do a little bit of my own gardening myself. Potatoes and would that be? I have no idea. Is
On
that
the
a?
right, the right is
But
potatoes. And on the left of that is Brussels sprouts.
I never seen them grown before, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. This is the first time I grow them.
All right.
Yeah.
I was going to say easy to grow, but I guess this is your first time growing them. You wouldn't really know.
They grow exceptionally well. And if you don't like Brussels sprouts, you just cook those leaves because it's just like cabbage.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't say
Salad.
I don't like them. I just said I never grew them.
I've never grown them.
Yeah.
Well, when they're ready, I have the butter and the kosher salt.
Oh, I love them.
There we go.
Right.
All sorted. See, beautiful.
Right. So see, like everyone thinks. Well, I would presume, like normal people think that flat earthers are like some crazy group of like some nut jobs, and I join here, and everyone is just like fucking decent human being. Like there's nothing wrong. Like there's no difference. Like it's
When people get to really realize that they are people, that's when things will change. So if you don't see yourself in the other person, or the other man or woman, whatever word you want to use, there can't be any coherent, mutual, just kind of, I don't know, non-destructive behavior, let alone you're living in harmony. First of all, there has to be that, the stopping of the
it's
of
just
the dumbness and
basic
just
respect.
ridicule.
Yeah, just basic respect and understanding will get you a long way.
Yeah, but you have to see the other person on the other side. If you don't see the other person on the other side as you, then you can't. That's what people don't have that respect. It's people call it ego. People call it looking out for number one. Whatever you want to do, it's always you can't put yourself in the other person's
Shoes.
shoes. Yeah,
It's because we live
metaphorically.
in, as you said, we live in a society that is like me, 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 me.
Yep, exactly.
Man, such an enjoyable Friday I'm having today. This is fantastic.
Oh, it's good to hear, brother.
Have you heard of Flat Earth British Martin?
I might have, I guess. Like, is there anything you can link me that I can have a look?
What's
Yeah,
his name?
Martin.
Is
Oh, the tranny, the girl,
Is it?
Ledyke. Come on, man, Ledyke.
then probably not. Then most definitely not.
I don't know. What he's talking
Martina Ledyke. That's a
There's
dude. Yeah.
there's one person that I enjoy listening, and he's a British bloke. So the channel name is Beyond the Imaginary Curve. I think the fella's name is like John Smith or something like that. He's pretty cool. I think he has like 2 degrees, one in engineering and one in something else. And then he just goes around like random people and just talks to them about it. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But the primary thing is deep inside the rabbit hole. Dave the Flat Man.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's one of the best.
Yeah, there's a few good people out there, That's
there's plenty of good people if you can find them. But again, I don't have enough time to be watching all of it, because there's like I do watch a lot of stuff about geopolitics and economy and stuff like that. So this is occasionally on a back burner for me, because to myself I already know 100% without a shadow of a doubt that we are not living on a heliocentric model of the universe. Like we are not living on a Earth that has a circumference of 24,901 miles around, slightly bulges at the equator and a bit flatter at the poles. It's like, it's complete and utter bullshit. I know we live either in a realm or a flat domed Earth or wherever. There's obviously not much that we can get out of it. Because obviously travel past the 60th parallel is forbidden for private exploration. Is yeah. Ooh, Tartarian. Let's see what we got here.
That's the dude.
Yeah, apparently I'm not looking, but I'm definitely sure He's got long hair. He always smokes a joint.
Okay, so is
Apparently
he
was
any
a
good?
mason. Apparently it was a mason, a stone mason. Get the fuck out of here. Keeps on throwing the Baphomet sign. Anyway, he does some things that.
Okay, I see. I
Yeah.
see. There's
But that's
some
just
interesting stuff here.
that's just my view. That's just my view.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one that was talking about the super weapons, mud floods, Tartarian Empire. When I was digging deeper into flat Earth and more of what was there that was hidden.
Yeah. I'll
But
definitely. I already saved him. I'll definitely check out the channel. It looks interesting.
the one about the super weapons, the mud floods, because the mud floods were caused by super weapons. That's the thing.
Yeah.
All this stuff that's been going on the last 2,000 years, it's the same super weapons that they've got. But he tells you, he's got a video. I'll have to find it and try and just post that one video. But I think they banned his old channel. I don't know why.
Was speaking too much truth.
Right. Well, he was talking about what happened because Boston was burned down to the ground, like the entire damn city, and then it was rebuilt in like 2 weeks. Whole
Oh yeah,
damn
I've
thing.
seen that. I've seen that.
And there's
Or at
there's
least I've
other
heard of
stuff
it.
that-
Yeah.
Right. It's the same super weapons though. Same super weapons that have been around forever.
So that's a bit of a conundrum right there. So you have to think about it. You knock down a whole city, and it gets built in 2 weeks. If you're gonna have a super weapon to destroy, you better have some super non-weapon to make stuff and people to do it.
That's the thing. Advanced technology, in any way, you can use it for good or for bad. So if you use it for bad, you can destroy something quickly. For good, you should be able to build something quick. That's
Yeah,
2 weeks
that's
a
it
city.
it depends on how it operates. Like for all we know, they can manipulate the ether itself and materialize something out of it. Kind of like 3D printing, but on a grander scale and more complex.
Yeah.
Not I'm saying they can do
Maybe.
that, but
Yeah,
it's
this is
feasible.
yeah. I know they've got shit to knock stuff out. That Martin guy, I used to translate for him all some of his old scripts that he used to get, and then I saw a few things that he was doing, and I just went, "I'll see you later." But yeah, it's these people at the top, like they've got no imagination, they've got no forethought. It's usually normal people that go to work for these idiots and screw us normal people over. But they've come to the point where they can't have any more smart people at the top because you might ruin shit. Now, if you're gonna knock some shit down, you need to have people to rebuild it. 2 weeks is a big claim for me, anyway. It's just
Yeah. No, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're
I'm not
coming
trying
from.
to promote the guy. I'm just saying the
no, bro,
information.
no.
He cites everything, the book, the museum. I just don't remember the video.
Yeah, I'll definitely have a look because there's many different channels. Like even in other countries with like different languages, they starting to speak about it. Did you know like about a few months ago, I think they've done a run through, and allegedly there is over 11 million flat earthers in Brazil alone, with 7 other million saying that they don't believe the world is round. They don't know what it is, but they don't believe it. So it's like nearly 20 million people in Brazil believe that heliocentrism is bullshit. There's a lot of people.
Well, that's the whole reason why they say this it on the TV. We want to, and I said it from the start, flatten the curve. We're gonna do, a thing where everybody's equal, on a level playing field.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna be level. They're telling you,
Yeah.
just in a different way. They're telling you backwards. These guys tell you backwards. That's the way that they are.
Yeah. Obama was talking about flat Earth society a few times. Hillary Clinton said we have to shatter that glass dome ceiling above us.
Yeah, that's the obvious stuff. Just I see the obvious stuff, but it's good that people are picking up on it. I usually laugh, like if I, manage to watch any
10
TV
years ago when
whatsoever.
I started looking into this stuff, it was just like people would just treat you like a retard. It's like, did you even finish school? Like, what is your level of education that you think the world is flat? You must be a dumbass. And
Yeah, of course,
yeah,
because you need to be spinning around. You get
yeah,
drunk, you
definitely.
feel the room spin around, but
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't feel, six different vectors of motion all at once. Come on. I don't know who the dummy is, but people like that,
I mean, even the basic idea. Okay, so we spin around the sun, yeah. On the night side, when we are in summer, we see one set of stars. On the night side, when we are in winter, and on the other side of the sun's motion, we should be seeing completely different stars. Completely different, because we are looking in two opposite ends of the galaxy. That right there just disproves the entire concept of round Earth. It didn't take me long.
Right, but
you
see,
should.
that's the thing. Somebody
Yeah, go for it.
travels somewhere and takes a long exposure picture, and then, oh my gosh, something doesn't look right, and it just, it
Yeah,
perpetuates.
but people will still look at that because this was me as well. Last year when I started looking, it was just one thing, a unusual thing as well. Someone on the internet that I was watching said, satellites are not what you think they are. So it was that thing. And once I started looking, I started just there was too much evidence. And when it started really being on my mind a lot, I in my memory, I remember those places where I looked, where it was really flat. I was on an aeroplane coming into Dubai, and I remember we were flying very low over the desert. And that approach to Dubai City, that was one of the things that came into my head because we were flying at a really low altitude. I could see the desert. I could see the motorway. There's a straight highway that goes towards the city through the desert. And it's so straight and it's so long and it's so flat.
Yeah.
And the other one was like 10 years before last year. I was standing at a place in South Africa, and when we went there, it was a viewing place where you could see over a valley into the distance. And my brother-in-law said to me, he turned and he said, Steph, if you look into the distance, you can see the next country, which was Mozambique. And that came back to me. I didn't have to go and look in a book, but somehow those two things just occurred to me. Why didn't I see it before? Why didn't I say to him that day? Because I'm the least scientific person. I wasn't looking for this, it wasn't really the scientific principles and the incongruity of the science that came to me. It was like other things.
Yeah, yeah,
I honestly thought that I was, that I couldn't have this belief or I couldn't have this idea. I should let go of it because it is like so far out there, you know. So when I and flat earth and the word flat earther had absolutely no meaning for me. When I was talking to other people on the internet about other things, that are called conspiracy theories, people used to say to me, I hope you've got your tinfoil hat on, or I suppose you're a flat earther as well. And I just dismissed that out of hand. I never paused to think, why is he saying I'm a flat earther? Because there was no connection to that word for me.
yeah, yeah.
And it's quite funny. Like a year later, here I am.
A flat earther. How dare you? You must have lost your marbles somewhere along the way. But yeah, you say it's like yeah, conspiracy theories and whatnot. But these days, the way I see it, we are slowly starting to run out of the conspiracy theories because they are becoming true.
Conspiracy facts.
Yeah, that's what they
Yeah.
are now.
Well, they've always been true. It's just the realization.
Yeah. But I mean, overall,
100%.
the concept itself of a conspiracy theory is like, because most of them, or if not all of them, are true. We're slowly starting to run out of some of the crazier ones. Like, what is crazier than flat Earth? Like, the demons are going to invade, but arguably speaking, that is not as crazy as the Earth being flat itself. Like, there's nothing crazier that they can throw out there. It's like going on a scariest ride on a roller coaster, and then after that, all other rides are just basically a child's play to you. You're not even feeling any adrenaline.
Someone on the server said, like, this is the end boss.
Yeah.
When I hear that, to me, I view it differently. I think this is like a stepping stone to, as I talk about weird stuff. You've heard me, Ariel. Yeah.
You know what? When I came to this server, I ended up here one night, I think it was, because I was on the Internet Archive again, looking for information. And suddenly there was a thing that said there's a 24/7 Discord. So I was on Discord, and I thought, oh yeah, so let me go there. And then when I came here, and Roger said, oh, there's a new person in the Discord, and then he said, what brings you here? I had no idea what I was going to say, because it wasn't like something I had planned or anything.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
And
spur of the moment.
And it was the first time I actually out loud formulated what was going on in my head. I really felt for a while there as if everything was super surreal, you know, because I didn't discuss it with anyone. I was just like down this strange rabbit hole. Like, can this be real?
Yeah, keeping it to yourself is what as well inflicts damage. They know this, so not knowing causes you damage, and
Yeah.
keeping it to yourself causes you damage. Because, as I say, there's a fine line between genius and crazy.
Yeah. But think about it.
Everyone has to be a little bit crazy.
Well, but think about this. If you stumble upon something that is so out there, and at the same time it's like it can drive you nuts. And where do you go? Who do you talk to? And when I did go on YouTube and I saw are people saying flat Earth debunked in 0.000 seconds. I completely dismissed
You
that.
know, you need to
I
watch that
didn't even
video.
look because I wasn't looking at someone to debunk anything for me, or I was looking for not confirmation, but I was looking for the detail of the thing that I was looking for at that time. So I looked at all this the controlled opposition stuff, and I never actually opened any one of those videos to look at them because they just seemed off to me. Like, I didn't want.
I mean, just saying something like this, yeah. Everything else, all other planets are round, but Earth is flat and it's rising up at 9.81 meters per second, and that's what creates gravity. And when you go to the edge of the flat pancake, the gravity hits you at an angle, so it feels like you are climbing. And the further you go, that's just retarded. And that's what flat Earth society is pushing on people.
Yeah, some of those videos had the ship going over the edge. So when I looked at that, to my mind, I just thought, okay, so that's bullshit. So I'm not going to waste my time with that, and now we just move on. So I spent so much time on the Internet Archive, So it's, I mean, you can come to this Discord and people can actually spoon feed you.
Oh,
And there is so much information gathered here. I mean, the work that has gone into the server. But for me, that was unfortunately not the case. So I spent like literally hours trying to familiarize myself with like scientific ideas about, I had never ever in my life considered that they say the sun is 93 million miles away. Is that actually, does that match my reality? And I grew up in Africa, on the coast. Like my whole childhood was spent like on the coast of the Indian Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I never saw no and the sunsets in South Africa, the sun there, the view of the sun, sometimes it is so spectacular, it's breathtaking. And then when I was reminded that the scientific world is trying to convince people that the sun is 93 million miles away, I was just like, no. I
and
didn't
then
know
somebody like me says, there's
that
three
there
of
was,
them.
yeah, I didn't know that, if you discuss it and you think, you can't triangulate. So how do you get to that conclusion? I mean, I had no insight eggs. I'm really the most unscientific person you could ever meet.
Well, you say that, but I will strongly disagree. You say you are unscientific, and yet here you are knowing more science than any other mainstream scientists who are pushing for the globe model. Like, give yourself a little bit more credit.
Well, when
Yeah.
I was here and listening and learning what the issues were with the heliocentric model, when I would hear these things, I would actually feel like a kind of joy because it's just, it makes so much sense. And people who stumbled upon this and people who figured it all out. I mean, I'm so grateful to them. Honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, of course.
It was like a gift.
It is. You don't feel alone.
Yeah, I've literally never been this amazed by, the information that I've found. I can't remember at any time. I mean, when I started building computers, I thought, oh, wow, that's not as hard as what it first. Like, first it seemed, oh, I'm going to open the computer. No, maybe I shouldn't do that. Ended up with me building like gaming rigs but when I came here and I heard all of this, and it was huge. It was
That's the thing. They
exciting,
try to tell you not to do
exhilarating.
anything.
It was breathtaking. You know, it's
Tell
not
you,
a
don't
small.
touch a computer. You're not a computer person. You don't have a diploma. Don't touch it. Call Bob that's got the diploma. You sit down, watch TV, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Drink
Ex-
something.
When I first built a computer, you know how much I learned before I actually went to where I was ordering the parts, and then the big day when you start. You know, you mount your motherboard. You know, I actually had a print off of like the post beep codes, and I swear I could actually tell you what they were.
So you're a warrior, huh? You're one of those. Yeah,
Right?
it's
And when I switched on that first build, I stood around the corner because I thought it was going to explode. I thought there was a
you
good
were.
chance it might go boom, you know, and
Oh
smoke
god.
would come out.
It's
Yeah.
ruined.
But yeah, so you can't say who's gonna find this truth. I mean, look
Well,
at me.
those who seek will find it. You can say that. You just
I
don't know
didn't.
which person exactly, I guess, will find it. But those who actually look for something will find it. Like if you don't look for anything, you just
I
don't even consider
stumbled
it.
on this. I stumbled on it.
Same here.
I was like a person walking, you know, and suddenly I kicked a stone and it was a diamond. That's
Yeah.
me.
But that is also part of it. Like luck is part of skill as well.
I just think, you know, I could just as well have dismissed it. I could have found something else on the internet to amuse myself. You know, I have I was always into conspiracy theories. I've looked at 9/11 like every which way.
Yeah, so you were already looking for
Yeah.
it. You're saying you stumbled upon it. No, you didn't. You were doing a ton of research beforehand, and this just happened to be another one of those rabbit holes that you decided to jump into.
Yeah, but you realize it was the satellite thing. That was what you know interested me, and I thought, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And that's a very convoluted way of finding the flat Earth. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I guess I wouldn't know because as I said earlier, um, I kind of started off. I bought the lie, hook, line, and sinker. I knew everything about all the planets, basically, literally their diameters, the gravity on each one of them, how they spiral around all other stars, and all that bullshit. I tried to memorize as much of it as possible because I wanted to sound smart when I was talking to some other people about space, and then I started looking a little bit more into it, and I came to the concept of like because I was at the time I was looking into Nazi Germany and all that sort of stuff, and the real society and what Hitler was doing and all that sort of stuff, and I stumbled along on Hollow Earth, and that kind of started making a bit more like the concept the person put in the video made enough sense for me to start to question the globe, and from then on I just got my hands onto the flat earth, and that's how I came along to be. I was looking into history, and bada bing bada boom, I'm a flat earther.
Wait till you guys hear the new bullshit that's gonna come out.
What, aliens?
No. Oh, if that happens, that happens. Just you're gonna. It's gonna be a teaching of new history, of new dumb shit.
Oh, you mean yeah. I mean they constantly revise history. Like every new
No.
every
This
new book they
is.
print is revisionist.
Yeah, no. This one's gonna. They have to change it heaps because they'll come out with an error. We just found this, and we
Well,
have to correct it.
if this Biden stolen election, if that doesn't show you what these people are capable of, I mean, then you're never going to wake up.
Well, how do you steal something that you already own? That don't make any damn sense to me.
Oh, well, you can say that, but I mean,
It's their machine.
people who think that that was like all on the up and up, I mean, those people already are lost. And the thing that's going on right now with the Black Death, you know, there are people who still maintain the position that there is nothing to see here.
Well,
I mean,
this is the thing.
that's a sad state for humanity to be in.
If people over there just actually studied how the so-called country, the nation that they lived in operates, even from the beginning, their so-called vote never counted. 300 years ago, never counted. So as I said it to the young fella before, you have to start from the beginning. Everybody looks at whatever they're looking at from the end, and as we say here, all the reverse engineering things, we are trying to figure out, the thing, back to front instead of going straight to the beginning and follow step by step, and you'll find, the missing link straight away instead of going from, the end of the whatever it is to, going to the start of it.
I mean, I literally think they are capable of anything. They are so blatantly dishonest. They are so wicked, and they will reverse engineer. I mean, they just have to decide to do something, because they will always have the sheep that are on their side.
Well, you say that. I'm going to have to disagree a little bit with that. I don't think they will always have the sheep on their side. I think depending on what's going to happen within the next year or two, they might actually lose control of everything that they have. Like the first big shot to their own kneecap was when they decided to invent internet and give it out to the masses as well.
Oh yeah.
That backfired spectacularly against them. It's ridiculous. I'm not very religious, and by that I mean I'm not religious at all. But that looks like a divine intervention to me. To have something that could possibly take over the entire world and to allow them to control the entire world, to backfire upon them and to foil their plans is just irony at best.
Life is a test, though. This is how simplified I see everything. Life is a test. It's pass fail. You didn't
that makes sense.
You didn't even believe in God, and now you're starting to think that you might. That sounds like a pass fail situation to me.
Exactly. I mean, you have to. You have to. Like, if the Earth is flat, you have to. There has to be a creator. Like, what your relationship with that creator is going to be, it's up to you. But it is undeniable that there has to be a creator of sorts.
Right, but that's the thing. That's why we have free will, in order to make decisions, make choices in the test as it's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, certain things you can do, certain things you can't do, certain things you
Mm-hmm.
cannot deviate from. There's, do you have free will or don't you have free? It's a conundrum,
Yes, but you see, this free will has been. So this week I'm reading the Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Ooh.
I mean, that is one document that really blows my mind, really. And it is like I agree totally with this. If you can see what is going on in the world with the media, with the celebrity culture, with gaming, with apps like TikTok, it's the continuous distraction. Here, don't try anything difficult. Don't try to understand, or don't try to gain insight into anything. Just have some light entertainment. Don't overtax your brain.
Don't shame me by so much. I love playing games. No. Oh man, the amount of countless hours I used to spend on playing computer games. I mean, I'll have two monitors, so I would have like a crazy conspiracy theory videos on one and be paying attention to it, and then play games on the other. But yeah,
For
fucking,
the
I love
last
games.
for the last 10 years, I've had a permanent job. I've been in a highly rated World of Warcraft guild. I've just
Oh
done
God,
last year when I was
not you too.
last year when I was had a full-time job, when I was investigating the flat Earth, when I was looking for all the information that showed me that the fake virus isn't real, and I was in Naxxramas, and I still found the flat Earth.
I kicked my World of Warcraft habit about a decade ago. I started off when it first came out, was in one of the most popular Zerg guilds on the server. We were destroying everything. My God, it was so much fun.
What did you play?
Uh, Horde. The first one was a undead warlock, and then blood elf warlock as well, and then undead rogue later on.
I played a lot in TBC, and I was Fire Mage now in Nax, and I played Rogue in Classic. That was the first thing I played.
Yeah, I think Classic was the best, like the original Classic. When they re-released the Classic again, and I guess we kind of diverged a little bit from the point, but it's okay. We're allowed to do that every now and then.
Re-release a classic. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. They literally did fuck all, and they brought back the Classic, and people bought it like crazy. I was one of those people. I wanted just to go back and enjoy the Classic. I think that was the best one.
If only I was just an evil prick, I would be.
Yeah,
I'm probably running this earth right now. Re-release a classic. Wow, that's awesome. When you can get away with that, you know you're doing good.
Yeah. Blizzard is doing great. Bastards.
I tell you, World of Warcraft taught me a lot about myself. Seriously. In a 40-man guild, especially if you're playing a lock, you're competing so hard.
Yeah. That's why Classic was fantastic. Affliction Warlock all the way. You're just running around ruffling your way through it.
Age of Empires.
Oh my God, the Classic! Come on, sir! I bow my head to you.
I was playing Unreal Tournament, Age of Empires, Half-Life, Counter-Strike.
All of those I played.
I mean, Half-Life 1, come on, the box fell off.
The orange box, the best.
Yeah. I mean, when Half-Life came out and you could shoot a box and it would drop off a shelf, that was mind-blowingly amazing. Because before that, no one else done that before that.
Even Portal, the little game that was an offshoot of that, I could still go back and play that now.
Oh yeah, Portal's amazing.
There is no cake.
The cake is a lie. Well, it's not really a lie. I mean, the cake is down there. You can get to it.
See, I had to play something I could kind of pause, or it was either a win-lose situation. Because if I get locked into something, I'm gonna be stuck there. And I know me. If I had got into World of Warcraft, bro, I'd still be playing the same game.
Yeah. Plus, World of Warcraft is addictive.
Yeah, it is.
Age of Empires, that was fun. I still play Age of Empires. StarCraft.
Oh, the Brood War, my lord.
the original Warcraft before it mutated into garbage. Ugh.
What about and I fear for my life because I don't really want to ask this question, but what about Dota 2?
Dota 2.
Yeah, no, not really.
Okay, good.
I was playing the Battlefield series, and so this online friend that I was playing with said, "Okay, I want to show you a game," and it was Warcraft, classic.
Mhm.
And so I rolled a Night Elf Rogue. And when we first started playing, I thought, okay, this guy is like crazy. What is this rubbish? Goblins and, oh no, I hate this. And what do you know? 2 weeks later, I was completely hooked.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
tried with EverQuest.
Oh, I used to play that a little bit.
I had a friend in elementary school, middle schoolish. His parents were into it. He was into it. They all had accounts. They all played. I sat there and watched him doing it. I played it for about an hour, maybe. I was like, nah, it's not for me.
Yeah. I remember
I'm
was it
dropped out of this
RuneScape?
conversation.
Oh shit! Am I getting booted? Oh no!
No. I'm saying me. I don't know anything about this, so I'm just gonna observe.
Yeah. So sorry, we kind of hijacked the point of this entire thing.
No, go for it. It's you.
Video games are good as a distraction while your brain is recolonizing the information that you've taken.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm a quick learner, so with Nax Ramos, and people were always saying to me, "Oh, you have to do Nax Ramos, the most difficult ever game," And then like I was in there 3 times and I knew it all. And it is for me, it is like that. I can sit here in silence and do a 3.5 hour raid, like with a lot of stuff, you know, going on in your head. Like, oh, I mean, Warcraft is difficult. Let's face it. And it is a way for me to subdue my subconscious, I think. And there is definitely stuff going on in the back of your head while you're doing that kind of. I mean, it's not work; it is a game.
Yeah.
But as an exercise in, I don't know what.
It's
Yeah,
something
that's
that you don't want to think about. Just like me when I said, "Hey, I see 3 suns," and then 2 weeks later, Crow 777 comes out. Look, I've got a photo of 2 suns. So hey, I'm not that crazy anymore. Wait till you see the 3rd one. And I've had 2 operations on mine, so.
Oh, wow.
Interesting, So, guys said before, looking around now, he's found the creator. Well, look at it this way. Were you looking for the creator, or was the creator looking for you?
Well, who knows?
Both.
Could be.
Just depends, I guess. Maybe.
What if you are the creator? What if you are just a little part of it?
Well, you
And you
have
just
to be a
want to.
little part of him. If he made you, you have to be a
Well,
part of him. Like you have to be a part of your mum and dad.
Yeah, true. I guess.
Right, but
I was thinking more of a physical, robotic type of a mate. But yeah. I guess that make more sense. I'm retarded, so don't mind me.
I don't know. It's not retarded.
That's what the scripture says. Is we're a part of Him. I mean, not so many words. You really do have to have the ability to look past bullshit.
Yeah, you can't.
A lot of what they've changed in scripture, just even with biblical earth, and you really have to look past the bullshit because you can see where they changed something, and it doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah. 100%.
What was the thing you called? You talking about biblical. What was
I grew up
Ezekiel?
full gospel, so for me to have to question the fight between me and the Bible just won hands down because I wasn't about to. I'm not about to go at war with God. I'm good. I am so good.
I think I could take him.
But his
That's the
shoe,
thing.
his shoe
You,
is longer than you are tall. Good luck.
Exactly. Imagine what kind of a pest I would be if I got in the shoe. It's like a little pebble in your shoe. Yeah,
Imagine,
you can get rid of it easily, but it's still there, kind of poking at you. And then you flip your shoe out, you shake it out, and you put your shoe back on, and you start walking, and you realize the pebble was in your sock.
right. But here's the thing. Imagine if you just bent over down to get some water out of a lake and you got kicked. Imagine how far he could kick you.
he doesn't wear shoes though.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
He doesn't wear shoes.
He doesn't need to.
oh.
Yeah, it's just messing about a little bit, isn't it? Like the grandeur of what we're trying to comprehend is so outside of our limits of understanding. There is just
Today,
I
perhaps.
will I will put it this way: it's like you're walking along with friends on, you're going in a forest. You're going to have a picnic. There's a clearing where you're going to have a picnic, and suddenly you see this tiny little pathway to your left. And because you're curious, you walk down it. And when you go down it, the trees are really overgrown and it's like kind of dark in there. And you see something up ahead that interests you, but your mind is also saying, no, go back. It's not safe. Go back to the safety of the big group, because this really is so far away from like the accepted, the thing that we've all been told. It really takes courage to be able to. I mean, anybody here was probably self-motivated. It's not someone telling you, it's not, it's a task that you set before yourself.
that's true. That's true.
And if you achieve the if you come to the knowledge of this truth, I did for a long while. I was like dumbfounded. I tried to think back exactly how did, what was it that, because there were so many things I was trying to uncover. I can't exactly remember the exact moment when I just thought, no, this is fine. I can hold this idea in my head. I am not a crazy person. That takes a bit of courage, I think.
Of course it does. Because that's it's you're kind of given a little weight to carry, and then it's up to you how long you get used to it. So then it feels lighter, and then you get a bit more and whatnot. So
That's
the way I say it.
I was driving to work one morning, and when you're driving as well, it's like when you're gaming. Your head just does what it wants to do, your thoughts, because you are concentrating on the road and stuff. And then the traffic was piling up, and I was sitting in my car, and I just suddenly I put down my window, and it was a yucky day. It was like overcast, and I just looked around me, and then the idea in my head was, no, what you're thinking is completely 100% right. You don't have to feel ashamed, or you don't have to feel crazy. This idea is valid. There's You know, that this is something. You don't have to beat yourself up about this.
Right.
Because that's
That's
like a
the thing that
psychological process.
it's the thing that they tell you to negate, but they tell you it's an animal instinct. So that thing that tells you, yeah, it's okay. I would say 99% of the time is usually right if you go back and start from forward and look at how much times your gut has said, hey, listen, do this or don't do this, or that's correct. If you listen to it, it would have been correct. So as I said, who's looking for who here?
And with regards to the heliocentric model at that point in time, I had nowhere near the knowledge that I have now. I didn't consider, who measured it, how big is it actually, how sound is that information, the axial rotation. I was just one of those people who always thought, yeah, I don't believe this moon landing. I thought, the if you ever wanted to make a thing that looked as if it couldn't go anywhere, then it was Apollo 11. I never considered the vacuum, next to the Atmos. I had none of that. You see, so I actually formulated this truth in my head without even having like all of the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to know everything about everything to know that something is true.
Good morning.
You'll get, if you want to know more of the stuff, you'll get to know more of the stuff.
Good
It
morning.
just depends on what your inside is telling you to do and where to go after this, because your thinking is gonna go elsewhere. This is just, as I said, like a little step to look about other things. You're gonna ask
So
yourself
many other
other
things.
questions. Yep.
Mm.
That's why when you said before, having this thing where I don't want to, you look away. Yeah, I know. I only say some of the things, like some of the weird stuff that you guys hear me say.
Like that.
Some of the stuff that I've written down and, that I've experienced and all the rest of it. Maybe later on.
Is that Elijah?
Yep.
What's up?
Hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably because, like the truth is the reason that, we didn't need to know certain things about the story and how it couldn't be the case. The reason that we knew that it wasn't BS is because every time we asked a direct question, there was no direct answer. There was always an if this. Well, how do I know that is that? To say if that, it always leads you down one of those roads where you don't really get a satisfying answer. And the more times that happened with the heliocentric model, the more the more I got confident that, yeah, there's literally no evidence for this.
Yeah, that's very well put, bro. Yeah, exactly, 100% correct. If we don't get that, we're conditioned to that, yes or no answer. We want that yes or no. And if we don't get that, we'll kind of keep on going. True.
Sorry, I wasn't really paying too much attention to what you guys were saying. I'm looking at the main at the main lobby and seeing all these people trolling, and then the mods just banning them, and the ban is someone has cognitive dissonance for 7 days. That is the most hilarious shit I've fucking ever seen. Oh, it was brilliant.
Oh, well, what we get some characters in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Aladar, are you Turkish?
I can be wherever you want me to be.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to place your accent.
Yeah, go for it. Take another guess. That was actually very close.
I don't know.
I'm from England.
Yeah, I'm from England as well. I'm a
Oh,
South
really?
African. I'm a
That
South
sounds like a
African.
man. Sorry, that sounds like a man who's really, in tune with Bruce Lee's philosophy. To be like water, right?
Yes.
He was willing to be whatever kind of drink you needed.
That was real smooth. I'll be whatever you want me to be.
He kind of sounds like Jackie Chan if Jackie Chan could actually speak English.
He's the first
Oh.
someone ever described my accent as. You know what? I sound like Jackie Chan if Jackie Chan could speak English. Fucking hell, that's brilliant.
Yes,
I'm gonna
it
take
is.
that. I'm gonna take that, you know?
Because if you listen to him in the outtakes of Rush Hour 2, I swear, bro, y'all are just a couple of little octaves off from each other.
That is brilliant. Holy crap. But I unlike Jackie Chan, I'm not gonna run onto the scene and shout cheese instead of freeze.
There is a ruler though to measure whether you're passing or failing the test, and it's quite brilliant because it's literally built into everybody. The crazier people think you are when you're not wearing your shorts on your head and your shirts on your butt, you're doing great.
Oh, how else would I wear my shorts?
If you start wearing your shorts on your head and your shirt on your legs, you might have a little problem.
Or you could be living in Australia. Everything's upside down over there.
Right?
Well,
Even the stereo does.
that's why it's so difficult for me.
What do you mean Australia? Australia doesn't exist.
That's why it's
Wait a
even more
minute.
difficult
Hold
for
on.
me.
That's actually against the rules of the server. Even though I know it's a joke.
Oh, sorry.
People get pissed. It's okay. I'm just letting you know. Don't do it again. People
Wait,
get
wait, wait,
pissed
wait.
off.
So, what was the warning?
Okay, it was a warning because he said that Australia doesn't exist. So, okay, let me explain to you what happened. So when we was arguing this in the debates in the early days in 2015, 2016, and we were saying, look, these pictures aren't evidence. We're rejecting your evidence from NASA. We don't trust NASA. And they say, well, you believe in Australia, right? Well, yeah, you can go visit Australia. You can go there and verify that Australians exist. And they're like, well, that's just, evidence. You've never actually been to Australia. So they used to start joking around and saying that flat earthers say that Australia doesn't exist, which is a straw man. We never actually said that. That was imposed on us by the Globers who were arguing with us, and they were frustrated that we wouldn't accept their evidence for space, but we would accept their evidence for Australia. But the difference is you can verify that Australia exists. That's why it's against the server rules to say that.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Can I ask this though? So I've seen quite a few different, obviously, concepts and maps of what the world might look like, and in one of them, the Australian continent itself is directly connected to the Antarctica. And it is kind of like a archipelago is when there's a lot of little islands. It's kind of like an offshoot or a horn of Antarctica. So by that logic, the Australian continent itself would not exist as if it was only part of a larger continent, which is Antarctica itself.
Yeah, we're not stuck, bro. I'm here. I'm right out the southeast corner. Nothing stuck. I'm here. You know, the first time I heard that apparently, the place didn't exist where I lived and I didn't exist was some random YouTube thing came up and it was this like ditzy girl going, Australia doesn't exist, and she was a globetard. She
What
goes,
about
how could this place exist when there's all this water here and we don't even know? That can be all actors. And I'm looking at it, I'm just thinking, what kind
Oh, I
of
think
a
I know
brain
which
do you
video you're
have to
talking
have?
about. I think I've seen that one as well.
That was like
Yeah.
years ago, and I'm like, what the fuck? Well, like, seriously, man? Like,
So,
I couldn't believe it.
yeah.
This
So,
is not a global hang.
what about the fans you guys have somewhere in Australia to keep the rabbits away or wherever?
A fence for the rabbits.
Oh, there is one part of Australia. I was reading about this like ages ago. Apparently, there is a large fence that people are not allowed to cross for some odd reason. Again, this might not be true, and that's why I'm asking you, because obviously, since you live there, you would have a better understanding of what it is.
The only thing I would know about a large fence and people can't go in and out is a detention center when people try to come in by a boat.
Yeah, fair. I'll try to look it up.
Yeah, let me know because I might not even know about it. To be honest, as far as I know, we're in lockdown now, but everything's fairly open. Yeah.
So
Usually, yeah.
what I found right now, with like a quick search, is like it's called a dingo fence or wherever, and it keeps the dingoes away from like a very fertile lands or whatnot. But I will look more into it because this is where the archipelago, not archipelago, the little offshoot of Australia being actually connected to Antarctica is, and this is from some of the Russian flat earthers, because obviously I speak Russian, so I understand where they're coming from, and they saying there is this massive fence across southern part of Australia, I believe, that people usually are not allowed to go over it due to some, and there is the main theory is because there's like a shit ton of rabbits on the other side, so if you break the fence and the rabbits are gonna spread out across the Australia and they're gonna cause like a lot of havoc or wherever, which sounds retarded, but that's the official uh answer or whatnot
Yeah.
that I managed to get out of it. But apparently there is a massive fence on the eastern side, southern side of Australia. They kind of keeps something on the other side, and people are not allowed to cross it. Is that true, or is that just like some random crap?
Yeah, some random bullshit, bro. I'm literally on the southeast side, like as far as you can go. I'm like 5 to 7, 10 minutes max away from the beach. So yeah, no.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll look into it because I've seen this like a few years ago, I think, and I thought it was pretty interesting. But obviously, I don't know anyone that lives in Australia, so I couldn't really verify it for myself.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh, you're so lucky, eggs. The beach.
Yeah,
I
but
want
they're
to
not
hear
allowed
the
to leave their
beach.
houses, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I would just go at night.
I'll go in the middle of winter. It's funny as.
Yeah, I grew up next to the ocean. My entire childhood was spent within it's like a stone's throw distance.
Yeah, it's real good. Like you can go like a couple of kilometers up or a couple of kilometers down, and it'll be like different. It'll be like more rough. Then it'll be smooth. Then you'll waves. It's interesting.
Oh yeah,
Just
there we go. I found something. Hold on a second. Other post in here is this. Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. Rabbit-proof fence. You guys have a massive rabbit problem.
Rabbit farm. Oh, maybe wild rats, but we might have a bigger kangaroo problem.
I've seen like
That
was it
rabbit
two?
fence,
Sorry, go on.
that rabbit fence probably keeps them in.
Well, I wouldn't know. That's why I was inquiring about this. It's to keep the rabbits away from the more fertile lands, allegedly.
Yeah, there might be. I think there's like some wild rabbits, maybe. I don't know. I haven't been to the bush. But I've heard that do have wild rabbits here, or hares, whatever you call them in America. Wild rabbits. So there
Yeah,
might
so if
be
you
some
if you
place.
scroll down a little bit on the same site I linked, it says state barrier fence, not trespassing, traveling or shooting along the fence is absolutely forbidden. So you're not allowed to cross
Did you,
this fence and go on the other side and see what's happening there. Like for all you guys
so you
know, you
posted it?
maybe
Did you? Is this a here? Did you paste it?
it's
Oh
on
yeah,
the
here
same
it
on the
is.
same website that I linked a little bit earlier. It's just pretty much all the way down at the bottom. It says state
What
barrier
the
fence, not trespassing.
fuck?
So for all
Fishing
you know,
from
you are actually connected in a way to Antarctica. Because another thing that they have kind of that well, I don't have it. It's the Russians that were talking about this, and this guy was saying that the cruise lines for Australia. They don't go all the way around Australia, like in a full circle. It starts in one of the ports on the eastern side of it, and then goes around to the western side, and then back to the eastern side, and then they call it circumnavigating Australia. Again,
it says it goes down. What the fuck? Barbed wire all the way down the middle. 3,256 kilometers. You fucking kidding me?
yeah,
The fence was
Man, you guys
erected in
got
the
a
early
better fence than we got.
1900s. Wow.
We're a border state. You got a better fence than we got.
my man, you don't even know anything about your own country. You tell me you
It's not
exist?
my
No,
country,
I'm
bro.
kidding. I'm kidding.
It's not my
Why?
country, bro. I'm like, they misrepresented it. It was false advertising. I would have gone somewhere else.
Yeah, but be careful. Those rabbits gonna outbreed the local population.
Well, so apparently these pricks, fucking 1900s, 3,256 minutes. It's barbed wire too, yeah?
Yeah,
Rabbit
so you can't
proof
climb over it and
fence.
go check what's on the other side. That's what I find curious and interesting. Like if you have such a massive rabbit population problem, why not just slowly? Why not just let people kill them and eat them? Like rabbits taste amazing. That's free food. On the other side of that fence is free food.
I'm just curious what the fishing like is in Australia because I want to go down there or over there
Sorry, what is like?
fishing.
Mate, it's spiders and kangaroos. Don't go there. It's terrifying.
I want to go fishing. I want to go fishing. Multiple countries. It's my little. I got a list. Countries I want to visit, places I want to go. Australia, I want to go fishing. Fishing, surfing.
Yep. Heaps of places, fishing, surfing, all types of fish.
You might
Food
want to add
surf.
rabbit hunting to it as well.
We're looking
Hey,
for a fence.
they're asking for a way to get rid of the rabbits. I don't know, maybe give the guns back to the Australians and
Yeah, I'd like
let them
yeah, bro.
let them get good at target practicing. Right, moving targets are difficult to hit, and I'm pretty sure rabbits can really book it, almost as fast as a human, maybe even faster for a short period of time.
Oh
So
yeah, they
I'm
have
sure
explosive burst.
yeah, I'm sure that would be a way to get rid of the rabbit problem in Australia. Give the unalienable rights.
Yeah, but then people would be able to defend themselves against the tyranny of the government.
All right,
Oh, that's
I'm
right,
reading
yeah.
this. Listen to this now. This is hilarious. So in 1956, Western Australia Undersecretary for Lands dispatched surveyors Arthur Mason into southeast towards the border with South Australia to report on the rabbit population. Mason suggested the series of fences along the border in South Australia, another further west, constructed. The Royal Commission in 1901 resulted in the decision to build a barrier fence across the state. And 1901 apparently is the consecration of the so-called Constitution. But the other funnier thing, if it's right down the middle, these retards just sold like, what is it, Western Australia, like somewhere up the top was South Australia to the Chinese, like a whole, like a lot of land. That I don't know. Some people are trying to fight it, whatever. The
What
lease
are they
for 99
hiding?
years for $1.
Is that where Mars is?
Well, we don't know. Maybe that's the way to get to the other petri dish, or the other lands, or whatever. Maybe that's how you get through. Maybe that's how you leave this enclosure and you get into another enclosure. And they don't want you to know about it, so they just fenced it off and said, "Nope, too many rabbits, don't go there."
Yes,
See, wait, one second. I know somebody from Gerald.
we all know how scary rabbits are, right?
I know, right? Have you never
Actually-
seen Monty Python?
I actually know somebody. This is funny now. I actually know somebody that's from Geraldton.
Did they know about the fence?
Well, it's not. I didn't know about it, so
Imagine if
You
they
know.
don't know about it. And you have a foreigner explaining to you what's happening in Australia. Also before I forget, what happened with the idiotic idea to feed wild cats some poisoned sausage so they die, and now you have infestation of mice?
where's this? What the? See, I don't watch TV. What the hell's going on in this country, man?
Dude, you tell me you don't know this. So you know in
I don't
China
watch TV, bro.
So you know in China in 1940s they had a thing where they killed a shit ton of sparrows, and for a year they had the really great harvest, and then the following year locusts came and killed all of the harvests. So they done the exact same thing in Australia this year. They at the start of the year they fed wild they were dropping sausages laced with chemicals and from fucking helicopters. They fed the entirety of wild cat population, feral cats, these sausages. The cats died, and now you have a massive infestation of mice. And massive does not even begin to cut it.
Okay, so this thing has happened before in the past, like you said, but it was during the shit, cat just bit my toe. It happened before with the Black Plague, right? And the Pope said that all the black cats were bad luck, right? So we're supposed to kill the black cats. Well, when they killed the cats, it increased the mice population. Therefore, the fleas and the mice were causing the plague. They were calling the herd, right? The Pope called the herd way back in the day.
Yeah. It kind of feels like the exact same thing is happening right now in Australia, because the mice gonna eat all of the harvests as well as they kind of going through, because you guys are in winter right now. So by the time the spring and whatnot, well, spring, isn't it? That's spring right now in Australia.
Nah, we're going into.
No, you're going into winter. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine all those mice gonna breed throughout the entire winter. What's gonna happen in spring when you start planting your crops, and then this wave, for the lack of better word, of mice just gonna go through all the fields and just pick it clean. You guys gonna be starving in 2 years' time because you won't have any fucking food.
Australia's massive. We supply God knows how much of the world.
That's true. I guess
America,
you always have a
China.
backup of all those wild rabbits. Like you'll be fine.
Yeah. Apparently, listen, America, haha, we got the longest fence in the world. Trump, kiss my ass.
Damn, bro. That hurts. That hurts, bro. You ain't even got no neighboring countries.
Yeah, I know. Huh?
They
How
fence
stupid
themselves
is
off.
fucking that?
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
What's
What if there's any
1,000.
curvature? Is there any curvature built into that fence?
All right, I'm trying to look at it now. It looks fairly straight for
Maybe you guys are just fenced in. Maybe you're not keeping something out. Maybe they keeping you lot in.
Well, as I said, I know somebody from Geraldton, and he's an older guy. I'll have to ask him about the fence, but
Yeah, definitely get in touch and see what he has to say. Maybe even he doesn't know about the fucking fence.
I mean, we have
he'll know.
rabbits
He'll be
here.
like, yeah.
We have towns where there's thousands of rabbits. You can drive through certain parts of certain towns at night inside like fences that they can get through. You shine a light off into the darkness, and all you see is 200-300 eyes looking back at you.
Yeah, and everything is still good.
Right, everything is still good. We still have food. We still have everything. So I don't. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, look at me. First day member in the Flat Earth community chat, and I'm already bringing light to people that never knew something existed.
All right, we're going to test your knowledge. We're going to test your knowledge now. Do you know about the City of London, the financial district?
Yes, I do, sir. I am about a mile away from it.
Canary Wharf.
Yep, 2 stops away from me.
All right, I guess you're well researched. Well, you're lucky because you live there. Never mind.
But how do you know I live there? You just took my word for it.
I don't know that.
But the question is, Hank, does he know where Queen's Bench is?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Because I've never been to the UK, and I know where Queen's Bench is, and I'm just a goofy Texan.
I would have not the slightest idea. Royal family does not very much interest me.
The Queen's Bench is your common law court.
Well, it's your chancery.
Nah.
It depends on how you do it. You can invoke common law in there, but I wouldn't.
Nah.
Yeah, they don't really care for it because you just go and cause yourself more problems with it.
No.
You can't go to the Queen's Bench. You don't speak Queen's English, and you're not part of the family. So
yeah. Well,
I'm sorry. Am I misunderstanding something? Because I thought that the common law court in England was called the Queen's Bench, and you can invoke it at any time because every subject under the Commonwealth has the right to Queen's Bench. Is that incorrect?
they've got the right to so-called common law to be slaves, yeah. But Queen's Bench is her bench. That's why it's called Queen's Bench, because it was called the King's Bench before, so he could pop up at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, listen, I want the court to open, and he'd open up the court and make his decisions, and that's it, and pop out.
Right, but it's Queen's Bench was for common law and for equity. It was the Chancellor's Court. Same thing as Chancery. That's where it comes from.
I'm telling you what it is, bro. It's a great story. I'm telling you how it works. It's good that people have got these lovely ideas like going to the moon, but it's in the name. It's the Queen's Bench, not the Slaves' Bench. Queen's Bench.
Yes, it's a 2D courtroom, just like all the other courtrooms. Yes, however, it is equity.
It's for
not-
the Queen and her lords.
Right, but where are you getting tried for your traffic tickets? Surely not in Queen's Bench, because then the common law would be there and you would be under canon.
Are you talking? See, Hank's talking about something else, or are you talking about something else? I think, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Queen's Bench is a court.
There's only one of them.
Yeah, I put a link to the government website in the chat.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out. I like this sort of stuff.
There's
Um,
only one of them. Yeah, you have to do a special knock. You have to get invited inside to go, or you have to say the right thing to get inside there.
Right. You have to invoke equity to get into equity. You have to invoke common law to get into common law. You have to invoke canons to get into canons, code to code, same thing.
How is equity under common law?
Equity is separate, but Queen's Bench deals with both.
So then, as
So if
as I said to you, bro, you can have whatever concept you want, bro. I'm telling you what it is. Because I learned law in the city of London, bro. I'm telling you. So that's fine. You can
Oh, there's
you
a
can
there's
have
a
it.
whole
Anyway,
schedule.
sorry. So let's jump back a little bit. You said, do I know about the District of London and whatnot? Was there a kind of a further up question? Were you going to say if it's disbanded or what's happening with it right now, or?
No, I was just, because I've taught British men in the past, right, and they're very reluctant, right, especially if they're older, about the financial district being like a city state and having its own laws and its own governor.
Oh yeah, it's like
Or,
Vatican and DC, isn't it?
yeah. But
All
you're a
this,
flat
all
earther,
this.
so you're very open minded to it. But in the past, I've hung out with normies, right, and in the normie chat rooms, it's very difficult to get a British man to look into this, right, because the older a man gets, the higher the conscientiousness and often very stubborn. But
Yeah.
you're a flat earther, so you're open minded. So good for you, mate.
Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying myself. I'm glad I found this place. It's like finding our long lost relatives I never knew I had, and whom I actually like.
Yeah, glad you made it here, bro. I hope you learn the rules real quick, and I'm sure you'll fit in just fine. The number one thing is, just don't be a dick, right? And you'll be fine. If a superior is in here, like maybe one of the moderators, and they're moderating, don't try to over moderate them, and learn your place, kind of, because I know that I have to learn my place, right? Because sometimes I'm kind of a rebel and I'm like, fuck your rules, I'll talk about whatever I want. But
Yeah, yeah.
you kind of have to learn to play by the rules, because it's someone's YouTube channel that this is being streamed live to. So we have to
Oh
play
wait,
by
this
the
is being
YouTube
streamed
rules.
live to someone?
Yeah, there's 2 live streams if you look at 24/7 live, 24/7 live 2, the 2 red dots.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's going to 2 separate YouTube channels. So, of course, we can't talk about the jab, right?
Yeah.
The Miley Cyrus, right? We can't talk about that sort of thing.
I don't even know who that is, but okay.
I'm speaking to you in code, right? So a jab is when someone.
I know what the jab is, but not Miley Cyrus.
Well, it rhymes with Miley Cyrus, like Mexican beer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I was
That is
taking
so
it more
funny.
literally.
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah. What about okay, cool. So that's that. But basically, don't be a dick, and you'll be fine. And Australia is real.
Yeah, Australia's real. That's right.
Okay, cool.
It does
Cool.
exist.
Yeah.
It's a verifiable fact. I guess, we could go visit there for about, what, maybe $5,000? Have a good time. Stay for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Not
And if
during
you
the lockdown, surely.
and if you're going to invoke gravity, Foucault's pendulum, Eratosthenes, you're going to be in for a rough ride.
Oh well, when I joined earlier today, I tried to mess around a little bit, and I think one of the mods was like, "Oh yeah, so do you believe in spinning ball?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Give me one good example of why I should believe that, and I will." And then he went quiet for a bit, and then instantly I got um verified, and he's like, "Yeah, go over there and have a chat with someone else."
Yeah, the mods here are generally pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
They get really frustrated when people do the concern trolling, right? So if someone gets banned, don't say, "Oh, bleeding hearts unite. Let's get that person back in here." If they get banned, that's on them, right? So
Why would I even care? The ban says the guy is experiencing cognitive dissonance. Like that's it.
it's funny,
That's the
right?
funniest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, so he's going to be in the cognitive dissonance room. If you go look at all the rooms that we have, there's so many different rooms that people can get sent to. Lobby
Yeah,
is
I
usually
had to go
where.
through all of them to figure out where I could actually talk.
Yeah, man, you'll like it here, bro. It's really cool here because number one, we try to stick to what we can verify, right?
Science.
So yeah, science. We stick to the scientific method as much as possible when applicable. We try to stick to what we can verify. And if we're speculating, we want to state up front and at the end that, of course, this is all speculation. And if it gets too out of hand, then they get sent to the speculation room. If people start bringing up too much religion, they get sent to the religion rooms. And we try to stay on topic. But it's impossible to do it all the time. So it's okay if we talk about rabbits and fences and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's easy to get along here. I mean, just common sense.
I mean, I don't think I met anyone who was an asshole who was a flat earther. Like people are just decent people, and that's it. That's the end of story. Also, I don't know if any one of you guys is a mod or whatnot. Can this slow mode be removed from me? I mean, I don't post much at all, but like it is just infuriating me sitting there in the corner being smug every 10 seconds.
Oh, so you're on the voice text. You can already post stuff.
Oh yeah. I got verified within like 5 minutes when I joined.
That's a privilege that you have, that you can already post stuff, because most people we make them wait for like a week to see if they're going to be like weird.
Oh yeah. Fair enough. Because before it was I had like a free posting without 10 seconds, and then one of the mods, I believe, posted a picture of seashore being like straight, and then he says, "Oh, your eyes see this," and then your mind believes, and then it shows a curved water. And I said, well, arguably speaking, that is kind of true due to perspective and the eye resolution, how your eye perceives things. Although for a fact the land is level, the eye can only see so far, and if you look how far you can see, if you see, let's say, 10 miles in front of you and then 10 miles to the side, if you drew the line, it will be curved. Like, does that make sense?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. You wouldn't see the curve left to right. I don't
No,
think.
you don't see the curve, but because of the resolution of your eye, you cannot see further. Let's say 10 miles. I'm using this as an example. So 10 miles to the front, 10 miles to the left, and 10 miles to the right. It's not going to be a square. You're going to have to curve it towards each other. So basically, you can see it in a spherical shape around you because of the resolution of the eye. That's how your eye works.
Okay. I think, and I might be biased, I might be incorrect, but I think you can only see curvature directly in front of you. So when I go to a guitar shop and I'm thinking about buying a guitar for myself, I pick up the guitar and I look down at like a rifle, right? I look down the fretboard, right, to see if it has a natural curve or if it's, sometimes you have to tweak them when they're brand new.
Yep.
But Yeah, once they're adjusted properly, there should be like a slight bend, ever so slightly. It should be slightly concave, but not too much, because if it's too much, then it won't work right. But I can't tell just by looking left to right. I can't just
you are
hold it in
correct.
front of me.
You are
Right,
correct.
so I can't see the curvature unless you're looking down it, like looking down the railroad tracks.
Yeah. Okay. So kind of to explain what I meant a little bit. 1 second.
Okay.
So if you are the observer, think of it this way: you can let's presume that you can only see 1 mile away from you. That's your eye resolution. You can't see any further than that. Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
1 mile away from you, around you, makes a circle, because a radius is 1 mile. A radius around you makes a circle, right?
Right.
Okay, so now when you look from up above onto the person that is standing down there looking a mile away, you will see a sphere, not sphere, a circle around that person of where they can see, and behind it is vanishing line, and then they can't see any further than that.
Right.
So that's what I mean. Practically, when you're looking out into the sea, you see a straight line, and that's a fact because the Earth is straight and level. But because of your angular resolution and how your eye perceives it, you will see less to the right and to the left than you will see in front of you.
That makes sense. Yeah. Because
And that's what I was only referring to earlier. But it doesn't matter. I can still post, and 10 seconds is not a big deal to me anyway. But like you got the gist of what I was trying to explain, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
See if I have a meme that shows that. I think I do. I think I have a GIF that shows how the eyes work.
I mean, you need to know this if you do like a lot of drawing or stuff like that, because you need to understand how the perception works to make more realistic drawings and shit.
Right. Yeah, I'm not an artist these days. I was when I was a kid.
No, I used to love to
when
draw when I was a kid as well.
Yeah.
So,
I got
Hank,
perspective. Yeah.
just quickly, you said about, so-called Queen's Bench. So if you, just to further reiterate and to clarify, and you can verify this for yourself. So in the City of London, you've got more than one court. So you've got your Inns Court and your Temple Bar Court, or your Temple Court, which is for the barristers when they have issues, and they can only go in there. And then you have your Inns Court, and then you have your Court of Commons for the people of the House of Commons. When I keep on saying common law is not common to you, people keep on arguing to me about it. Why would they have a separate court? But just, I know you're looking to, but for anybody else that wants to do my head in about this kind of stuff, spend a bit of time, like if your head hurts, so be it. You might learn something,
I got to be the first to say that this law stuff, right? It's really deep and vast, and not easily to understand. It really takes quite a few years, and you got to be diligent. You can't just, like I haven't been very diligent lately. But when studying law, it's so complex. It's really hard to put it into words.
Well, I mean, as far as I can tell, codes, statutes, ordinances, canons, those are for the ballers. Those are for the guys who believe in Curve and Santa Claus and all that stuff.
That's right, buddy.
Chancery court is for grown-ups, people of competence. Chancery is
Man.
not for the faint of heart or the wards or the incompetent at all.
It's for somebody with a title, brother. It's for the chancellors.
A man would be considered a title and a description.
If you're a
Live
man, you wouldn't go into their court, brother. That's the thing. The stuff that I talk about is a bit more. I just open up a court case sitting at home on the desk. I open my brief, shut my briefs, send it. Don't get a reply within 3 days. Case closed, and they'll pay out. Bam. They're all commercial courts. It's got nothing to do with anything. And plus, the City of London is owned by Rome. It's the oldest what's it called, corporation since the 8th century or whatever it is. So it's a corporation, and you will want to find stuff for a man in a corporation. Doesn't look like it.
Well, what I'm learning as far as chancery here comes from the UK, and none of the corporate jargon is allowed. Barristers, attorneys are not allowed in chancery court.
Yeah, but you guys still have people to pass the bar, the American bar, which the Temple bar gives a license to the American bar, so that it can set up their places to give your lawyers a license or attorneys to practice law.
Yeah, but that's for that's the Babylon system. That's all that is. It's all commercialization. It's all Babylon was.
You tell me it doesn't.
On everything.
So you can go into a court, but you need to have standing. You can't stand on your square if you've got no square to stand on.
Well, a court
You have to have your four corners to stand on first.
Right.
So if you don't have your four,
you're saying I can't go into a chancery court though, and the statutes, the codes, the public law, hell, even the equity law all say otherwise here for the state of Texas.
No, I'm not saying that you can't. You can. But the way you want to go in as a man, no. Or you'll be treated otherwise. Like, not like everybody else.
Right.
Very rarely people go in there with standing.
Right, because they don't get their paperwork is all wrong. Everything that they're doing is wrong. They're mixing jurisdictions. They're putting emotions in where facts go. I know.
You need to have standing from the start, as in like you're dead from the start, from when you come into this world.
If you didn't, you wouldn't be here. So you have to have some standing of some kind in order to exist.
Yeah.
But that's where we're going. We're both saying the same thing. It's a 2D world. Your four corners, your paperwork has to be correct. Everything has to be correct. However, certain things are different. It seems between there and here. However, the group that I'm talking to, that are doing things like what I'm talking. What me and you agree on, getting out of the Babylonian system. They're correcting their paperwork and moving forward with new things while they're correcting it, going in.
Any of the guys like exited? Can they be exited? Are they sovereign, like a king? Truly, if they are, then I can say yeah. If they're not,
Now, I said this the other day, and I find it fascinating. The U.S. District, the DOJ, Department of Justice, right? Judges, the cream of the cream. They're being sent to other countries. Like 3 or 4 years ago, they sent 2 or 3 equity judges up to Canada to teach their courts how to handle equity, how to handle a chancery court. It's being done. They're being sent everywhere out of here to go teach other people.
yeah, it's a legal it's the legal system. You got legal, then you've got law, and then you've got law or lex non scripta. So it's just another another farm called Canada.
So this is what I think. I think that that the way that the UK or England or Britain or whatever, the way that they did things, it all comes from the Bible. Like a lot of the stuff in common law is like straight out of Leviticus, right? And I wanted to ignore Leviticus for so long, but then I started studying law and I was like, oh, this is like right in my face. Like, how did I not see this, right? And I think that the Brit, being the people of the law, Britain, right? I think that they got it woven into, the Bible's woven into their codes, right? And it's
Yep.
an ecclesiastical court here in the United States, right? Because it says, you know, in God we trust, and
Yep.
you know, the Bible's in the courtroom. And because
Yep.
it's an ecclesiastical system, if we let the court know that we know who we are, right, then the court is below us, is what I believe, right? Because if you go in
100%.
as a defendant, right, and you say, yes, I'm the defendant, well, you're playing their game, and they write the rules, and they write the language, and they can change the language and the rules at any time they want because it's their game.
Yep.
Right, but if you go in there and you say, I'm a man, right, and you write a notice, right, and in your claim, you say, I claim that I've done no wrong, and I claim that there's no man or woman that's going to testify that I've done any wrong, well, then you have to open up your own court, and you can't use their paperwork. You have to fill out your own paperwork without using capitalization, right, and you have to move the court. You have to be knowledgeable on how it works. And they're going to try to trick you. They're going to try to discourage you. They're not going to let you file their paperwork. Everything they can do to keep you from having your own court. But you will have, in my case, it would be Hill Court, right? So what would happen, theoretically, is they do their side, right? The legal society, where they do all this stuff, and you just act like they don't exist. You can't understand their language. They might as well be speaking Chinese, right? Because
Yep.
they're speaking legalese, and you don't understand any of it. You don't
It's a different
comprehend
language, correct?
anything. Right, it's a different language, right? And then when it's your turn, then you say, I'm willing to write a check. I'm willing to cover any losses, anywhere, any man or woman is willing to testify that I've caused them harm, injury, loss. And what you do is you're staying in honor, right? Because you're not saying that you're not guilty. You're just not even acknowledging the legalese people because they're not speaking English. So they're over there speaking Mandarin. You have no idea what they're talking about, just like you're in a Chinese courtroom. You wouldn't respond to anything that they would say because you don't know what they're talking about.
Yep.
And
And
then
plus,
when
they're
it
not
gets to
even
your
there.
turn, yeah, they're not even there. They're two-dimensional. They're acting, right? Just like an actor,
Yep.
right? If you see an actor, right, and he's still in character, like that person's not really there, right? The character isn't really there. It's two-dimensional. But when you're a man and you're saying if any man or woman wants to take the stand and you know, testify that I'll cause them harm, injury, or loss, they can't take the stand because they're not men. The judge is acting as a judge. The defense attorney is acting as a defense attorney. And of course, you don't speak in the courtroom, right? You do all this in writing, right? So lowercase I am a man. I claim that no man or woman is going to make a claim that I've caused them harm, injury, or loss. But if you actually cause a man or a woman harm, injury, or loss, you better pay every cent, right? You better settle with them outside of court. But I'm talking about this is when you get hemmed up, like when they're arresting you. And of course, this isn't legal advice. Do your own research, for God's sake, because everything is different. Every situation is different and has to be handled differently. But I'm just trying to convey to you that if you agree to being the plaintiff, or I'm sorry, the defendant, right, that's not a very good look for you. But if you go in, right, and you have your own court and you're the prosecutor, because if you're holding your own court, the Hill Court, you're prosecuting the other side. So you want to get the other person to take the stand and claim that you caused them harm, injury, or loss. And if they make a false claim against you, oh, it's going to be bad for them, right? Because if they can't
Yep.
prove it, it's going to be bad for them. So that's why you want any man or woman to take the stand and testify that you caused them harm, injury, or loss. And if no man takes a stand, no man or woman takes a stand, then what are we doing here, Your Honor?
Yeah. So what you describe is just one level above the legal system, which is the lawful system. Men and women, again, don't enter the courtroom. Only if it's like something bad, you know, like
Yeah, if you
you know what I'm
actually create
talking
a
about. Like,
victim, if you create a victim,
yeah,
someone's
yes,
going to testify. Someone is going to take a stand. That man caused me harm, injury, or loss. I demand compensation by the court.
yep. So
But
I'll
if you
put it to
didn't
you
do
this way:
anything,
if you guys have an attorney general, yeah, that's the
yeah,
highest.
yeah,
So why is he a general?
because it's a military thing.
So do you think you're under military occupation? I've been saying this from the start. People don't get it.
Well,
He's got an
no, because
attorney general.
the jury makes the final decision, and
Yeah,
it's up to
because
the jury to
everybody's
be
a slave.
educated.
Of course, slave. You know, a jury of your
No,
peers. That's what there is a.
not everybody's a slave.
What is it?
Okay, the jury was supposed to be like a litmus test to like see like, is this dude acting the way he's supposed to be acting? Like, is he acting abnormally? Is he doing things that he ought not be doing? So the jury is like, you know what? He was smoking pot, right? And he got caught. But we don't really see anything wrong with that. So we're going to go ahead and do jury nullification, right? But if he was like beating up an old lady in an alleyway, that's not normal. Guilty. You know?
Yeah, of course. I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a jury of your peers. So it's hard to, even for me at the start when I fully comprehended everything, to in a free place and da 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 da. You are over here. There is an attorney general. Over there's an attorney general. You see all these generals everywhere. So that's why I said to you, there is a court of commons. You know, because people talking about common law, there is one court of commons over there, one court, and there's the Temple Bar, and there's the Queen's Bench. That's for the lords and that, because they can only be judged by their peers. the lords, the ones that lord over everybody. Maybe we spoke with BattleMod today about this. Maybe we can do like a thing once a week, and we can go through these kind of things. But I hope I made some sort of sense. And I know it's hard to, comprehend.
I don't think it's so fatal. I don't think that most people know what they're doing in court, and that can be fatal. But I think if you know how to move the court and you know what not to say, like, do you want me to have the witness take the stand? No, Your Honor. No man wants for anything. I require you to have, because in common law or at Queen's Bench, you're the king, right? So you don't want anybody to do anything. You require the witness to take the stand, right? I require 5 minutes so that I may answer in writing. I require a recess. So I think it's all about like having the mindset too. You can't just go in there and fake it, right?
Yep.
And I think that my occupation and what I do for a living would probably hinder me being a man in court, to be honest, because I clock in to work and I use my social security number.
Yeah,
But I'm
that's
still
what I
learning.
said before. You need to be fully out of the system to be the man. It's how do I put this? What you're saying is correct, yeah, but I lost my train of thought.
What I'm saying is easy. It's just you have to actually be a man.
So it says to you in the Bible, you are born into bondage.
One sec, please.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys. I'm gonna bugger off for a little bit. Need to do some real non heliocentric stuff in real world. It was an absolute pleasure chatting to you, IGZ, and others. Thank you very much for being so polite and respectful. And I'll catch you guys at some point later on today or whenever.
Yeah, man. Come back.
Not a problem, brother.
Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Cheers. See ya.
Bye, man.
Peace.
Cheers, bro.
Okay, I don't really think we're in agreement. I think it's just that most people don't know how to do this stuff. Like, most people haven't been to court and watched and seen what happens there. But I think the most important thing is that people go to court towards the end of the courtroom and they see the last two people, right? The two people that got told to sit down and wait till everybody else goes through. I think those are the most important cases, right? Because everybody else is just saying, yeah, sure, I'll pay. But the people that are like, trying this stuff, right? Putting their own bodies at risk, right? Because they might mess up and they might say the wrong thing and they might be thrown in jail, right? When the judge asks you, do you understand? And you say, no, I don't understand any of this. I don't consent to any of this, right? And she says, okay, well, you can go wait in the cell, right? And you get put in the cell, right, for 6 hours, and then the judge takes care of everybody else, and then she brings you back out, right? Are you going to fold at that moment? Or are you going to say, okay, I understand. You'll put me in jail if I don't understand. Or are you going to say, no, I don't understand any of this. I don't consent to any of this. Because I think a lot of it has to do with natural law says that, you have to give your consent. And I honestly believe that 99% of people that are in prison put themselves in there by either A, talking to the cops, or B, trusting a lawyer. That's just my opinion. Of course, this isn't legal advice. It's just what I believe.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, I used to work in a court.
I was about to say, I just tagged you, Iggs.
Yep.
Common law works in common law, but it has boundaries, just like air. It can't go outside of its boundaries at all, just like codes, statutes, public laws. They all have boundaries. Equity is the only place that I see that has zero boundaries. That's
Yep.
why I
So
keep.
yeah, no, I get you, bro. Again, a statute is not a law. It's a legal thing. So again, what you
I
think of?
know it's administrative only. It's Article 1 for us here in the States. Article 1 and
So
2 is administrative. Article 3 courts are equity, which is chancery
okay,
here.
okay. So what's the definition of a colony? What does colony mean?
God, which dictionary? I mean, I
Strong
have.
definition.
I mean, I took
What do you think
plenary
colony
power
means?
to define things for myself as they come. So,
What do you
I
think it
mean,
is?
well, colony, from what I can see, generally has some type of ruler or some type of hidden hand.
Yeah, it means slavery.
Right.
It means slaves. So
That's
how
why.
can, if you're a
Go ahead.
colony, and then the states are the colony, states make the colony, then you're just at a different place, but they gave
Right.
you a name states instead of colony, which still
Right.
means
Right.
slave.
Right.
A state means slave. So
Right. But the fence
it's
is
hurtful, bro. But
though. The fence is only 2D though, bro. The fence to get
you can be
over from the
completely free.
plantation to off the plantation is a 2D fence.
Again, I'm telling you, you can be completely free. Just once you get past this hurdle.
Yeah, we agree. We don't disagree on a whole lot.
It's the final step most people don't know.
Yeah, well,
It's
if I'm sending anything over to that side of the pond,
as I said, bro. Attorney General, colony, states, slaves, same thing. They can tell
oh,
you
what about
just
the
like on the TV, just like on TV, bro. This, that, da, 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 and you say they lie.
well, it's just like in each one of the states you have a grand master.
Yep.
In every
So
single
he's the
state you have a
master.
grand master, and he is over the governor's office. He's over most of it.
Yep.
I know all this stuff. So I
he's the
said, I mean,
master.
right. But again, equity. Equity is separating everything from everything else. It's going into the fourth dimension. It's clearing everything.
What do you mean by the fourth dimension? I've never heard that involved.
Well, I mean, we exist in 1, 2, and 3. Fourth dimension would be what we would call heaven.
Okay.
I mean, this is stuff that I grew up with, so it's just like second nature to me.
Well, I'm a first year student, so this is brand new to me. So I think, and this is just what I believe, that the price has already been paid, right? Christ redeemed us, right, for our sins. And I think there's remedy, which is the right, in the court. It's just we don't always know what the remedy is. But
Can I give you a clue?
remedy, yeah, go ahead.
So he did pay a price, but there's, for some reason, all of us went into some kind of covenant with somebody. So It says in the Bible, make no covenant with nobody. Make no oaths, give no oaths. And everybody's on paper for some reason. So there's a covenant there. That
Right.
shouldn't be. So
we
we've
have
gone
to
out of
renounce
that.
all covenants
Yep.
and retain all rights or remedies.
Yep.
But what I was going to say was that, like, if you're filming, right, and you say, you tell the cops when they ask, what are you doing? You say, I'm working on a story, right? That automatically gives you protection to film in public, because in the United States we have freedom of the press. Or
Yes.
if you're somehow being told that, hey, you can't do that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just practicing my religion. I'm just praying, right? We're praying together, right? And
Correct.
in the court, when you go to present yourself like we were, practicing our religion, we were practicing our freedom of speech, right? Or our freedom of press, right? When you go before the court and you tell the jury that, hey, I was just standing on my rights, right? And you tell the police officer, I retain all my rights, then you get arrested, then you got a really good case, right? In my opinion, right? You got something to stand on. But if you don't say anything like that while the cops are messing with you, then they're going to assume that you're a moron, and they're probably going to mess with you a lot. They're going to assume that you're an idiot.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah,
you say,
Listen,
hey, I'm just working on a story, and you pull out a camera, that automatically gives you a defense. If you're in public, if you're in private, maybe not. But if you're in public, it absolutely does.
Out of everywhere, America's got the best, sort of, I'm not trying to diss, any people or anything, whatever. Please don't take it like that. I'm in Australia, for God's sake. It does have, by me, the best constitution, which is, again, it's a corporation. So gives you the best opportunities for things, but nobody's free until they do certain things, which much people don't know how to do.
That's the thing. We seriously need to take this one over into a different room to actually talk about it, in depth.
Yeah.
Because it's a fun topic. It really is.
Yeah. I can,
I don't think we need to go into a different room. I think a lot of people in here want to learn about this. And
Well, no.
hopefully,
I meant beyond what we're I guess beating around the bush to actually sit there and pick the berries and make the pie. You really can't do that in public.
especially what I've got to say, I can't.
You can talk about the bush and you can beat the bush, but you can't pick the berries and make the pie in public. That has to be done privately.
Okay.
I can talk about your system all day, every day. It's just it's a public system. It's for everybody. It's for me. It's for you. It's, we're the sheep. We're gonna get. They're gonna shear us.
Right. But in the private side, you literally it all comes down to you. Who you are, what you put down on that 2D paper. That's what it comes down to.
And you said the private side. The best advice that I can give you, of course it's not legal advice, is to be in your own domain, be in your own property, be in your own house, and nobody can really fuck with you there. It's when you're out in public that they have jurisdiction.
Right,
They have jurisdiction because they police the public, not the private. So you have to understand your private rights, and when you understand your private rights, that goes a long way. Just that one thing.
Right, but the codes, the way their opinions are, they say you have no right to privacy in public. Okay, so the next time you get pulled over, ask the guy that's standing outside your window with the gun and a badge, ask him what his social security number is and what his address is. And when he says no, you go, hey, there's no privacy in public, buddy. Like, give me your social security number and give me your address. If he
Do you
says
want
no,
yours?
then there is a
Yeah.
right. There is a right to privacy in public. However, it's only in equity. You can't do it in fiction land. You can't do it at all.
He's establishing a contract with you right there and then, and policing is only done by consent. Only by consent.
I would say
Policing is by
ask
consent.
the guy. Ask the guy with the
No.
badge and the gun if he knows what the legal definition of driver is. And if he
No, they
doesn't
don't.
know, it's gonna be sad. Be like, bro, how long have you? Just ask him, officer. Just for the record, name, badge number. Okay. Yeah, just one more question. How long have you been on the force? Oh, okay. Yeah. What's the legal definition of driver? Like, you don't know?
Yeah, but
What do
see,
you mean you
Hank,
don't know?
with this, I could talk about as far as the private side, like rescinding certain contracts. Iggs can talk about it too, because that's probably where we're both at with certain things. You can rescind certain contracts you've made that give binding.
I'm not a part of everything,
legal.
bro.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. For those of us that are, rescission would be a point of topic. However,
Yeah.
if you were to work on your paperwork, say an abatement, to make yourself known through the abatement and whatever else that needs to go in there, that would have to be done in the private.
Yeah, that's still using their system. You need to have your own paper. And you just send them your own paper with your own everything.
So there's
I
this
have to,
document.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say, I'll have to say this like in another place. So yeah, there's the document you have to do. I told you. Remember last time I said you've got a seal, Hank, a God-given seal.
Yeah, the thumbprint.
Yep, for your autograph.
Look at that.
Yep, your graph of your autonomy.
Thumbprint over the autograph. Yep. You can't duplicate that. I mean, you can try, so but it's harder.
That's being sovereign, bro. That's being fully out of the system. When you do a signature, that's like writing an X. That means you're incompetent. See, this is the thing that they don't say, and not even the top attorneys know. I'm gonna fucking give this again about this stuff. So you're signing your name. It's all in cursive as well. This is what I'm saying. As Hank said before, it goes deep. It's all intermingled.
So autograph is something only a man can do. A signature is what a corporation does. So when
you're cursing yourself.
Something, yeah, I usually don't write in cursive. I know how to.
Yep.
So you autograph it. I sign my name in cursive. So you're saying I should quit doing that?
Yes, signing means you're not competent. It's like a scribble. Do you get what I mean?
Okay, so I'll do it in print. But my signature's so beautiful.
I don't sign.
People always compliment my signature.
I don't sign in cursive on any big documents anymore. I always write it out. All
so it's like
lowercase.
sign language. You get me? It's like you've disabled yourself. That's what sign means. Yeah.
There's a lot of changes going through this process.
Mic check. Guys, there's a new person who's. Good morning. There's a new person who's been patiently waiting to talk about Earth.
Oops, sorry.
If you guys are, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I can't read the Japanese. He's right above Ariel. My friend, good morning. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. If anybody wants to refer to me, you can just use Jay. That's my name.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Hey Jay,
I'm
I
just
want to apologize. I wasn't looking for you, brother. I'm
no,
in the kitchen cooking.
it's definitely fine. I was just
Yeah.
staying quiet and listening to you guys talk. I'm currently a believer of the globe Earth model, but I'm here as an observer to experience outside perspectives and kind of get an idea of what the server's all about, what everybody believes, and I'm just kind of here as like I don't know, an observer.
All right, guys, would you mind if I took this one?
All yours, bro.
It's all you, Hank.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I would ask for you to participate with me if you don't mind,
Yeah,
right?
I'm
Because
okay with
it
that.
helps if you meet me halfway. I'll go get my headphones so that I can be clearly understood. But I would ask you, could you search on your internet what is the radius of the Earth?
Okay. 3,958.8 miles.
That's right. I'm getting my headphones on. Give me just a second. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. All right, so if there's a known radius, then we should be able to mathematically work out where we should be able to see the horizon. Is that right? If we could work it out mathematically, we should be able to tell, with a known radius, where the horizon should be. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you go to an Earth curve calculator and you type observer height 1 foot, right, you'll see that it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? And that should give us like a known distance to the horizon. Is that correct? Can you go
That's
to an
correct.
Earth curve calculator? Okay.
I'm going there currently, but I understand the concept. That's accurate.
All right. All right. And I'm looking for the black swan. If somebody could post it before I find it. Mine's down at the bottom. I need to make a copy so it's closer to the top. There it is, I think. There's one of them. I do apologize for the wait.
No, don't worry about that. It's completely
Looking
right.
for it. I'm having trouble finding it. All right, so can you see the picture that I just posted?
Let me look for the channel you posted in.
It's
Livestream
the
voice
live
chat.
stream voice text. Yes, can you see that?
Okay. Thank you.
Now, can you see the horizon in that picture?
I can. Yes.
Okay, is it before, in between, or past the oil rigs?
It's past.
All right. So you see there that the oil rigs are 9.41 miles away, the furthest one. Do you see that?
Yep.
So is it safe to say that the horizon it's about 10 miles away?
That's correct.
Okay, so I have the original video, and you don't have to take my word for it because I'm going to share it. But the guy walks up to the ocean, and he almost sticks his camera like right in the water there, right? And it's about 1 foot observer height, right? So here's the argument. This is a modus tollens argument. It's a pretty simple one to understand. I think everybody gets it. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Now this is the geometric horizon, right?
Okay.
So if it's not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. So when a pregnant woman who's 9 months pregnant, when she lays down on a flat table and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" Can she see her feet?
Most likely not.
Right. She would have to get a mirror or something, right?
Yeah.
So she doesn't know what her toenails are because there's a hump of belly in the way. And in the same way, there would be Earth curve if the Earth was a sphere, right?
Mhm.
So this image, right, and I'm about to post the full video, and I'm going to ask that you actually watch the video because
Okay.
there's a lot of variables that could, be used as trickery if you're not familiar with the full story, right? So I don't think that you need to watch the whole video. I think there's about 2 or 3 minutes in there that you have to see. So I'm going to post the video right now. There you go. And I think you can kind of see that what he's doing is he's showing you a landmark, right? Then he pulls it up on Google Earth, right? And then he shows you where he's at. And the important thing about this image that it's zoomed in on that we took a screenshot of is that it's in between two like landmasses, right? So if you pay attention when he's zooming out, there's a landmass to the left and a landmass to the right. And the only way that he's looking at open ocean is if he's looking right in the bullseye in between those two oil rigs. So there's no way that he's looking at anything else but what we're telling you that he's looking at. And the most important thing, unlike NASA, you can actually go to this place and verify it for yourself. So I think What World D just posted a timestamp version. So I would ask that you watch that video and come back and we'll talk about it. Is that fair enough?
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Jay, if you don't mind, can I just ask one question? What is
Yeah.
the most convincing reason in your mind why you believe you're on a globe? Like the first thing that you think about when somebody asks you, is the Earth flat or a globe? What's the first thing, most important reason in your mind that makes you think that?
That's a good question. But don't you think you should let him watch the video first?
I watch it now. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'll watch it real quick.
Yeah, I apologize for being on your guys' time. I'm usually asleep right now, but I'm having trouble sleeping, so I'm coping with it by cooking.
It's all good, Hank. You're doing a good job.
What are you cooking, bro?
A pork belly on a bed of onions and garlic. So not bacon, but an actual pork belly.
Okay. I watched it.
Right, so you did see that the landmarks and the Google Earth gave you everything that you need. Plus, the guy, it looked like he almost put his camera in the water, right?
Yes.
So even if it's a 5-foot observer height or a 6-foot,
It
it's
should
still
only
a black.
be a few miles. You'd have to be, from what I was doing with the curvature calculator, I think, let's see, eyesight level would have to be 70 feet to get a line of sight like that.
Right. Yeah, so you get it. But the argument isn't really about seeing the oil rigs. The argument is about the horizon, right? Because it's not where it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be, a handful of miles away. And the only reason we say that is because not very many people, but some people actually try to dispute that it's not at 1 foot. It doesn't matter if it's 1 foot. It's still what we call a black swan. So are you familiar with the black swan argument?
Currently, I am not.
Okay, so if you say that there are only white swans, and I find one black swan, that's all it takes to prove that there are black swans. You can show me 1,000,000 white swans. It doesn't matter because I've already shown you a black swan, right?
Mhm.
So the reason that this argument is so good is because it's showing you that you can do this yourself. You can go to any large body of water that's at rest, and you can do this yourself, right? You can do this test with two people and a mirror, right? The sun behind you, the person in front of you with a mirror, flashing it at you with the mirror in the water. If you can see it from 10 miles away, well, that's 66 feet of curvature.
Okay.
So that would be an impossible shot. But this isn't like NASA. You can't go to space. You can't verify it because they show you like images, right? They're not actual pictures. They're photoshopped images. And I can prove that too, by the way. Give me just a second. I'll cite my source for that. So this guy works for NASA, Robert Simmons. If you click on the link, it'll actually take you to, shoot, what did I do? Click the wrong button. I've never done that before. Yeah, so if you click the link in the description of the YouTube video, it'll take you to, what is it, nasa.gov or Goddard Space Center or something. Let me check. Yeah, nasa.gov. So if you just click on that link, you don't actually have to click on the video. It'll take you right there to it. But the most important thing that he says is that he takes the data strips from the so-called satellites and he stitches them together, and he says at first it looks flat and he has to make it look round, and then he says it's photoshopped, it's has to be, direct quote. So you've never actually seen a photograph from space, right? It's all been like trickery. So I'm going to ask you a few questions because I asked you to participate earlier. So have you any knowledge of, in ancient times or up until recent times, where the Earth curve has been directly measured? And if so, what was the process of doing that? How did they do that?
Okay, so I've got to think of a good example and maybe look up a refresher for my examples.
It's okay if you don't know. That's an
I
acceptable
don't know
answer.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Right.
The
So
example I'd like to give.
I don't expect you to know, but if you do claim, then we are going to ask some questions about it. But if you don't know off the top of your head, this isn't really a debate. I'm not trying to get one over on you. I'm just trying to see what you know.
Okay.
So do you know of any direct measurements of curvature?
I do not currently know.
Okay. So at this point, would you say that it's a belief that you have? That someone's done it and it's been proven already?
That would be something I'd be inclined to believe, yes.
Okay. What about the spin of the Earth on the axis? Have you known anyone in ancient times or up until recent who's directly measured Earth spin?
Earth spin?
Earth spin, directly
I don't
measured.
know of any names of people that would have done that.
Okay. So once again, you have a belief that the Earth is spinning. One last question. Is there any way that you can prove that you can have gas pressure without a container? So let me explain. If I were to sell you propane, right, you need to buy the propane accessories. You need the tank, right? Because you can't take 250 PSI home without the tank because you need a container to have gas pressure. And if you were to open this tank after I sell it to you, the 250 PSI would spew out of the top of the tank until it reached equilibrium, would it not?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So can you explain how the Earth in the globe Earth model has an atmosphere, which is high pressure, sitting directly next to, adjacent to, the vacuum of space, which is a near infinite, near perfect vacuum? It's all the volume that you could ever ask for. And
so
the thing about this is that gas pressure always seeks equilibrium. Hot always moves to cold. High charge always moves to low charge. Every time, no matter what. Gas pressure seeks equilibrium unless it's contained. Is that
Yeah,
right?
you're describing entropy. That's correct.
Entropy. You got it. So is there any way that a model can violate entropy? Nothing can violate entropy, right?
Without forces acting upon it, no.
Right, like a container. Because the definition of gas pressure, it's in the word, gas pressure, is the force that gas particles exert against the edge of the container, right?
That's correct.
So how are you breathing right now?
From my current beliefs, I believe that gases are attracted to other gases, and it is attracted to anything that has mass due to gravity. And the air that I'm breathing currently it has 1 atmospheric pressure because of all of the air above it, seeing as all of it is I guess attracted to Earth due to Earth's gravity. And since there's air above it, just like water pressure, the air above it, the force pushing down on the air that I'm currently breathing, is what creates that pressure. So gravity attracts gas, and gas doesn't it doesn't compress down into like a solid unless extreme forces are acted upon it or it's cooled. So my current belief is that gravity keeps the current air that I'm breathing on Earth, and Earth attracts that gas.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jay.
And
Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
can you hear me, Jay?
I hear you.
Sorry to interrupt you, mate. You've said that it's a belief. Yeah, can you prove through an experiment that gas is attracted by gas and gravity is pulling this gas down? That's the thing you've got to prove, because you've just agreed that you don't know was measured. You don't know how the actual rotation of the spin are calculated.
So
hang on. And you don't know this air pressure could be contained. So you're going to have to bring the experiment that shows us gas attracting gas and keeping it together. That's in a vacuum.
So
that's what you've got to demonstrate, please.
I do have.
I would also suggest you look at the kinetic molecular theory, because there are no forces of attraction or repulsion between gas particles. So you just made a claim that I don't see anything supporting for.
So okay, so with what I currently believe, I have an in real life reference to this. With diving, actually. So if I'm in water and I dive down further into water, the pressure of that water increases because there's water above it pushing the water below it down with force. So there's weight of more water above that water. So the further I dive down, the more pressure there is. And from my current experience, I can infer that to the air that I'm breathing. So the reason that air on Earth has pressure is because gravity is pulling it down, and the air above it weighs down on said air that I'm breathing.
Yes, but this is a belief you have. Can you now bring this belief to reality, please? That's the point we're trying to say to you, because you're making this claim. It's a belief. Thank you. But now, can you now establish this as a fact through an experiment of some kind? Because you've got, like I've just said, you've got to prove. Hang on, you've got to be able to prove the Earth is a spherical ball. You've got to prove that it can spin, that it's spinning, and then you have to prove that this ball is in the vacuum of space. You know, without a container. So this is what you've got to demonstrate.
I just want to interrupt. Jay, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yes, I can. I'm currently looking at it.
Okay, so I just posted something because earlier you said that gravity was a force, and it's actually not a force.
It's not technically a force.
Right. That's correct.
It's a property of matter.
What is?
Currently, the property of gravity is not necessarily fully understood. There were some notions that maybe a specific subatomic particle is responsible for gravity, but nothing has been found as of yet. I know that some people have talked about maybe like a Higgs boson particle or something like that being the cause of gravity, but
Well, that's
that hasn't come to
theoretical.
fruition yet. Yeah, it's
That's
theoretical.
theoretical.
It hasn't come to
Okay,
fruition.
so see, here's the thing. We try to stay away from the theoretical here. We try to stick to science. So I want to ask you, do you know what the 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis is?
That I do.
What is that?
I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. But so a hypothesis is
An experiment. What's the 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
it's an experiment. So I know
Because
the
an
first one is
experiment is a
observation.
hypothesis test, right?
Yeah, it's observation, and then
Right. Observe a natural phenomenon. That's correct. That's your dependent variable.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I've been up all night, so I'm trying to come up with
It's
stuff.
okay. I just gave you an olive branch, so that's your dependent variable.
I think it's observe.
I just gave you a hint.
Verify.
I just gave you a hint. So you got to have your independent variable, your dependent variable, and your control variable, right?
Okay.
Okay.
That's
so let's say you observe water boiling, right? A geothermal vent, right? And you say, well, what's causing that? And you do the research and you find out that the gas pressure, right, may cause it to boil if it's really low. So you say, okay, that's our control variable. We're going to do our experiment at sea level to control that, okay? So then you add heat to the water and it starts to boil. So what you have is your observed natural phenomenon, water boiling. This is your dependent variable. And then you want to know what the cause is, right? What's the cause? And you add heat. And this is your independent variable. This is the thing that you manipulate, right, for the cause and effect relationship to determine that this indeed is what's causing that.
That's correct.
Right. And then the number one problem I find with the globers that come in here, not so much with the normies, but mostly with the globers, is that they do the false cause thing. So the sky is blue, right? Therefore, I'm automatically correct. And when I drop my cell phone and it cracks, that proves gravity. Well, that doesn't really prove anything because what you have to do is you have to manipulate the independent variable to prove things. So I'm going to tell you a quick story. I knew a kid when I was a kid who was a little bit obese, right? Morbidly obese, let's go and be honest, right? And he could float without kicking his feet. When I was very lean and I had to struggle like hell to stay my head above water, right? I had to kick my feet and move my hands, right? But he didn't. He didn't have to do anything. He just perfectly still, floating, breathing in and out, didn't struggle one bit. So let's say I were to wonder why he sinks and he rises, right? What is the mechanism that causes that? So let's say I take all the water out of the pool, right? And Thomas gets in the pool, he walks to the 12-foot area and he takes a seat, right? So I add the water. He starts to float. And then I take the water out, right? Manipulating the medium, which is the independent variable, which is the cause of him falling or sinking, right? So I just proved to you scientifically that Newton's theory was incorrect, mass attracting mass. Well, that certainly doesn't happen with gas because there's lots of mass inside that container. When you open the propane tank, it spews out away from the gas, right? So that's completely debunked. And I just debunked spinning and warping of space-time, not that I had to because it's never been scientifically proven, right? So Einstein's completely out the picture because there are no valid hypotheses for that. But there's one gravity that's left. Specific gravity. Can I get you to look that up?
What would you like me to look up again?
Specific gravity.
Specific gravity. Okay.
So this is testable, repeatable, observable, empirical. Anybody can do this.
Okay.
Right? You can do this with an egg and salt and water. You have an egg, it's at the bottom, you add salt, right? Manipulating the medium, and it causes it to rise. You
Okay.
take the salt out of the water and you replace it with regular water. You manipulate the medium again. It causes it to sink. So, other than aerodynamics and rocket propulsion and things like that, every time you see something rise and fall, it's not because of the bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass. It's because of the medium that it's in, right? So let me ask you a question. If you were to drop your cell phone, do you expect the atmosphere to hold it up?
No.
If you were to drop an apple, it would hit the ground, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? My bad.
If you drop an apple, it's going to hit the ground.
Correct.
But if you drop it in a swimming pool, is it going to hit the ground?
No, it will not. Well,
And what would
eventually,
be the
but that's because of the that's
gases are going to
because
leak out and then it's going to become more dense,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, but it's not initially going to hit the ground. And what's the cause of it not hitting the ground?
Buoyancy.
And what's the cause of it eventually sinking?
Because it becomes less buoyant.
Relative density, right?
Yeah.
So this specific gravity, it covers everything that we just talked about flawlessly. And these are experiments that you can do yourself in your backyard for no money, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I'll go ahead and let someone else take over.
Thank you very much, Ed. That was pleasant to listen to.
Appreciate your kind words. You're a little low on the mic.
I'll turn my Discord volume up for him.
Yeah. So, Jay, if I could just address you, Jay, just for a second. Basically, I've been listening to you and Hank talk. What I'll say is this. After everything you've been told, I mean, I think it's fair to say that you don't need to be carrying a belief because you can actually find out and know the truth. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's understandable. But
right. So I think you should be working towards that. That's the reason for your existence, is to know what this earth is for yourself, regardless of what you've been told by your educators and the news medium or whatever. Don't you think that's a good way of spending your time?
That is. But
Carrying around a load of beliefs, unnecessary baggage.
Something I do have to say though is so with buoyancy, okay. What's in terms of buoyancy pushes an object down through a medium? Because that would be considered acceleration.
It's not pushing it down, right? It's sinking.
I'm not saying pushing it's sinking, but that's still an acceleration, correct?
Not an acceleration as such. It's just
no, but it's still technically acceleration. So like if I drop something through air, it's accelerating down it.
All right, so let's go with the scientific method again, right? Can we use this? Can we stick to the science?
Yeah, that's understandable.
All right.
I'm sticking
All
to
right,
the science.
so you drop something and it falls. So what would be the cause of that? Well, let's manipulate independent variable. If you don't drop something, then it doesn't fall. If you do drop something, then it falls. So you are the cause. So this really isn't science, right? You can't really science this one.
That's understandable.
Because if man causes it, then it's synthetic. So let's say the tree drops the apple, right? Why does it accelerate?
Well, acceleration requires force. So like if I push a ball, I had to exert some level of force to create that acceleration. Like F equals ma. So like F being force acting on an object, m being the mass of the object, and a being acceleration of an object. So like how
the mass
how like let's say like I take a tire and I roll it down the hill. Like it goes down the hill, but like stops when the ground flattens out. And there's no more force because there's nothing pulling it down any further. Otherwise, it would just keep rolling forever. There's something that pulls it down the hill, and there's something that stops it when it gets to the bottom of the hill, and that's air resistance. So like, if I
is all
had
this
something
going
on top
to
of
the
the hill,
scientific method?
it is because I can
Is
do
this
this. I can do this with
where from the
anything that I own.
independent and independent variables then in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
story?
I can do this
How are
like
you
in
going
my
to
backyard.
manipulate what? Manipulate. What are you going to manipulate in your story? Your dependent and independent variables are what in
Okay,
this
so
story? Because you're not listening to what you've been told earlier by Hank regarding the experiment and following the scientific method, and you're bringing up things that are just again fantastic. They're not actually tangible. So let's go, please.
well, it's something I can reproduce frequently, and like at any given point in time that I want.
What are you reproducing?
The fact that any acceleration requires some level of force, and if there's
In
no
what
force
medium?
acting upon,
In what medium? In what medium? What are we talking about
I
here?
think the problem that Jen is having, that we're having, is that Hank told you, you know, what an experiment is. It's basically a prediction of how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. And so it's a hypothesis test. And so it's from your hypothesis. So the question Jen is asking is, what is your hypothesis? What are the variables in this so-called experiment?
okay,
Yeah,
so
I got something for you, Jay. Before you continue, right? Can you go to live stream voice text?
mhm.
All right, give me just a second. I'm right behind you. Let's see right here. All right. Let's see. Scroll almost all the way down.
I did.
The last one. Now, in quantum mechanics, it turns out that momentum is a different thing, right? It's no longer mv. It's hard to define exactly what is meant by the velocity of a particle, but momentum still exists, right? And if you scroll down, this is the Feynman lecture. You familiar with Feynman?
Mhm.
It says the law F equals ma is false, and all derivatives of Newton's were wrong for the conservation of momentum. I have a little more to post for you, but at your own time, please do look at the sources that I'm about to post, because I'm not done. I got some more. Yeah, hey, please, Elijah, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can you ask your question again?
Yeah. Well, it seems like you want us to accept this as science because you can do it in your backyard. What you're doing is comprehensive. Okay. The thing is, if you're going to determine the cause of something, there has to be a phenomenon that you observe, and then there has to be a hypothesis, and then a hypothesis test. So, since you're saying, well, something is causing something, then the least you can do is tell us what the independent, dependent variables are in this story or this setup, which is what I think Jen was asking.
Okay. Sorry if I didn't lay it out as concrete as people would like. I've been up all night. I've been up for a while, so my brain's kind of.
It's all right, bro. You've been a pleasure so far. You haven't been dishonest. You've been great. Please continue.
Yeah, I want to be as honest as possible because I don't want to like waste you guys' time or try to like lie or troll or whatever. Like I want to have an honest talk here. But so, with the thing that I'm able to manipulate in this, the is the fact that if I have something at rest, unless I act on it, it will stay at rest. And I think that's something that everybody can see. Like my TV's.
But the question, I mean, that's patently that's just blatantly obvious, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like I dropped something and it dropped. Okay, yeah. Remember, you're trying to establish the cause. So, what is the cause?
The cause is without my hand supporting what I was holding. It accelerated down and reached the ground. The cause of that, with my current understanding, is gravity, which is the word I use to describe the
If the cause is gravity, then the
thing
IV
that
is gravity, the independent variable, right? Which is
okay.
the thing that you're supposed to manipulate. So when you drop something, being let's keep it above, that's not manipulating gravity.
Okay, so I guess something I would use to test gravity would be like if I have a ball in my hand, and I'm looking at like buoyancy and density. If I let go of the ball, what causes that ball to go down? There's air all around it.
let it
Why
go.
does it go down instead of right or left or up?
You let it
It
go.
goes, it
It's
goes down.
nobody knows
It's heavier than
why
the medium.
It's
nobody
heavier than
knows
the medium,
why
but
nobody knows why the orientation of things are oriented that way. But
that's understandable. But
if you're going to say that you look, a variable, right, is something that you vary, something that you change. So you would have to change gravity. What would happen if you manipulated gravity on Earth if you were God, let's say? Like what would happen if you changed gravity?
okay, so let's say I were to make the Earth more dense. So it would have more mass, therefore more gravity. And I drop that object. That object would
You can't,
accelerate.
but you can't change the density of the Earth,
I,
right?
I can't, but I'm saying like in terms of gravity,
Because
the
that would be
current
begging the
idea.
question, right?
No, but what I'm
It's
So
not
saying
the
is
it's
that
not
the
the current
current
idea either.
idea
That's not the
of
current idea right now.
I'm not trying. Yeah, and that's true. It's not the current idea, but I'm not trying
no,
to be confrontational.
no, but
But
what I'm saying is it's like
if we're talking about the cause of gravity, right? You're basically begging the question of an Earth with density that would cause the gravity. Like
okay. So
so you're
if I could
saying
talk real
something.
quick,
I mean,
so
am I wrong? Am I wrong or?
I didn't get to say my full point yet though. So
But you're
it,
talking about begging the question.
if I was God, okay, and in my head I'm thinking, okay, if something has
If
more matter,
okay, I'm sorry. No, this is because you're thinking about it all wrong. Gravity is a force in your mind, yes or no?
not technically, but it's a force
Okay,
that acts upon things.
how would you manipulate
Technically, yes, it is. Come on.
how would you manipulate magnetism?
If I were to manipulate magnetism, there would need to be, I believe, an electric current.
Okay, how would you manipulate that?
So like let's say I wanted to build like a copper coil magnet. If I wanted the magnet to be stronger, I would just have it built really sturdy, and I would apply more power to it.
You would apply more power. Okay, so if you applied more power to the force of gravity, or applied less power to the force of gravity, what would happen?
Okay, so like I was saying before,
I mean, what would happen? Because that's
something would fall
because
faster.
you're talking because exactly.
So, but
The reason that we're on this tangent, let me remind you, is because I was asking you a question, right? I was leading you down a thought path that I don't want you to veer off of. Otherwise, I mean, I could just fall back and not have asked you the question, right?
that's understandable. I just wanted to get through my full point before I wanted to like deviate and go down like another thought process, if that's understandable. I just wanted to get what I was saying out beforehand. but what I was saying beforehand is the current idea of gravity is the property of matter. So how it would increase gravity on Earth is it would put more matter on Earth. So the Earth would be more dense. If the Earth was, if I was God per se, and I created a denser Earth, like a Jupiter of examples, or for an example, things would fall faster to the planet. There would be
Yeah,
more
I got that
force
the first time you said
causing
it.
the
Is there any?
acceleration of the mass of an object.
I got that the first time you said it. Is there anything else?
If I wanted to make it, I guess, if I wanted to make gravity act on an object with less force, I would make it less dense. That's what I would go about doing that.
All right. So now, is there any way to actually test gravity by manipulating things in the way that you just described? So, something becoming heavier because you manipulated gravity. How do you do that?
Okay, so how I would do that is I would have to have let's see. I would have to find a spot on something I was thinking of that would be more dense and a spot that I think would be less dense, and I would have to weigh something that's the same exact weight in both spots. Or let's say the Earth is like a consistent density, and gravity is completely uniform. I would have to go to a place that the mass and gravity would be different.
There's a lot of if and
A
buts here,
different
folks.
planet.
There's a lot of if and buts here. I'm getting bored. You're boring. Lots of ifs and buts, mate. Sorry. Ifs and buts. We're treating you as amicably as we possibly can. We're giving you everything. Everything you've said is contradictory to nature's laws. Nothing's going according to the scientific method. It's ifs and buts and beliefs. These are not truth. These are not facts. So you need to do better. You're boring. Actually.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry
just.
to be
So the thing
confrontational.
about the
I'm
thing
just.
about air that you said before was that the molecules are attracted to each other, but in fact they're not. They have elastic collision. So when they do collide or connect with each other, they bounce off of each other and move in the opposite direction with equal and opposite energy.
Mhm.
So there's no energy loss there. Like, so they're not attracted to each other.
And without a container to contain them, they would move in opposite directions forever until they reached an equilibrium to where they bumped into other particles, just like the propane tank we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I really recommend you look up the kinetic molecular theory because most of the things that you've been saying are contradicted by it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, okay, so we have a sun, correct?
We see the sun every day. We can see it, yes.
Okay, what is the sun comprised of?
I don't know. I haven't been up there to
Not
measure the stuff.
not gas in a vacuum. I'll tell you that with 100% certainty.
Okay,
Wait a minute, Jen, you haven't taken a biopsy of the sun yet?
let's say, okay, so let's say I have a telescope and I can see Jupiter. Jupiter's red spot is visible from a telescope on Earth. Okay, I wouldn't be able to afford the telescope myself, but it is visible from a telescope on Earth. So
All the lights
Jupiter's,
in the sky are visible from Earth.
yeah,
with-
Jupiter's
without
something
a telescope.
I can see. And if I were to
Yes.
go to somewhere that had a powerful enough telescope, I could see a red spot. That red spot
Okay.
is a hurricane, just like on Earth.
How do you
And who
verify
told you
that?
that?
Pretty
Jay?
big
How
lead.
do you
Who told you
verify
that?
Exactly.
Hey,
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Observe and
How would you
declare.
know
Just
this?
observe and declare and come up with a story. It's great. They've
Now
been
we're
doing that for
getting
thousands a year. Cool story, bro.
yeah. Now we're getting into fantasies, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
So
lowering our standards here.
okay,
You are
then
lowering. Hang
we'll
on,
we'll forget
please
that
listen.
part then.
Please listen. Your standards are too low. You're lowering the standard here. We've extended the red carpet for you. We've laid down the black swan. We've given you everything. These are logical things that are tangible, irrefutable evidence. And your gore, frankly, is getting me to vomit. Please come with something more tangible, or go and look at the videos we sent you. Step back, give someone else a chance. Okay? You're boring now. Sorry.
And Jay, also lights in the sky have nothing to do with the Earth we're standing on.
Okay, so
We don't even have to talk about stars anymore. Let's talk about the
that's
Earth and the
that's
fact that it's not
understandable.
moving. So can we
That's
just? Can I just ask you my question from way back? Like, can you just tell me your best reason why you believe you're spinning on a globe that's flying through vacuum?
because if I were to set down a camera and I were to set it up on a time lapse, um, why do the lights in the sky move if the Earth is
Because we're
still?
not moving.
I thought we're not gonna talk about the lights in the sky and how they're moving.
No,
How
this is
about you?
this is
Listen,
something
you
I
just
can see
no,
from
no,
Earth.
no,
So,
no,
buddy,
no,
you just said the
no, no,
lights.
no, no, no. You asked him. You asked him. You
Not
said,
only
let's
that,
talk. It's like when a cop says, don't move. Show me your. Listen, you asked him.
Elijah's right. Elijah's right. You asked him for his best proof. He's trying to tell you.
yeah, so I have that. So something's moving in relation to that spot that I set up.
so you're
Something.
asking me why the stars are moving?
That's
Is that
correct.
your reason why you believe the Earth is moving? Because the stars are moving?
Yes, that's correct. Something's
So
moving.
you telling me the stars are moving is the reason why you believe you're moving? Because we all see the stars moving east to west around Polaris. That's obvious. Anybody who's ever seen a time-lapse video knows that. But how can
Yeah.
you say that, look, the stars are moving? Oh, because I'm moving. Can you explain that? When you see the bird fly above your head, do you say, oh, that bird is not flying? It's me that's moving on the ball.
Well, when I see a bird flying, I don't think that because it makes more sense for a singular bird to be moving through the air as opposed to every single thing I see when I look up at the night sky moving in relation to me where I'm standing as an observer.
How does that
Are you
make
are you
sense?
familiar with classical relativity?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so how do you determine if the sky is moving or if the Earth is moving? You have to be outside in a separate reference frame, do you not?
I do.
Right. So if you had two merry-go-rounds in space and there's nothing else around but these two merry-go-rounds, and I'm on the bottom of one looking down on you, and you're on the top of the other looking down on me, which one of us is rotating? Because we can detect motion, but there's nothing else around for us to detect which one's moving. How do we find out which one's moving?
That's understandable.
You can't,
usually
right?
You can't.
Right. So when you declare that the Earth is moving, is this a scientific declaration that you just made that we can verify, or is it just one that you've chosen arbitrarily, philosophically?
I think it's just something that makes the most sense to me and the way I observe things. So, like, if I look at the moon, like the moon always seems to face me, like the same way, like, but it moves across the sky. So it seems like it moves in a relation to me, but oh Lord, I'm tired. I'm losing my points.
Yes, is it the truth though? Is what you're telling yourself to go to bed so you can sleep well the truth? If that's the point, You've come to a server that deals with the truth, facts only. Okay? We don't do maybes and ifs and mights. So what's going on, man? You know, you're here. We're telling you not what you're putting up as a story for yourself is not true. Smooth. Oh, let me find the truth then. Let me use your let's use the correct method at least. Come on, man. We're telling you that you can know what this earth is to a certain degree if you follow a certain method, the scientific method. You can come to some absolutes, actually, in some cases. But you don't make stories up. Oh, it feels good to me. Oh, that's well, I can go to bed now and kip and wake up in the morning and carry on living in my fantasy that I make for myself. That's what you're telling me. That's what I've been listening to for the past hour as I clean up the vomit off the floor. Please, let's have something. Carry on.
Like I said, I'm just here as an observer.
And Jay, we see the sun and moon come from the east every day, and they tell us that moon is orbiting us, but we're spinning and flying around sun. How does that make any sense? The sun and moon are the same size. Meanwhile, they are astronomical distances away. So everything goes against what we see and experience. Right?
So
See
do
the
you know
sun
about...
and moon. Sun and moon are
Sorry.
both spinning above us, right, in a circle. Yet they tell us while the moon is orbiting us, the sun is not. We're spinning and flying around sun, an annual journey of millions and millions of miles. Just doesn't make any sense, man. It's against what we see and experience. So whatever you tell me, those reasons you believe, those are the things that have been programmed into your mind. Through television, entertainment, school, whatever it is, these are not your ideas. These are not what you experience. This is everything against what you experienced. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I would ask you, brother, what country are you from, Jay?
I'm from the United States.
Oh, I didn't expect that. All right. So do you know what the inverse? Do you know what the inverse square law is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So if you would look it up for me, just so that you know that I'm not lying.
Okay.
But every time you double the distance, light decreases 4 times. So think about it like hairspray. Like if you're 1 inch away from the cardboard and you spray some hairspray or anything out of an aerosol bottle, the particle density is going to be very rich. But if you double the distance, right, the particle density decreases 4 times.
Mhm.
And this is how all electromagnetic waves work, right? You double the distance, it decreases 4 times exponentially, right? So the further away, the worse it is, right? So you've experienced this in real life, right? You go to take
Yeah.
out the trash and you start losing Wi-Fi signal, right?
Correct.
You drive to another city and you can't pick up the radio station from your hometown, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is like something you observe every day. So they tell us that we can detect light from 13.7, it used to be 8, now it's 7, billion light years away. Do you know how far 1 light year is?
So it's, I don't know in miles, but I know it's the distance light travels in a single year.
6 trillion miles. 6 trillion miles.
Okay, Jen.
My
Right,
friend,
so
one light year.
if that's true, I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up. If you times that by 13.8,
Yeah, I blew it up. 6 trillion miles. One light year.
yeah, if you times that by 13.7 billion, right, you get the mileage that we would see. How powerful would that source have to be?
I also don't know that off the top of my head.
Neither do I. But do you really think light can travel that far at the frequency, I'm sorry, at the intensity that we would be able to detect it? Because if you move 1 foot away, right, and then you move 2 feet away, it loses 4 times signal strength.
Mhm.
Right, and then you move 4 feet away, it happens again, and then 8 feet away, it happens again. For the next 13.8 times, what did he say, 6 trillion? 13.8 billion times 6 trillion. You continue the process. Do you really think that humans would be able to detect light from that far away? That's a pretty outrageous claim, don't you think?
It would depend on how intense the light is.
That's right.
So unless I could verify that something's that strong, I would have to do research into that before I could give like an actual answer.
So
But
our sun is allegedly 8.5 light minutes away. And if you go outside in a summer day for 4 hours, you're going to burn, right?
Mhm.
But if we were twice as far away, you would freeze, right?
Yeah.
So the intensity would change quite a bit because if we were, let's say, out closer to Mars, right? Unless you went out, hypothetically in the globe Earth model, on a Martian equator on a summer's day, right, and there was enough atmosphere, which there's not,
Oh, it's
you may not freeze. It would only be like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
But the point is that how do you verify any of this stuff, right? Like, how many toes do I got, bro? Do you know?
I can't verify that because I can't see your feet.
Right. So you would have to verify it with 2 or more of your senses, right? You couldn't just look, because what if I'm working on some high-tech prosthetics and one of my kids is one of those Hollywood artists, right? You would have to like look and count, but then you would have to use your fingers and be like, okay, there's warmth. Okay, I feel the blood, right? There's tendons and bones, right? And at that point only would you know how many toes that I have.
That's true.
Right? So when someone presents you evidence from Narnia, a place that can't exist, right? Which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and entropy.
Mhm.
You can't verify any of that stuff, bro. So at this point, I'm just trying to convey to you that you're a heliocentrist. Helios is a god, and you're a sun worshiper.
Okay. I do appreciate the way you and Vlad have gone about talking about this, though. I do appreciate it because you've made your points concise. You've had info to back it up. I'm gonna do research into the stuff that you guys have sent me, and I do appreciate your time talking to me about this.
Not only that, I also backed up all my sources. If you go look at everything I sent in the voice text, right? I cited a ton of sources so that I'm not just a blithering idiot, right? Because,
No, I understand.
right, and there's lots of stuff down below. So if you go down below, there's rooms that have information, right?
Okay.
And you can do your own research. You're more than welcome to come back. We appreciate you being.
I do appreciate everything, though. I didn't necessarily come prepared or do any like research. I was kind of just popping in to see what you guys had to say, and I really appreciate the way you guys handled everything. Hearing what y'all had to say was really
Oh,
nice.
welcome to reality. Welcome to reality. Thank you.
I got one thing
Except
for
for
you, real quick, before you go.
what would that be?
So you referenced the big. So if you believe that's a storm, and you also think Coriolis is a thing, look at which way that storm is rotating, and try to marry those two together.
Okay.
It might surprise you that the storm is said to be rotating the wrong direction. But Jupiter is bigger and spins faster. So if anything, it should be spinning the same direction as here on Earth, if their story is true.
Okay. I'll definitely do research into that. That way, next time I'm here, I can talk about stuff with a little bit more info from both sides.
Yeah, come back well rested
way I
and
can.
well researched and prove that curvature, bro. And all we're asking you to do is think for
Actually,
yourself.
in my case, I'm expecting.
I'm not necessarily here to prove curvature, though. I'm here to just listen, observe, and kind of see what the server has to offer. I didn't come here to I
You're
told
not looking. Hang on a second, please. Hang on a second, please. Are you not looking for the truth then, Jay?
I came here to get another perspective so that I could be more informed.
So you're just here to observe and report.
No. Not.
Are you looking for the truth, Jay? That's my question.
He's intrigued. He's intrigued. He wants to get to know like what we think, and maybe some things he hasn't thought of, and some things that to inspire his mind. I think it's great that people are
Correct.
intrigued and want to feed their minds with different sorts of ideas. And what better place to come here, where people can share their different views. But you know, it's difficult sometimes because people try to explain how obvious that these flaws are, and we're still not really taking. We'd rather you more than just hear it, more than try to understand how that people have come to this conclusion. There is no proof.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Elijah?
Yeah, thank you, Brummy. I was kind of going to share that sentiment, but and I was going to also say, I appreciate how Jim feels, even though I wouldn't take that kind of approach, but I understand his frustration.
Well,
but
I understand where he's coming from.
At the end of the day, our perspective, is really just, we don't see curvature. We don't know anyone who have measured it. So why are they making all of these claims based on the presupposition that it is a sphere with a radius of 3959? Space travel, how day and night is split up, gravity, all of these things are based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. And all we want to know is, well, what's the proof for that?
Yeah,
so that's our only perspective.
And I do appreciate like all your guys' perspective. And with Jen, I can understand where he's coming from. He's heard all the stuff I have to say a million times before, and he's probably been, I guess, disenfranchised by like pretty much everybody. So like I understand where he comes from with his approach, and I'm not upset about it.
Well,
He comes off a little hard, but I understand what he's probably going through.
Keep in mind, this whole thing stems from a return to the senses. Like, nobody can teach you about the Earth. Only you can experience it for yourself. And don't take it personally, because approaching it from Jen's point of view, it's not personal against you. It's the principality that beat it into you when you were in the conditioned phase of life. They just poured it into you and taught you to regurgitate it, and you don't know any better.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So maybe trying to be a little bit more abrasive to try to trigger you into your critical thinking and reasoning faculties to overcome that cognitive dissonance that makes you tired and unwilling to accept this new information.
Yeah.
Yes, a Sergeant Major style, basically.
That's okay, man. You can be as abrasive as you want. It's not gonna scare me off.
You'd be surprised how many people come in here like little snowflakes and melt under the slightest scrutiny of their model.
So I know you guys were talking about I guess different laws and court systems. I had a question for anybody who doesn't live in the U.S. So with the U.S., we have a Supreme Court that looks at certain cases brought before them, and they make judgments, and those are case laws. So like, I was wondering if any country had something similar to what we have in the U.S., the case laws.
Yeah, I can answer that. The UK, Canada,
Any English-speaking country.
English-speaking countries like New Zealand, Australia, the United
Nice.
States. We're all common law countries, and we share a lot of the same legal systems. It all comes from the UK, and it's very different in France. There's no common law in France.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, look up
Basically,
the Seventh Amendment
the same
of the
legal.
Constitution. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
I'm saying, isn't it funny how we're all connected more than we know? Because people say, well, why would all the governments like lie? Like, but like, no, we're actually very connected. Like, we
Yes.
know who's not connected because they have to get on VPNs to speak in this place with us. So it's very sectioned off. And hold on. But my main point is
One second, Elijah. I just wanna-
these common law countries, like they also have the same indoctrination education system as well.
Yeah.
And just to give you a little hint,
ahead,
case law doesn't mean shit. It's just a judge's opinion, and he's not even a judge.
Oh, Jace, that's
Case law definitely doesn't make any difference in common law. Case law is part of the legal society. They get to use it, but we really can't. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the Constitution, right? It's not really for us, right? It's for the people that work for the government. That's their guidelines that they've established, right? The founding documents. But I would encourage you to look at the common law map. You can Google that and it'll show you the countries that I was talking about. And you should also look up the Seventh Amendment. So any dispute over a matter larger than $20, you can go to basically a common law court, which is what you would call a small claims court.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're making a claim, it's probably, you don't consider it to be a small claim, but that's what they call it here. And I was slightly corrected earlier, but I believe that it's called Queen's Bench in Australia, the UK, and Canada. So that would be what they call common law. But I think Iggs was disagreeing with me, and he probably knows better than I do.
Oh,
so I might be incorrect.
And before you guys potentially get into a big disagreement, there's also a way to connect this to flat Earth as well, because Zen Garcia won a small claims situation because he put out a challenge for someone to prove, what was it exactly?
I think it was curvature, right?
I think it was like to prove that it was actually curvature. And so this guy claimed that because he made up a computer model, that he proved the curvature. And the judge was like, nah.
There was another court case. A guy, I can't remember who it was, but he said if somebody can give me 3 things to prove the globe, I'll give him 20 grand. And again, went to court. The judge said no.
Yeah, Jay said that he wasn't here, you know, to prove the globe Earth. Actually, you know, it's kind of your duty to find out what the truth is, right? Because
that's kind of why I'm getting outside perspectives.
right, but at this point, we've challenged your core belief system, right? You've been brainwashed since you were a kid. You saw pictures of the blue marble, right? And I say pictures, it's actually images. We went over that earlier. So you saw these images, right? Cartoons, right? And you've been brainwashed with a mobile above your crib, right? With stars and moons and, you know, things that you can reach out and touch and it makes noise and you went to public school, right? And the easiest way to brainwash someone is to repeat the same thing over and over again. So every time you watch a Universal film, the globe pops up for no reason. They zoom out to the globe at the beginning of the movie and they zoom all the way in till they start the opening scene of the movie, just for no fucking reason. right? And pay attention to how many times, right, they have the globe on TV over and over and over again. And you know what? The TV is the greatest weapon ever invented, because if you can control what people think, you control their mind, you control their body, right? And think about it. When Mars Attacked aired over the radio in the 1940s, people started freaking out because they thought Martians had landed on Earth, right? And they believed it because they heard it on the radio. And that was just one of their senses. And now that people have seen, right, and heard men allegedly walk on the moon, right, they believe
Been
it, but
proved.
right, but not only that, the first image we got of the Earth in its totality as a sphere came from, you know, I'm going to say it, the Apollo program. Now, Apollo, isn't that like a Greek god? What god is Apollo? Is he a sun god?
Yep.
So it's the Helio god, once again, that showed us the sphere, right? But there's a documentary called Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon, and NASA actually sent a reel to Bart Sabrell, and it shows how they faked it. So what they said they were doing is they were pointing the camera inside of a porthole, and what you see is the blackness of space and a spherical Earth. But what they actually did is pretty genius, actually. They cut off all the lights inside the cabin of a low Earth orbit or high altitude plane. And when they did that, they pointed it towards the porthole, and they used a piece of cardboard to fake a Terminator line, which is where you can see like the Earth is like half day and half night, right? And they did this at low Earth orbit, and the slate was dated on the day that they should have been halfway on the way to the moon, right? But every picture that you've seen in magazines comes from this image that Masons faked at low Earth orbit. And what is a Mason? A Mason is a guy who swears a blood oath, right? Pain of death. That if he talks about what goes on inside the lodge, that his brothers will kill him and it'll be his fault, right? So there's three ways to lie in the court. When you swear in, you swear to tell the truth. Well, that's one way to lie, just outright lie. The whole truth, and why is that? Why the whole truth? Because you could lie by omission and nothing but the truth. Well, you could lie by addition. But we're going to focus on the lie by omission. So if you know something to be true and you don't say it and you lie by omission, it's still a lie in the court of the law. So Bart Sabrell went around to the astronauts and he just asked them to swear on the Bible on, they went to the moon. And they say that some of them did, right? Some of them didn't, right? And you got to ask why. And then the most important thing, Neil Armstrong didn't give very many interviews. He was pretty much a hermit after 1972. Well, actually, I think they did the first moon landing and then they quit. Like at the height of their career, they were fucking rock stars. They went once and they were like, no, we're not doing that again. Right? But anyway, this last interview, one of the last, I'm almost done. I'll give up the mic. Probably finna go to bed. He talked about the generation of today had a lot of work yet to be done because the truth has protective layers. And it's a really cryptic thing to say. The truth has protective layers. And you got to break it down. Well, why does the truth have protective layers? And if you take it at face value, then there's lies surrounding the truth. And if you remove those protective layers, if you can remove the lies, then you can get to the truth. And I think that Neil Armstrong was plagued with the lies because I believe that he was an honorable man that signed a non-disclosure agreement. But when you look at that interview after he got back from the moon and you look at their body language, they were miserable lying to the people about going to a place they had never been. Thanks for listening.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Hank, I just wanted to say, speaking of the Greek gods and all of this, it's also interesting to note that the person who came up with the cosmology that everyone believes in today. He's a Catholic priest.
You
Isn't
talking
that
about the Big
odd?
Bang Theory? Lamont?
Oh, there's no, or did I? Yeah, Lamont.
Right. So why would a priest of God come up with a godless creation myth that nobody can verify?
Because
It's
for
kind of weird,
thousands,
right?
because for thousands of years, the priest class has come up with stories about what the stars and things in the sky are, and nothing's changed in thousands of years.
Yeah, didn't the Jesuits used to be like advisors to the kings and queens?
Yep.
And weren't they kicked
Yeah.
out of like 80 countries like 100 times? Weren't they kicked out of like even Catholic countries, these Jesuits?
I think that was the Jews, but
Yeah, them too.
Tomato,
You
tomato.
need to read up on the Shita. Read that. It'll blow your mind.
So not only did it come from religious zealots, this whole story of a Big Bang and evolution, which is people don't often make the connection like, okay, we came from, you know, some sort of life that happened in the water, but ultimately we came from rocks and shit, just materials. And if you think about it, we were talking about science earlier, right? And the one part that everyone knows that you need is an observation, whether or not they know what a hypothesis test is and how to set up an experiment, but they know that you need to observe something. And so you have an idea that a priest would promote. And the one thing that everyone can accept, you can't even do, which is observe this event. There's nothing to observe because based on the story, it happened over billions of years ago.
CJ,
In fact,
what
we're looking at stars that are like already dead, and the light is still traveling to our eyes. Like it's insane.
what we're
Sorry.
dealing with, Jay, it's all right, bro. I interrupted you. I thought you were done. What we're dealing with is scientism, right? And if you look up the definition of scientism, it varies, but I believe the correct definition of scientism is the belief that something is scientific when it's actually not. For example, they teach the Big Bang Theory in science class, right? But first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. What do they observe? They didn't observe anything. So if it doesn't even pass the first step of the scientific method, how could it be considered science? Right? And then they say, oh well, we know the Big Bang happened because there's cosmic background radiation. And fun fact, it's the oldest known light in the universe. I got a question. What's the dating method for light? Does anybody know?
I'm pretty sure it's redshift.
Okay, redshift is when you see red in the sky and you assume that it's the Doppler effect. Right? So if you want to go redshift, here's a fun
Yeah.
fact.
So
We see
as light.
redshift in all directions. Hold on, bro. We see redshift in all directions when we look out into the heavens. You might call it space.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could hypothetically rewind time, you would see that the red shift has turned into the blue shift. And if we see blue shift in all directions, well, that literally means that the Earth is the center of all creation. Because if all the heavens are headed towards the Earth in the globe Earth cosmology, then we're the center.
Mm-hmm.
Just another thing. Light we cannot test light. We do not know what light is. Nobody's captured any light in a jar to manipulate it, to test it. Nothing can work unless there's a medium like oxygen. So no signals can be sent anywhere, especially in a vacuum. And in the definition of vacuum, it says, for the definition of space, vacuum voids is devoid of all matter. So that means the thing that you call space doesn't matter. There is no matter up there. So they're kind of trying to tell you, but it's hard. Even like us here, we all are trying to get truths and facts. You know,
And
only
that's
together we can do it.
that's the right way to go about it, is to do what you're doing, is think critically.
Absolutely. So the story of the cosmic background radiation, the way that they discovered it, they won like a Nobel Prize for it. But it's interesting because there was two scientists and they hooked up like a satellite or some sort of antenna receiver, sender receiver. I think it was a receiver. And they were trying to clear the static off so they could get like a pure signal, right? So they were trying to eliminate all the electromagnetic frequencies, but there was one static that they couldn't get off, right? And they say that if you have an old tube television with an antenna hooked up, that 1% of that static is the cosmic background radiation. But what they discovered was that the static was coming from the cosmos, or the heavens, and they couldn't clear it off with their antenna. So someone did the false cause thing that I told you about earlier, right? Where there's static from the cosmos, therefore it must be the Big Bang, right? Couldn't be anything else that's causing this, right? And this is the affirming the consequent formological fallacy, right? Or like I called it earlier in layman's terms, false cause. There's no way to prove that it came from the Big Bang, is there?
Sorry. I'm
Scientifically speaking, we can't prove where it came from.
Yeah.
So we can't
Because we didn't
prove the
observe its
cause.
source.
Right, exactly. You got it, bro. So I would say that you should also go into the Globe Earth server, right? You should listen to some of the debates. Because when you listen to some of the stuff they say, right, like we can like play clips of what these people say. And it's just blatantly wrong. Not only wrong, but they doublespeak. They hold two ideas that are mutually exclusive, but simultaneously believe in both of them to be true, depending on what subject they're talking about. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like
A married bachelor. Right?
Yeah.
So they believe in married bachelors because they have to. Right?
Here's another example, real quick. So I'm always bringing up that Physics by Eugene video where the first thing he lays out, the very first sentence, he says, if objects in space are at rest, right? And so I asked someone, I said, how could objects in space be at rest? And they said, if there's no acceleration. So here you have someone saying, well, there's movement, but it's at rest. Oxymoronic everywhere you go.
It's great. Like the expansion of the whole fantasy land, twirling, whirling, dancing, prancing in a vacuum. In a vacuum.
Disney for adults. Disney
You
for
know,
adults.
which, yeah, they're meant to be going backwards.
I had a conversation with this dude the other day, talking about, I think it was on Brandon's, said he can calculate the sublunar point.
Oh,
I'm like, you can. Can you show me? And then he linked to some website. And I said, no, that's not what you said you could do. You said you could calculate it. Then he's like, yeah, you just look at this website, it shows you where the moon is. I'm like, fine, right? So does that match tides now? Because earlier in the conversation, he said that, moon cause affect tides. So I'm like, if you now cross-reference a sublunar point that you think you can calculate on the website, open up another website and compare. Do they match? And then, of course, he said, yes, they match, And then I posted a couple pictures where they don't match. It's like the Mary Batcher thing. The two this claims inside the model, right? Like we're talking about Jupiter earlier. Coriolis makes things spin, clockwise or counterclockwise, depending. Explain the red storm on Jupiter. They don't work together. It doesn't add up. Same thing with tidally locked moon.
Do you know the story of how the moon got there?
They said it broke off a piece, right?
Well, not you.
No.
Oh, okay. Jay,
Oh,
you're talking to.
okay. If you're talking to me, the current, I guess, hypothesis on how the moon came to be from, I guess, current mainstream science would be that
current story.
Yeah. So, and that's what I mean by current mainstream science. But so whenever the solar system was forming, another somewhat Earth-sized planet ended up colliding with Earth at an angle that ended up breaking off a bunch of debris, and that debris ended up forming into a moon.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, that's their excuse for why. Oh, sorry.
Her name is Athena.
Thea.
Like a goddess.
Thea.
It is Thea.
Planet Thea,
That
the
is the
wayward
story.
planet.
No, actually, you recalled it well. That is the story. So, a story of something we've never observed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, another planet the same size as this planet, right? Oh, we know the size, right? So another one collided with us. Deposited energy for our dying molten iron core, broke off a little bit, and gave us a moon in which the sun is 400 times further and 400 times larger. The perfect size for why we experience eclipses. You don't think that's like highly coincidental and contrived?
I can't necessarily say so myself without and this is another thing that I was saying before. I'm not necessarily here prove globe Earth. I'm just here to get all sides. That way I can do my own research and come to my own conclusions, and then have the info.
So you really buy this story, Jay? You buy it?
Well, so this is the thing where if you ask me if I buy this story, I could also say that without doing my own research and looking into stuff, I can't necessarily take what anybody here says at face value. It's relatively the same thing. I have to come to those conclusions by doing my own research and taking the time to delve into stuff like this. So while I
Yeah,
can't
we know
say
that.
that, so while I
that's
can't
the
say that,
best.
I just
Yeah. Yet no one here is going to tell you that they did all the thinking for you, so you don't have to. That's almost a verbatim quote from NASA. Not flat. We checked. You don't need to check. They did the checking for you. So, sit down and watch your TV and don't pay any attention to the man behind the screen, the curtain.
Yeah, if you hang out here with us, we're going to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority, right?
Yeah.
And we're also going to brainwash you to know what the scientific method is and to know that math is not science. Archaeology is not science. Cosmology is not science. Paleontology is not science. What is natural science? A hypothesis test, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know that, then we'll brainwash it into your head that there's a difference between natural science and pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is anything that is not ran through the scientific method. So if I say I have a theory, right, and you might ask, is it a scientific theory? And I might ask, do you know the difference between a theory and a scientific theory? Do you know the difference?
Like I said, I'm tired.
It's okay. If you don't,
I
I'll
know
have to
the
go ahead and tell you.
difference. I just can't quote the.
It's all right, bro. So the difference is that any imbecile, any babbling idiot can come up with an explanation or a theory, a layman's theory,
Mm-hmm.
but a scientific theory is validated via the scientific method, right? So if I come up with a theory on green grass and the dark side of the moon, and I say, you can't prove me wrong, that's not science, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's just a cool story, bro.
But in terms of like what I believe currently, I'll make that decision once I've done my due research and done all that. So like asking me if I necessarily buy anything isn't, I guess, something that would be accurate. It's something that would probably need to be asked in like a few months.
Well, we're not selling anything here. We don't have a product line.
Yeah.
Our YouTube channels don't have merch, right?
Yeah.
There might be some
propane
YouTubers that.
merch.
Yeah, I was selling that propane hard earlier. Right, I was just trying to illustrate a point. But yeah, there might be some YouTubers that stumble in here that have merch on their websites. But this Discord server is here for people like you, right, who come in, might have some questions, can hold a serious conversation. You might be tired, but we can forgive that. But if you were in here playing Minecraft and couldn't hold a conversation because you couldn't pay attention, that would be dishonorable. So as long as you're honorable like you have been today, and you can withstand a little bit of heat and trial by fire, because that's how you purify gold, right? Diamonds aren't made unless there's heat and pressure. So if you come in here and you get a little bit of heat and pressure, right, just be careful with what you claim. If you claim something, be ready to back it up. Cite your source.
Most definitely.
And try to stick to the
We're the
really
same
is as
with
much as possible.
Yeah.
The really is level.
I definitely will.
we're the same with each other. Like it gets real catty in here. like because ultimately, if you're saying something and you don't like you know the standard that we're going with. If we're saying, well, everyone has this false idea that flat earthers don't like research and they don't like science and they don't like math and all of this. Like these are preconceived notions that we're trying to wash away from the stench of the media that's been inundating the public. And so when one of us tries to slip something by because we're cool or we know you, oh, this is an idea, and I feel like, no, they get it too. So what I'm saying is it's not an echo chamber. And I'm sorry for any future harshness or even rudeness, possible disrespectfulness.
Oh, it's fine.
Because it would never be coming from me, but it is, it is a community, and there aren't always, you know.
But most of
don't
it's
have
brought on themselves, right, Elijah? When people come in here and they're double speaking and being dishonest and being evasive, and then a mod like snaps their head off, right? John doesn't really do that to people who aren't deserving of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think John would call this guy an empty dipshit, right? Because he hasn't crossed the line once since he's been in here.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been good. He's been bombarded with one thing for the whole of his life, and
Yeah.
he's gonna have a struggle with it now. You know, just like I'm talking to you about common law. You're gonna struggle with it, but you know,
right.
so I can show you all that. I had to struggle
Trying to
with
learn.
it. Yeah, this whole process is a big struggle, and you know, this community, we try to help each other with whatever we can, wherever we can. And there's some really, really, really smart people in here. Really, really smart.
But I'm gonna try to, if possible, verify like any info I find like in person to see if I can physically recreate stuff myself. And then
That's it.
With however I choose to think after all that is, I think, the conclusion I'll come to. And no matter what, it's definitely nice chilling with you guys here. You're all a nice bunch.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate your kind words. But the thing is that being nice isn't as important as sticking to the truth, right?
Yeah.
So if you do your research and you come across some truth, right, and you share it with us, that's great. That's absolutely wonderful. We're all about the truth here. And we hold each other to a high standard, because if we were to do anything less, right, then if we were to hold ourselves to a lower standard where we could just believe that, anything that people say, right, and we don't test their theories, right, and try to validate, the hypothesis and all that stuff. If we can't do all that, then we're going to be in the same trouble that we were before, right? Chasing this model around like it's some sort of heliocentric god and trying to patch all the holes and the problems with it. Because the thing is that their model is in crisis, right? You ever heard of the cosmological constant crisis?
Yeah. The acceleration of space, correct? Cosmological constant.
Right. So the
But we're in a vacuum, bro. Sorry, I had to throw that in.
Wait, what was it?
I said, but we're in a vacuum. And that's what I said. My bad.
No, it's all good, bro. All right, so the cosmological constant problem is a problem with the vacuum density. Right, I'm going to post a link for you.
And there's a chance that we're in a false vacuum, correct?
Yeah, like earlier I illustrated that space can't be what they said it is. So this is a Harvard link. I want you to go ahead and check it out.
That is ironic. I'm sorry, because I've been waiting for you to bring this up, and I wasn't gonna speak, but when Iggs just said what he said, because sometimes he says the most simple thing, and it's like, oh shit, right? Because I'm always thinking about gas expansion and entropy and all, but like the matter is all of it is expanding because it's a vacuum, and the energy is unimpeded by any friction whatsoever. I'm like, holy shit, duh, because it's a vacuum.
That's what I said it twice.
Everything
Thanks,
is.
bro.
Oh my god, that's so. What? Anyway, sorry.
God bless you.
All right, so this thing that I said about the model being in crisis, so there's this Kahn cycle, right? And it says 0 pre-science. This is the pre-stage where the field/discipline has no workable paradigm to successfully guide its work. Number 1, normal science, the normal step where the field has scientifically based model of understanding that works. Number 2, model drift. The model of understanding starts to drift due to the accumulation of anomalies and the phenomenon the model cannot explain. 1 second, please. Number 3, model crisis. The model drift becomes so excessive that the model is broken. It can no longer serve as a reliable guide to problem solving. Attempts to patch the model up make it, to make it work fail. The field is in anguish. Number 4, model revolution. This begins when a serious candidates for new models emerge. So we're in between 3 and 4 right now. It's a revolution because the new model is so radically different from the old one.
Okay.
Number 5, paradigm change. A single new paradigm emerges and the field changes from the old one to a new paradigm. When this step ends, a new paradigm becomes the new normal science and the Kuhn cycle is complete. So this is where we're at right now. Their model is in crisis. Did you read the Harvard link that I sent?
I did. In fact, I actually know that
So you know about the 120 orders of magnitude?
yeah.
Right, so Michio Kaku said, and this is close to a direct quote as I can get, he said that in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we say that's horrible. You need a new theory, right? But in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest mismatch between observation and theory in the history of all of science. So this is your cosmology, bro. It's not science. Do you know why cosmology's... Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the over in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Does somebody got like a pull string Michio Kaku doll like ready? Right.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah,
amazing.
that's
Somebody
creation
poison
myth.
the water. Oh, wait a minute. We should make one of those. Okay, Flat Earth
Yeah, that's nice.
merchandise. Flat Earth merchandise begins right now.
I would buy it.
I would too. Just
The largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
What science?
do you see? But do you see how gracefully he says that? You have to have some nerve to say it like that. This is the largest mismatch in history, like in Shakespeare. Not a problem. I don't know how it comes across to anybody else, but it's like flowing. It's graceful. Picture like somebody like prancing around and saying it. And everybody's going, yeah.
This is becoming the biggest stinking pile of caca I have ever experienced. Like,
yeah.
That's more like it. That's more like it, Elijah. That's what he's saying. He's actually revealing that it's all a wash with mistakes.
Yeah, but
Nothing's going according to the correct
yeah. The thing is just the way that he says it. I don't know.
Kaku's way of delivering it.
The way that he says it, that just washes over people.
Yeah, because he's Japanese.
See, not everyone
Because
has
he's
eyes to
Japanese, you
see.
so he's not coming across.
Right? Not everyone has eyes to see and ears to hear. So when he says it, some people are incapable of perceiving it. Right? It's like beer goggles. When you have your beer goggles on and you see a beautiful woman, and then you wake up the next morning, she's not as beautiful as she was last night, right? Oh, I'm pissed off the wifey.
Hello. Because it's filtered, isn't it? This is what, like, when we say people are brainwashed, like that's not something like people believe it but don't believe it, right?
Yeah.
But when I say filtered, it's like, okay, well, he said what he said, but the one filter I can't run it through is the one that goes with my experience. There is no globe, right? Like the filter is, well, there is a globe, there is a universe. So what's going on with that kooky mat? Oh my gosh, how exciting that we don't know anything about the cosmology that we put forth to be true in the first place.
It's also, if you start looking into psychology and biases and stuff like that, you start seeing that it's super easy to fool yourself, and your brain and preconceived ideas will add it up to about 50% of what you see and remember. So this is how hypnosis works. They just convince you enough, and then you can see it and hear it.
Yep. And then statements like that just wash all over you. Scientific method. Don't worry about it. We missed it. Don't worry
So
about
one
it.
of the things that the Globers say, right, is that science doesn't prove anything. So Jay, I want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
I
Earlier, we went over the scientific method, and did I prove that heat causes water to boil?
You stated a process in which you personally think that you proved he would boil water, but I haven't necessarily verified that.
So you never like boiled water on your stove?
I've done that, yes, but like I'm saying, like if we were using this as an analogy, I wouldn't necessarily take that at face value. I'd have to do it myself to be able to prove it.
Right, but you can though, right?
Yeah, I can.
You can prove that heat causes water to boil. So at this point, this would be the part of the process that, we've kind of added to the scientific method, right? Where it's peer review, right? This is the part where it's falsifiable, right? So I've made a claim, right? And you can test this theory out yourself at sea level, right? And at this point, it's falsifiable because all viable hypotheses are falsifiable.
That's correct. Without peer review, it's just he said, she said.
Well, it's still the scientific method, right? It's still science without the peer review. The peer review could be hijacked by a group of fanatics that control the journals, and there could be stuff that's actually scientific that doesn't make it into the journals. Is that right?
That's true.
So the journals isn't really part of the scientific method. It's something that we've added to it, right? Really, the scientific method could be done by anyone, any layman, right? Because did you know Leonardo da Vinci was a bastard child and he wasn't allowed in college?
I did not know that.
Yep, one of the biggest occultists. Smart person making aeroplanes back then and all the rest of it. Just a dummy.
Hey guys. So I have a question.
Let's go.
I was thinking in the globe model, scientists say that in the center of the Earth, it's like a burning liquid magma and stuff. So, flat Earth changes that. What do you think, like, causes, you know, melting magma that's coming out of volcanoes and stuff?
Well, I don't know what it is. They say it's melted magma, whatever that is. Well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, in the globe model, they say that it's caused by a lot of the weight and pressure on the rocks and cause it to burn, turn into liquid, So if that's false, then that means in flat Earth there has to be like some explanation for it, maybe chemical reactions.
Yeah, there can be all sorts of them. Go for
There's
it.
an explanation for everything. There's a cause to every effect. So
Yep.
like
Yeah.
whether it be volcanoes, whether it be eclipses, we can falsify that it's happening on a globe, but what the cause of it is, we can't
Yeah.
science it. We can't ourselves determine the cause, even though there is a cause. Just like
Yeah,
entropy, we don't know the cause of entropy either.
we've only drilled 7.8 miles into the Earth's crust surface. That's as far as we've gone. So we don't really know beyond that. And if the volcanic magma is under there, well, it's under there. There's a layer of magma. That's all we can assume. Yeah, because when the volcano erupts, the magma comes out. So it's part of the Earth's makeup. That we can say because that's what we observe. How deep it is, I don't know. And how it's put together, I don't know.
You know, I was guessing that maybe the thing that's causing this heat to cause maybe Earth has so many minerals, you know, like oil, gas, and stuff. Maybe there's something that is reacting down there that's, you know, melting this rock. What do you think?
Well,
Well,
yeah,
he just told you. They're telling you a
yeah.
whole bunch of stuff about what's under the earth, but no one's ever dug below even 8 miles. So, sounds like a story to me.
Mm-hmm.
And just
How does
I've worked in construction, and melt a rock rocks are the most hardest thing that we have on Earth. Like we shape metals in them, you know, and everything.
Yeah, I don't believe rocks can melt. But that's just me.
Even though we've been almost, and I won't even say we, even though the Russians say that they drilled almost 8 miles. The thing is, the diameter of the hole is still what, like 8 inches?
4,000 miles.
No, the diameter, like the width of the hole.
Oh, the borehole was 9 inches, wasn't it, or something? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's not like you're digging a hole, getting in it, figuring stuff out. Like,
Yeah, didn't that
know
happen
that
because the U.S. and the Russians like wanted to see who could dig the deepest the fastest?
No, he's trying
Don't know what they
to.
were
The diameter of the hole is too small. When I was looking at it, I thought that too, but
No. I was saying like the reason why they dug the holes to begin with was because the U.S. and Russia had like a little
yeah,
like during the
apparently
space race they dug holes to see
yeah,
who could
Cold
dig
War
deepest.
apparently. Yeah.
It took them 20 years to do it, though. 20 years, and it was a dangerous undertaking because something serious could have happened adversely to us on the surface of the earth. I mean, what a lunatic people we have doing these sort of things. You know, really, honestly, man is mad. To be quite honest, not
They say
satisfied with blowing it up on top,
I
drilling
was just
holes.
gonna say they say it's
Yeah,
that
go on.
deep, but it's just the diameter seems a bit too small to be. Like 8 miles is a lot.
Yeah,
It's a long way. Yeah, 7.6 miles. They
And if you
say.
check the diameter of the boring hole, it's
Yeah, it's nine inches.
it.
Yeah, I know
How big
what
is
you're
it?
saying. I do get it. And it took them 20 years. So they were going at a very slow rate as well.
Get out of a handheld drill and start drilling.
I've done it with a bloody Kango.
Okay. Let me ask this. What do you guys think of planets, like Mars, Jupiter, and stuff?
They're just lights in the sky from what we can tell.
Really, yeah. That's it, really. Decorative, merely decorative in the sky. Decorations. Come on. I mean, that's basically it.
What do you think about the lights in the sky? What are they to you?
Yeah.
Man. Okay,
Chris,
maybe if I could physically see a planet through a telescope, maybe change things.
But
You
when,
can. Did
when,
you just wait? Did you just say you can physically see something optically through a telescope?
I didn't say that. I'm
I think
just
he
saying
said
that
if
is that possible? I mean, is it true that you can see certain planets through
you
a
can see
telescope? Maybe.
lights.
You can.
Well,
It's
you're
You can
just
see
seeing
the
true.
stuff in
light.
the sky and then slapping a name on it, aren't you? You're just seeing stuff up there, and then oh, that's a planet. But we're saying, how do you verify any of that stuff? It's just an observation. You're seeing things in the sky.
Yeah.
God made it all in 6 days. Can you imagine what he's doing for us?
Yeah.
yeah.
So let me get this straight. So you're saying there's no human being that has
Hey,
ever
Kristen.
crossed the
Hi.
firmament.
No human being has done that. No, no one
Oh
has.
yeah, and that's I'm glad you asked that question because I'm gonna wrap it back around to the super deep borehole, right?
Yeah, go
Like
on.
so, me not being as skeptical as others, like I I try to look at like motivations for certain things. So supposedly there was a military operation where they, shot missiles into the sky.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
also there's the super deep borehole, which was only 9 fucking inches that they had to dig for for the course of how many years? Years, which is
20.
20
crazy
years.
enough.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing. Like, and so this is the feeble lengths that humans will go to figure some shit out that is clearly not easy. And so I think that if anything, why would they lie about the globe so that we'd stop doing stupid shit like that? Just stop.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It's a source of revenue in every which way but loose. They're just making money hand over fist. Any story, if you're, you just hitch your idea to the globe, and then you can make your money. All
And
doing, all seeing, all very capable. We can do anything. Attitude.
okay, let me ask this. These space programs, they cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
What's your theory on, where are these rockets going if they're not going into space?
Well,
Into the
they're
ocean.
going into the ocean. They're just falling back into the ocean. The Bermuda Triangle area. I mean, what's his name? Jeff Bezos. This is the richest man on the flat earth now. He made a statement that he regularly went into the oceans to collect Saturn V rocket parts. Okay, well, there you have it.
And that's
So that's
5%.
where they're going, into the ocean.
That's like 5% of
They're
the
not going
money,
into
right?
space.
Where's the other 95% of the money?
That's right. They're all down there still. Still down there, aren't they? Yeah, you're right. Absolutely correct what you said. So there you have
So
it.
it's like a big money scheme.
Well, of course
Yes.
it is. $23.5 billion this year. NASA got.
It's not. Yeah, I'm just gonna say something. I hope people comprehend what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, go on.
It's money is valuable to us because we have a concept of some idea of money and other things. These guys are laughing because they know money is bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever
There's
they're
no such thing.
building up there is going to come down on our heads when everything starts shaking. Just,
When
keep that in mind.
Yeah.
so
And I get what you're saying. Eggs. Like for those that, you know, are poetic enough to convince people that they deserve this amount of resource and material because of this ticket number.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best thing in the world. Like, you're
yep.
gonna do that for me if I give you this?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly right, brother.
We're like the zombies in the movie.
They only have to convince some stupid politicians. I mean, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's it's a big laugh for them up there, you know. Like how I explain this, it's. I know some people get me on here. Some people laugh at me, but it's
Okay. Let me
they
ask
have a.
this.
Go.
Let me ask. Okay. You know, I usually thought the sky was blue because it reflects the sea. I actually thought that. So, what do you guys think? Why is the sky blue?
Have you heard of Rayleigh scattering? In the globe model, it's actually claimed to be Rayleigh scattering. The same thing, Rayleigh scattering, is claimed to be the cause of the colors of the sunrise and the sunset. So, if the sun during the sunset scatters to red, that means it's scattering out of your visible range. So at nighttime, there's no way for you to have daylight.
Mm-hmm.
When you see the water from up high, does it look blue on the earth?
I can't tell.
Well, I believe that the heavens have water up there because when God brought the flood, there was waters from above and waters from below, and it wasn't evaporation. It had never rained. The water used
Yeah.
to come up from the ground. So I always wondered that too, but when I heard that, that really resonated with me. That there's
So,
water above, like the crystal sea, maybe. I'm not sure.
let me get this straight. Is the firmament like this physical um barrier?
It's some sort of. It's a form of, I don't know, containment barrier. What it is, I've got a
There's
couple of theories, but we don't know.
Yeah,
We
it's
can't say
speculation,
that
right?
it's this or that. Yeah.
So when you
Yeah, I
look at
can.
ancient civilizations, they all depict the Earth as a flat level plane with some sort of dome over it, right?
Yeah.
So what it
We
would
gotta.
be, sorry, yeah, Elijah, go ahead.
No, my bad.
Well,
I
yeah,
jumped the gun.
it's just speculation, right? I haven't been there, you haven't been there, so what you have to remember is that we, as flat earthers, don't want to tell you a story, right? We don't want to tell you lies. We can tell you speculations, right? We can tell you what we think, but that would always be speculations, right? So there's a big difference between speculations, believing, and knowing.
there
Right?
is a
We
video,
know that the
a
I
Earth.
would just say. I
rocket
would just
hitting
say
it
that.
and coming back down. Sorry,
Yeah. I
I don't
would
know if
just
it's
say that
real or not.
there's there's eerie similarity with what we do here on Earth with light and prisms and the prismatic effects that we can get through certain like crystal like material. Like, and for me, it's eerily similar to some of the things that you can see in the sky, some of the things that I've seen in the sky. And for me, it's as simple as that. That's a light. Those are um, effects of, you know, the light being refracted through something, not just air. It has to go from one medium to another medium. But I mean, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there.
I'll go there.
I'm
I'll
not
say
gonna
that.
do the.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do the whole sun thing today.
Don't do the ego. I'll go there. I would say it's a prismatic thing that's sort of like a sort of, like diamonds in the sky. She doesn't mean as in the twinkling lights, as in what is up there is sort of like a diamond thingy. That's why they keep on showing that diamond sign. So I would say that.
But according to astrology, the stars in the skies are moving, right? Or they're not in the same place every time, right?
Of course, yes. But
What
we
the hell
only
is
see them for a certain level, and then above a certain level, you don't see them. So then, we're now going into a sort of a metaphysical or spiritual thing. If you're going to talk about it more, if you want to, it's up to you. If you want to understand it more, or just look at it as in, like, that's fine
definitely.
for you, and you accept it. That's
Definitely. I believe the ancient people, like the Egyptians, they knew their stuff. That's why they created something very similar to the flat Earth model we have right now. With the firmament and the stars.
yeah. It's all right. There's a how do I put this?
Anybody got a hold of a rocket yet? So we can like send a GoPro up there.
Nope. Wasn't there someone that did that air balloon stuff that went high up with a camera?
Yeah. I actually liked it. The first time I saw it, I actually liked it.
Yeah, there are many, right? Many balloon footages. Some have these GoPros where you see the curvature at ground level. Some have linear lenses, right? That don't show curvature, but still, right? Every lens has barrel distortion, has distortions, right? So we can look at images and pictures from high altitude balloon footages and see that the Earth is not curving when we use non-fisheye lenses. But the only way to know for certain is to measure the surface of the Earth, right? That is the only way.
Yeah, these ground level tests like that photograph I saw in this server about those oil rigs, those oil things. But one thing I found out is that even our calendar is not correct. For example, the month of September is actually not the 9th, it's the 7th.
Yep.
What do you think?
It's wrong.
Yeah, they're changing everything. I mean, everything is just wrong. Even
because I want to tell you something from if I can, if that's all right with everybody, my personal experience and views and stuff that I've experienced. If they told you how that thing operates up there and what it does when it does certain things, what types of things it does at what times and when, you would be able to capitalize or harness what's going up there down here.
You would understand that everything is in complete abundance. There's no reason for any of all of this silly talk about how like electricians know how shit works, like they know that they don't have to charge what they charge because they know exactly how the system is working. It's not like, all right, well, we're supplying a specific voltage to your house and you're utilizing that amount of power, and so this is what you have to pay because this is a meter, kind of like, you know, a gas tank reads how much gas is in your. None of this works like that. But this is the world that we accept in our minds, and this is the world that we pay for with our goods and services, even
Yeah.
though it isn't real. So if we knew what that was, it'd be the end of the story. It'd be like, okay, well, shit, then why am I paying for this? Why am I doing this? Okay, that's just that, but isn't that like this on Earth? Like, couldn't we just do this and this? And I'm sorry I'm being vague, but it's like, I mean, come on.
100%.
So, you know, the knowledge, the secret knowledge of this world is being hidden for a purpose.
Yep. They want to keep it. They want to be in charge. They, from off the top, do marketing. Do you want
Listen,
some capitalism, communism, socialism? Do you want this religion, that religion? Do you want to be a part of this nation, that nation? And I can tell you, they're all, again, they're all concepts. It's just people,
okay,
people have
what
accepted it.
what do you think about David Icke's theory about, you know, reptiles, you know, see
David,
an ape?
David Icke, he's
Could someone lay out what
he's a he's a
his theory is for me?
he's a
You
dummy.
know, the reptilian
He
theory that,
stole
you know,
he stole all
ancient.
of he stole all the works from what's his name, Bill Cooper. Anything good that he did, the rest was from that other, what was his name, the oh, Anunnaki, the guy that, what's his name, I'm having a mind blank now.
Yeah, but
Forget
you
his
know,
name. He apparently translated the book, whatever.
I kind of believe that that story is true because, you know, there it's even mentioned in the Bible about a serpent race of people that deceived the humans.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
They're real.
but
Yeah,
but
well,
but like if you listen to people like Martin Kinney, like he believes that. Well, I don't know exactly what you're referring to in the Bible, but some people think that the lizard men are just the Asian.
Zachariah Sitchin was the one for pigs.
you know,
yeah, that's
there's a
it.
part.
Thank you, Ron.
There's a part in Genesis. It says, "And the serpent was the most cunning on the earth." You know, it's talking about a very intelligent race of reptiles. That's the. I mean, it can only point to that. You know.
Yeah, but in the Bible it says be smart as a serpent, gentle as a dove. So that means there's people on here who are just going to do bad things. And as
And
well, up in the when you look up, you're surrounded by a ring as a serpent. This is the thing that you're hip that people are. It's my thoughts. You just need to
Genesis,
maybe look at it from a different way, if you want.
you know, there in London. You know, London has like 33. Is it like sub colonies or something? It's divided into 33 districts, and in the middle, I think it's called the city of London. And if you go there,
Yep.
I don't know if anyone here is living there. If you go there, there's a bunch of statues of dragons, you know, red dragons, I'm wondering, what's the fascination with red dragons? I mean, do you guys worship these things secretly or something?
It's to convey a message. So go for it, bro.
I mean, again, look at the regions that celebrate dragons. Again,
Mhm.
You've got China celebrate dragons. You know, like you can. It's up to you whether you want to make out of put an image in your mind and make it bad. Like people have this notion of, you know, that the snake means bad and evil. Well, it can mean wisdom too. Those guys have got like 7 layers to a meaning on a symbol. It depends what context it's put in. Can you say that truly anything is evil on this plane that we live on? Anybody answer? Can you say, you know, a goat is evil because these guys show the goat, or a snake is evil, or a eagle is evil, or you know, whatever?
No, the physical environment's definitely not evil. It's when
Exactly.
evil is the intent.
Yep.
So they've put in everybody's mind that certain things are evil, and you've just accepted him for that. This guy does something bad, and he wears a blue top, therefore all blue tops evil.
I'm not saying like that, you know. I'm just trying to connect some dots.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to like explain to you, like, you know, you say like there's everywhere dragons, or you know, there's a snake here, there, everywhere, whatever. You don't. Those people that put the snake there and how it's done, you don't know why they put it there. You know, like they're not the same people. You know, I'll tell you like something. You know how they put the everybody calls it the pentagram, and they put the goat of Mendes inside, yeah.
Yeah.
And people do get scared of that. I'll tell you something. That the way that these people work, that's they have actual influence on you, yeah. So that means there's something that needs to be corrected in you. But if you take that same star and put the female anatomy inside the star, it fits perfectly. So people don't even know what the goat of Mendes actually means. Those guys have sold you a story that it's whatever, and you guys can take it. But in the same star, take any from any book, look at the
Yeah.
female anatomy, you can project it at the back of it, and it fits perfectly.
Okay. Let me ask. Would you use the Bible to probably solve some of the answers that are not solved?
like what? Like what?
You know, like this theory about it's a theory I've been having of the ancient serpent. You know, God told Cain, if you don't worship me, you worship the serpent. And I think that's what's going on today.
Well, yeah, you can view it like this. Okay, go, Elijah, go. Was that you, Elijah, that wanted to speak? Sorry. No?
Anyway, That's just a crazy
yeah.
conspiracy I have.
No,
I
no.
think
I was
too.
just gonna say, if look at it, don't just look at it from one view. I would say to you. So when I look at that, it says like God, if you don't worship me, you're gonna worship the serpent. So that means to me, give thanks to the Creator and put some faith and trust in Him and yourself. So don't put a man in front of yourself and the Creator. Because if you're following man, you're not following the Creator and yourself. There are metaphors in there. There are things that are put in there just exactly for law. The Bible was never made for public consumption. It's one of the most esoteric books that I think it like produced. These things for me took a while, and it kind of have to rearrange just your insides when you think of things, because I have preconceived notions about this and that and whatnot, and you have to sometimes let them go because they're not true, and not just fill it up with something else because it's empty inside. We say all these people are in darkness, they're this and that, da da da. Well, see a lot of darkness, and then you'll see a lot of light.
Did anybody catch the Ring of Fire?
No, it was quite overcast in the UK.
Couldn't see it from America either. Not where I'm at.
No, so I had to watch it on YouTube.
Pretty cool though. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
overcast here. Can you guys hear the rain?
Nope.
Okay. It's really coming down. Sorry if my rooster starts saying something out here. Did you know they call the Ring of Fire when the baby crowns, when the baby's head crowns and you have to start pushing? They call that the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, they call it the crown, the corona. So it's the baby being crowned, and when you don't get a full solar eclipse, there's a little bit on the side. So hence you can take it like that as in the birthing. It's the birthing of the golden age. That doesn't happen often, where you get like a specific type of ring all around.
You guys remember Revelation 12 back in 2017? It's like in September. They were saying like that was the first sign. And then the second great sign in the heavens in Revelation 12 is the great red dragon with the 7 heads. And you guys brought that up the day after the significance of the ring of fire. I just thought that was funny. I don't count anything a coincidence. Think we'll see that serpent soon? Some sort of sign in the heavens? Ooh, I just heard thunder for the first time. That was weird too.
Yeah, well, the technology that they've got available, and the elders of Zion say that they are quite confident that everyone's going to be deceived to the point where they will immediately become obedient
slaves.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'll say something, and you can check this in the whoever's in the US in the Library of Congress. 19, it's either 1902 or 1912. Congressman is speaking to Japanese president or one of their ministers or congressmen from there, and he said back then. So this is over 100 and around 110, 115 years ago. You know, it'd be great if somebody from outer space came down and brought everybody together.
Then we can all unite and have a happily after Nirvana, New Age experience. And anybody that goes against that and just wants the straight and narrow creator of the world that died for us, well, they're on the narrow path. We don't want them, you know, we got to kill them off.
Yeah, they will instantly create new zealots. And I just think they're going to have to push people's endurance beyond the limits, you know, for them to usher this apparition, whatever it is going to be, to usher that in as the new savior of mankind.
Have you seen the giant with the LED lights? It was just in the news a couple of days ago. It's a gigantic thing that the Irish have made. I think they're going to make a whole bunch of them. It's called the Giant.
No.
And it's got a bunch of these LED lights, and they could change the way that it looks, and they can make it speak. And it's like a statue, you know, kind of like the image of the beast. They can make it look like Spider-Man. They showed a picture
I
of
need
that.
to search for that. No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's old. They've had that for ages. I used to go to dance parties 15 years ago and have, you know, that popped that right in front of me.
Kind of looks like a mummy.
Oh, they can make it look like whatever image you have in your head. That's what God says. Don't no idolatry. That doesn't mean physical. That means in your head. If you put images how you know how God looks and what He does, and you've put Him in a kind of a box, and you've made an idol out of Him.
I hope
Just
I'm not
something to think
interrupting
about.
anybody,
That's my thoughts.
but unfortunately, I'm too tired to continue listening to you guys talk. So unfortunately, I do have to go to sleep. But I just wanted to thank all of you. I appreciated your time. I really thank you for like explaining your sides and just having me here and you know walking me through your thought processes. I'll definitely come back eventually, sometime. I think from probably Monday or Tuesday. But I'll see you guys then, and I appreciate y'all having me.
God bless.
Not a problem, bro. Anytime.
That's okay, Jay. You've been really polite and lovely. Come back anytime.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, he must be the most polite guest that we've had in here for a very
Yeah,
long
he's
time.
been really nice. He
Yeah.
actually, he was really tight and actually hung around. I actually
Yeah, I
think
thought
he's,
he left.
yeah.
I think 2 hours ago he was saying he's tired and he needs to go.
I think you might have had some, like, maybe we know something, but maybe we're like, zealots. And we're going to start, bashing them with some kind of holy book, whatever. It's not what we're here to do. If it's permitted, we can speak about, certain things. If nobody has a problem, if everybody can be cordial and exchange ideas, and that that I think is why we're here. My personal view, and to be better people, and to make our lives and each other lives better in hopefully one day in the community. My hopes anyway.
I agree with you.
If those guys are like that and they can stick together and pull stuff off, what can a bunch of good people do when they get together and can actually do something without arguing? Just something to think about. I've been doing a lot of thinking.
I mean, this world perfectly reflects who's in charge, doesn't it? Because we are, as humans, we are capable of so much more.
Oh, yeah.
So much more. And the fact that so many people on Earth just live in abject misery, poverty, have to try and live through wars. That just speaks to who is in charge.
Yep. Just the basic example. Us as humans, the first thing usually a child hears is when they're cognizant is no. The first word. They'll go to do something? No.
It's very funny that you would say that, Iggs, because you know what? My brother's son, who's called Jay, for the first 2 years of his life, they never said that word to him. And we thought it was completely freaky. They would imply no, but they wouldn't use the word. My brother's a bit special.
And I'm very interested because I've thought about this for a very long time. Your brother's done something very, very good. How's his young child?
Yeah, he's grown up now. He's I don't know. I haven't thought about that for a very long time. But it was like a joke in the family. Everybody was talking about it behind my brother's back. I don't know why they did that. I don't know what the idea was behind it.
Well, unconsciously, he might have felt something because to be going, no, for the first year of the child's life, he's going to be scared. He's going to be scared to do things, and then that sneakiness comes in. That's how kids get smart at lying or trying to lie
I know.
or whatever.
Make no mistake, my brother's a formidable man. You won't you won't get away with anything where he is concerned. He can tell his child no just by tapping him on the shoulder and looking in his eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I don't know if that is what they actually done, and then they just shook their head. But the word no was outlawed.
because that's negative conditioning. It's like
Yeah.
spraying, when the dog doesn't want to sit, you spray it with, the water, the thing it clean the windows with, and then when it does something good, you give him a chocolate or you give the child a hug.
Carrot and the stick.
Yep.
This
Okay.
article that I posted, I'm sorry, didn't mean to change the subject back, but you can stand on the shoulders of the giant and get a view. I thought that was weird. It sings, it speaks, it can instantly transform into any image. It's the world's most sensational selfie, the world's most unique digital billboard, and the world's tallest moving statue. There's more, but I don't want to bore you, but it's going to be in 21 cities.
Who is sponsoring the journey of this thing around the world? I mean,
I don't know if it's just one or if there's 21, but it's going to be in 21 cities. So maybe it is like a tour, like they did with the Tower of Babel or whatever it's called, the Baal arches of Baal.
It'd be interesting to see if there's 21 of them or just one of them. But again, how are you going to look at it? As something funny, or you're going to,
112 feet tall, 35 meters.
Yeah, that's because they have something written down that, 2.5 billion and plus, the other side, they have the same sort of ending. They just call it something else. The one I got. So they have to project something. These people work like 300-400 years in ahead. Sometimes I speak cryptically on here. Sometimes I can't say things, but yeah, it's just. As you said, as within, so without,
Mm-hmm. They want to establish 21 giants in 21 locations in 2021. So.
Oh, simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just see all the zombies flocking there. I can see it now.
It says we've already had interest from investors from Europe, Australia, Abu Dhabi, and cities across the United States.
Don't send it here.
Don't send it here either. I don't want to see that.
Bro, what's so interesting? What is interesting about that? The fact that they're giant statues, like that's it. Word.
No,
like
it
people are gonna.
And like you can get your own picture on the statue, like make it be you, and so it would be a giant selfie of yourself, or like Spider-Man or whatever other character you want it to look like. It can transform into that to look like that.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a cool idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how is this a thing? Like what? Like it's gonna be an attraction?
Yeah. The team will work with chefs and artists and inventors in each location so that you can have a dining experience and a retail experience. So, big money maker.
Yeah. Elijah, we're in the wrong business, bro.
with promoting sustainable living,
Oh.
climate action, along with funding programs for the homeless and other philanthropic endeavors.
Money laundering.
Oh, they're going to work with concerts, so they'll probably make it dance.
I'm trying to envision something that I can do maybe positive with it. There's no chance. I'm trying to picture anything good with that thingy-majiggy. I cannot picture anything. Now I'm just thinking about how much dummies will go to see that thing. How much dummies will go see the dummy? Is the word. Is the question.
Well, very few people went to go see the giant skeletons in the caves in Carson, Arizona. And that was known about.
They took those away, didn't they? Or they're still there?
No, they're gone. I had a buddy that lived over there. He used to take his daughters every couple months to go look at them. The woman that was the skeleton, she's like 15 foot tall or something like that.
That's a decent height. I wouldn't go out with it. It was on their crutches and stilts and stuff, but
Right. Well, she was curled up, I think, in a corner, like holding her daughter or holding her son, holding her baby. I mean, it's a fun topic. It really is.
Yeah.
But I mean, they hide everything to keep you from the truth. They do everything to keep you from the truth. Anyone who asks why would they do it is to keep you from the truth. That's the only answer.
As I said, these guys work ahead minimum 300 years. They've got like stuff up to 500 years that they plan ahead for. So I have a fairly rough idea what the new thing is going to be. As I said it before, and just I can't believe that Hank said, you know, we're at this stage where the thing needs to change, and I was saying that the whole day today. So I just got relayed the information about, you know, what they want to teach and stuff. This is fucking hilarious. It is hilarious.
Well, I mean, the lies will only propagate as long as people will listen. So if you get people in one country that all get off the plantation, that country will have to change. Somehow it will change.
Yeah.
Because you can't force people back onto the plantation. You can't do it.
Of course. Of course.
Once you're off the plantation, you actually have rights.
Oh yeah. And you can go to the plantation and interact if you want, and then step back out.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's something that Darren and Dean Clifford pointed out. These guys that are playing politician, they're in the public. They're supposed to be in the private. Their families passed down the path off the plantation a long time ago. It's been continued to pass down generation to generation. Each new generation does for the next generation. They're not supposed to be in the public eye doing what they're doing while they're on the private side. You can't mix private and public.
Who's this? He's talking about the politicians?
Yeah, a lot of them are on the private side. They live in the private side. Their children, their families, their everything is in the private side. So what the hell are they doing in the public?
Well,
they're not supposed to be.
No, that they are the public because they're public employees. Now, to what extent that's been what's the
But
word?
that's what I'm saying. You can't mix it. It's like mixing common law and canons. You can't mix common law and canons. You can't mix equity in canons, equity in common law, equity in statutes, equity in codes, equity in anything else. You can't mix it.
Well,
equity is equity. Private is private. Public is public. You can't mix them. It's a crime to do that.
yeah, well, yeah. If he's abusing it, then yeah, it's. But the thing is anybody holding their feet to the fire? That's the issue that we have.
Well, yeah.
We have it everywhere.
Right.
We have, yeah. Even just another man standing up for another man, like a brother, or standing up for another woman. This is the problem that we have. But these guys have a song and dance and laugh, in the White House. People think they're free. They go, oh, but all the presidents are connected to the Queen. Well, the Queen made the contract, so only her, nieces and nephews are going to run the place. I don't know how difficult that is to, conceive in somebody's head. She's not going to give it to you and me. Yeah, you go and make yourself, billions of dollars. Nah, here you go, nephew, niece, this, that, whatever, uncle, whatever. Who else is going to be there? Everybody's related to her. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm on an island.
Right. But all those
That
guys,
was
like the queens, the
slaves.
princes. Go ahead.
So, you go ahead, bro. Sorry.
All of them did what estate law and trust law demands. They all made corrections. They made the claim. The claim stands unrebutted in equity. Status is corrected. Now they have all this so-called power because there's no equal to them. Except for the other people that have done the same damn thing.
So, exactly. So then you have me and a bunch of other guys like me powering up to fight a system. I can't get people to understand little basic things. We can't even get people, to show love for each other a little and to listen and do something. Oh, why should I do that? Put my, whatever. Or go write him a letter. Hey, people are scared to write a letter. What more is it to say? All these people that think they're going to do something when push comes to shove, they're going to make the most catastrophe just out of fear. If they can't write a letter, how are they going to do something? How are they going to do something else?
Right. Well, see, that's the thing about like just writing the letter. Equity, a maxim of equity. Equity aids the vigilant. So if you're trying to find the door to the plantation and you're pen testing, whatever, writing letters, whatever it is that you're doing, equity will aid you when you invoke it with the correct phrase or the correct words, the correct intent.
100%. And
Until you do that, it's plantation life.
yeah, and the maxims are really good in equity because fraud vitiates everything.
Right.
You
Well,
point
see,
out what you go ahead.
the interesting thing is watching somebody get off the plantation and then screw something up and come right back.
Did they really get off the plantation?
They were as far as their paperwork went, they were on their way off the plantation, and then they turned around and did something and ended up right back.
The paperwork wasn't properly. Once you have proper paperwork, since you could, I mean, they can't bring you back. You can go back and visit and say hi to the people
Right.
on the plantation. You
What
go out.
I'm saying is they did another contract outside of that brought them back. You're not supposed to meddle public and private. If you're doing private, you're doing private only. If you're doing public, you're doing public only. You can't meddle.
No, you can do it. You can do it. He didn't have his papers properly, bro.
Through companies, PMAs, things like that. But that's a whole nother thing. Those aren't you. Those are extensions.
As I said, I have to tell you in another server. I'm telling you, from start to finish, from birth till now, I have every single. I will have every single piece of paper as original. You know, you're meant to have a live birth record, but you get a birth certificate. You can't function. You fall under the Disability Act. Everybody falls under the Disability Act because they can't function. They are dead in the system. And we're in this system because for some reason before we couldn't, the people before couldn't be together and shake a hand and have an agreement about something and keep their word. So they went to writing stuff down. But then you have, scribes and people who do shifties. And then people forget how to, write properly, speak, or they, don't do the things properly. And that's when you lose.
Right.
That's
Most
what I was
of
trying
the
to say before.
right. Let's say most of the examples I see where somebody's trying to get off the plantation, they get kicked back. It's their intent. Their intent ends up coming out in something that they do or something that they put in their paperwork, and they get shoved back.
I don't say there's no chance they can't do it to me. I'm just saying, unless I don't think
Right.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. They'd have to have screwed something up somehow.
Yeah, but it has to be something major, bro. My paperwork goes past the fucking cannon's head. Like the paperwork is above them.
Right. See, I got friends in Flat Earth that helped me get to where I'm at now with it, and they don't
You're
understand.
really good, bro.
They get the whole agenda of what's going on, but then I'm like, okay, equity. There's plantation. There's off the plantation. Equity is off the plantation, and they're like, huh? I'm like, dude, we can go for weeks on any one of these little conspiracies. Weeks. We got evidence for days of any one little conspiracy. But then we get to this, and it's just like, there's something keeping
Okay.
them from getting it still.
So I'll say something. When you're really out of the plantation, you don't go to any physical court. You sit on your table at home and you do everything on a piece of paper. There's a proper mechanical way of doing it. There's mechanics to it. You do your stuff, and that's the court case. You send it 3 days. If not, then you get paid for whatever it is you ask for. No judge, no Bill, no Bob, no Mary, no nothing. That's what I was trying to explain before. Can't really say more than that.
I got an acquaintance that went through the system, the whole court system, and their offspring was gone, and they were doing all these messed up things. They went through studying common law and did claims and paperwork through common law, and everything ended up falling on its face. Well, they did everything correctly. That's the weird thing.
No, but you can't, bro. This is what I'm telling you. The mechanism, you cannot use their mechanism to get out of their mechanism. You can't use common law, which I tried to say that is slavery, to get out of slavery, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what he ended up doing was he started studying equity, and he took the same case, maybe not the same paperwork, but he took the same case about his offspring being taken by the state, and he went over in Chancery Court, and guess what happened? He got his offspring back.
Yeah. Well, he's lucky because the person who is acting like a judge had a good conscience, because by law, even he is a ward of the state and his offspring, his child. I would call my property, so I don't use the legal terms. Everybody is a ward of the state. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It tells you in the Bible, you are birthed into bondage. Certificate on the stock market. You don't have the original. You have nothing. You are using their paperwork.
Oh, that's the thing where our processes seem to differ slightly. There's certain things I keep, and there's certain things I give back to Caesar.
You can still have all that, but when you're in the private, you're fully in the private because you've told them. There's
And
only
this is
one mechanism to do this. Only one.
right, and that's what sucks about this is most of the time you can't like just say it.
You need to make your own things, and you make your own certificate. Register your DNA and everything to yourself. Name everything. But you have to know how to do it. That's the most I can say. I can't say any more than that.
So the Earth is flat. It's non-rotating, no motion, other than what happens when I go mudding. That's the only Earth moving.
I don't know if people are interested. You get BattleBot, and whoever's interested, yeah, you can do a thing to help the people. I've told a few people. People seem to be. I don't know. People seem to like the plantation. Can I
Right.
just?
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting here because the way everything is set up, how to skin the cat, you can use their stuff, some of it,
Oh yeah.
but very specific things. Because the very thing that you use is it's only a tool to separate. That's it. So if I use an IRS form, I'm using a very specific form for a very specific reason. It is to separate me, the living flesh being, from the entity there, and that's it. Then the next form after I've separated myself is to appoint a trustee over that estate that is now an estate and not conjoined with me at the hip.
What about if I was to tell you I am a nation?
Right. And that's where this all leads to. But I don't use the word sovereignty most of the time because I've got a sovereign. I don't need to be one. I can be his offspring all day long. That works for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's called that. You can use another term. It's called sovereign. Most people, as I said, don't know, and I don't say this to be smartass.
Right.
Language called
Well,
sovereign.
it's not common knowledge, but I got a buddy that uses that a lot too.
A sovereign is somebody that has a standing army. Doesn't mean what people think it means.
Right, but it also goes beyond the law to where they aren't bound by minuscule things. The sovereign in his own right isn't bound by.
Well, it tells you in there that you are. That he told you. He gave you dominion. Yeah.
Right. Well,
So here you.
dominion and sovereignty to me are two separate things because I got like a stack of definitions for sovereign, and the only one that I see that fits anything that I see in the scriptures would be God. And if gravity were real, he would have the authority to go against it at will without any confrontation anywhere. That's the definition of sovereignty that I like the most. Things that would affect everything else don't affect the sovereign, period.
Yeah. So I've got a question for you. If you have a good word like creator, yeah, which is a proper definition, proper term for it, why would you use the word God? Something to think about.
Right. Well, I mean, I know why. It's colloquial. It's easier for everybody to kind of get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not written like that in the text. It's done for a reason. Those guys that wrote the thing at least knew, even though it was written by a bunch of amateurs, they knew the difference between creator and God.
I mean, if I sit here and say my love, would you know who I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about.
Right.
It's not in question, but I'm just saying there is a difference between that and that. For isn't it written in your scriptures that ye are not gods? That's out of Saviour's mouth.
Oh, it's already the weekend for you, huh?
Yeah, bro.
I got a friend that was helping me with tracking the sun and the moon as far as us both being able to see it. She's down in New South Wales. It's pretty funny because as soon as I couldn't see the sun anymore, I'd start talking to her on Messenger and, hey, can you see the sun? Where's it at? How bright is it there? Is the moon right next to it still?
I'm spewing. I didn't get out to. I tried, but yeah, I got to see the lunar eclipse. That was
27th.
Yeah. Wait a second. Has it even happened? The thing that I.
So that trips me out about Australia now. Like now, the way I think about Australia is completely different, man. It's like,
bro,
and I get this idea. Now check it out. I get this idea because, like, I'm in the 34th north parallel, right? So I get this sense of further out there, wide out there on the circuit of the sun. That Iggs is way out there, wide, and it's already passed by. So his day today has already passed by. He's so wide out on that circuit to the southwest of me, right?
So yeah, I've got a bit of a thing that I don't know. I think needs to be corrected in the so-called the thing that everybody uses the map and the way it travels.
Listen, Iggs. No, I'm just talking about what I personally perceive that as. Not
I think
like
you're correct, bro.
I'm just talking about what I perceive it as, me as a human being, what I perceive Earth as being now has changed incredibly. You know, like I'm sure it's the same thing with all of us, right? Once I discover that water is always flat and parallel, that's for always, forever on all the oceans, that they're all basically at the same level horizontal to each other. You know, that's the whole thing, you know. So I get the sense more of like where I am in this realm, like as far as position wise, because all we kind of can see is and perceive is the positions of the sun moving over us, you know, like, right? We have these perceptions of when the shadows are long, like we kind of understand those things innately, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling on, but more in what Earth actually is comes to a like more of a solid point. Like we start understanding a little bit better here and there, like little pieces of the puzzle, you know, and almost every day. So, you know, this thing is huge. What an incredible place.
Yeah, I'm trying to fit some of the pieces together. It's hard. It's kind of doing my head in.
It's almost like a new thing every day. Like a
Yeah,
new
we need to
realization
get
of some kind.
our clock's completely wrong, bro. That's the thing.
I'm just glad the Giants are gone and we're not food anymore.
You are the giant, bro.
Well, I mean, you got to think at a point in time, if we're finding skeletons, they were alive and real at one point in time.
Yeah, but have you actually got the correct word for what think it means?
Good point. Well, I mean, shit, I need to learn new languages. Who wants to teach me Latin?
So I'm wondering why you're still on the fence. Oh, are you on the fence? Why would you still be
No, I'm not on the fence.
Okay, you just got your roles just need to catch up. That's all. Cause
I'm a newbie. This is
yeah.
day 7.
Yeah, I remember you. You actually sound a lot like, is it Justin?
No.
Yeah, you sound like somebody, EXO or Justin. You sound like one of those dudes. But forgive me because it happens here. But yeah, welcome. I remember when you first came in a little while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm a flatty all the way, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to convince me, man. It's not about that. So yeah.
Nothing, but you can put a gun to my head. It ain't gonna change my mind. I don't care. I'm just gonna tell you pull the trigger and end it.
How long have you been looking into this entire topic of Earth, flat Earth?
I've done 4 years, 4 or 5 years ish.
Yeah, me too. That's cool. We come
What's
from all
funny
over.
is law took me into the Bible. Then I found something that I wanted to study that was in the scriptures, so I went and I found stuff to study on the Anunnaki and the Nephilim again to get a bit of a refresher because it's been a while. Ended up in flat Earth.
Yeah.
So
The
I went
process.
studying the Nephilim again and a couple other things. Ended up on flat Earth. Went right back into the Bible. Went back to the law. Went back to flat Earth. It all makes sense now.
I know, dude. Isn't it kind of like after all the years that like growing up with like literally comic books like Spaceship, Flying Saucers, and comic books when I was a little kid, all the way through the whole thing, and then like the last card to fall was like the Anunnaki and the Sumerians and all that stuff, those texts, and then I was like, then I found flat Earth, and I'm like, aliens, they don't exist. If they do, they're from here.
Right. Well, alien would. It's not even the right word. Like what Iggs is already saying with the whole giant thing. It's not even the right word because
Yeah.
anything that's from here can't be alien. That's why I don't understand the whole.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna send you something, cowboy. Get ready to have your internals a bit muddled up and just try to, perceive it as what it is, not for what you thought something was. Okay?
Right.
Then you kind of see how they're trying to troll everybody with this. The aliens are evil beings from another dimension. They're now. It's just strange how like those like little side stories are leaked out, and how that occurs is really phenomenal, like bizarre, right?
They've got subterfuge everywhere, bro.
Yeah, man. Everywhere you turn is another turn. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I'm not buying any of it, so I feel like I'm on the safe side. And you know what you were saying about when you claim your being, I noticed that nothing fucking like it's like nothing bothers me. Like there's something in my little sphere that I'm being like completely in a bubble of my own that no one bothers. No one does anything to me.
Yep.
I do whatever the hell I do whatever I want. I do whatever I want. I go wherever I want. I don't except in these stores, literally. That's the only place, And if I'm going to be in a physical fight with somebody over this every time, then I'll just not go to those stores. It's so stupid that you have these little rent-a-cops thinking they're medical professionals that can tell you what to do in their store, and they don't care if they lose a customer. I wonder if the companies know this.
Ask him for the indemnity bond.
They're chasing
And
away a
then say,
customer. I'm like, you know what? The way I think of it is like, fuck, okay, screw that then. Okay, so for that month, instead of going to that ridiculous store that I really don't need anything from anyway, I'll just buy a couple of pieces of silver, buy a couple ounces of, bullion or
yeah,
something.
listen, I would do the same thing, but I will make sure that that guy learns his lesson, so it doesn't be a tyrant.
Say that again.
I would make sure he learns his lesson, so he's not a tyrant to other people. Get his indemnity bond and strip his jock socks and whatever else is.
No, it's the most ridiculous thing you ever saw in your life. Like, it's like comedy. It's the highest level of comedy, if you think of it, actually. And I refuse to freaking be upset. The whole thing is they want you upset because they have these people who are making minimum wage, literally, and telling you to do something to cover your face.
A medical procedure.
And try to tell you that it's not the right one that I had on, that I had to change from what I already had on, which is accepted everywhere. It could be it could be a piece of underwear. They don't care. It doesn't matter. There's no standard policy for any of this stuff. What have I asked for? I want the molecular filtering one, please. Thank you. Can I have that one?
When they tell you to do that,
so I'm going to stop and before I do my shopping, I have to have this kind of conversation with some idiots. So I just like, no thanks. I just act like they're
just walk past them,
suggesting something to me, like it's a recommendation, and I just go, oh no, thank you, yeah, thanks anyway, but no, I'm all right,
and we'll
I'm good. I appreciate it. And he's like, no, that's not going to work. And I just walked away, and I walked where I was looking. Then I'm like, you know what? Forget that. I just walked,
I just kept on walking.
Went throughout the store, and walked right back out.
No, I just did my shopping, and then laughed at him.
No, because what they'll do is they'll go right up to the cashier, and the cashiers won't serve you.
Oh,
then just take everything you have in the bag and walk out.
Drop the money. I heard that.
Yeah.
Just drop the money. Okay, here's the money. I'll give them a little extra. Like if it's $23, $25, here's the money. Walk right out. That's what I'm going to start doing. Nothing I can do. I paid for it.
Yeah.
What state are you in, man?
I'll throw the money at the cashier here.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
There's only a few companies.
So I either have to do that or I just don't shop at those places. So what they're making it is like people like me, I will not shop at those places. A whole bunch of places I will not shop at all. Like
indemnity bond.
Boy.
Even after all of this is done, just don't go there anymore.
Yeah, exactly. No, I even wrote one of the major grocery store chains, and all they do is just parrot off the same thing. Well, now to save everybody, or to make sure everybody's protected. What a bunch of freaking numpties! Oh my god,
bro! Indemnity bond.
I know the making a point for you.
That's true. That's true. Even that's stupid, man.
Iggs is making a point that if you can catch what he's throwing out, he's giving you a solution.
That's gold what I'm giving you, bro. A lot of gold.
I know.
Yep.
Literally.
I know.
Literally.
Well, I already had one of the little security guards that tried to prevent me from getting my own mail where I live, in the building I live. Now, he doesn't live here. I do. Right? He basically gets paid because I live here. He works for the building. The building gets money. Right?
So he's your employee.
He's my employee, and I told him, you work for me. You work for me. And so, like, he ended up not being here anymore. I mean, I went straight to the thing. I said, does your company you work for, the security company you work for, do they tell you to enforce this rule? This stupid mandate? What even the hell is that? What is a mandate?
They want to date men, bro. It's all about balls and rotating.
Yeah, exactly. You said it. So see, we could talk about this topic if we just stay like this, and it's still just as effective. You just can't use certain hot words. So
I
I don't.
didn't go towards somebody's bonds though. I went for logic.
Well,
I went with a little logic and a little legal. And I had this one lady back off of me because she's like, you have to wear a mask. And she was holding it up and playing with it, you know, trying to get my attention. I was just ignoring her. And then she finally walked up and I was like, ma'am, if you're going to ask me to wear that, I need you to sign a disclaimer that you are going to assume all the liability since you're asking me to wear one if anything happens because I'm wearing that mask.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
It's
I
a
have the
medical
paperwork.
procedure.
I have the paperwork and everything. I have that paperwork, and it's best probably to film it. But see, then I'm doing a legal research,
Yes.
and I'm not doing my freaking shopping, and I'll end up getting upset. Like that's my problem. That's not theirs. Like I will
Two
freaking get
minutes.
upset, and I do, but I got to watch out for that because I don't want to go
Yep.
grocery shopping, then get in a fight every store I go into because, you know what I mean, and then be so upset that I wouldn't even be able to eat my food, let alone
It just becomes draining eventually.
I wouldn't be able to even go shopping. So then what do? Starve. That's what.
No, you don't do that. This is the thing. We all and everybody needs to control themselves. And if everybody did this, nobody would work there because they wouldn't be able to assume liability anymore. Why don't people just want to do it? Something simple.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I will. I'll probably just do it. Like, go to each one of the managers of those stores and get it on film that you're refusing service. Ask them to sign. If they refuse to sign, I'll finish my side paperwork. Give them their copy. Take a photo of it and give them their copy. And that's what's going to be delivered, certified mail to the Department of Justice or the Department of Labor, whichever one. Both. You know.
Directly to them, bro. I told you I'd help you out if you want. If you ask for the security, whatever, number code, and then you ask for the indemnity number. So then you just directly send it to the insurance, and I can't say anymore. And then it's fixed, and you get paid. Yay! Son, you just made some money. Cowboy, what did you reckon about that thing that I sent?
Yeah, because they have to be indemnified. They have to have that.
Did you
bonding.
send it already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't see
Yep,
anything pop up. I don't even have a notification. Oh,
So hey, Iggs, all I have to do is call the company and say, who is your company's security guards bonded by, right? Just ask them who they're bonded by, right?
He should give you it straight away. If he doesn't, then yep, you call them.
I'll just call the company. I'll get his name. I'll get their names. These people will start getting fired.
Yep. And then it'll have an effect.
Yeah.
And people will say, like, what the? There's nobody here. You do it once, you do it twice, then they can't be. Insurance will go down.
Yeah. So it's a public. Those stores are public. When they open their doors to the public, then they cannot discriminate for any reason at all. They can't. They're But that's what they're doing. They're doing exactly what they're not allowed to do.
they're doing what Sam's Club is allowed to do.
People are following.
Yeah, and actually, listen to this. Some of the companies around here, some of the restaurants were getting paid by the city to enforce these rules. So they were like, we don't care about the customers.
Yeah, but they'll be open. No, but they'll be open for a year and then the business is gone. So they're just dumb.
And that's what's happened. That's what happened. They totally are freaking. They're dying. So I can't wait. In some way, I think maybe it'd be good. Get rid of
You
all
can open up your own business, of course.
all these idiots. I think they're going to make a whole bunch of more room for the rest of us that decided to stay organic.
Exactly right. Stop worrying about Bigfoot coming out from the oceans and giants.
Maybe the real elite were the friends we made along the way.
Thank you, Bemis.
Exactly. Yeah. So, fuck those people.
But that's not. That's where I would have ended up going anyway. It's just been a while since I've been in there.
Yeah, I have a question. Who's good here with talking about eclipses?
Well, Elijah F. Yeah, he's one.
Anybody want to come down to Nathan Oakley's and battle with Zanuck and Puppy?
No, man, I cannot deal with those numpties. I really.
I'll take an invite to Nathan's. Godric.
They're just trolling you.
Yeah, I can't.
They know the arguments.
Not gonna waste my.
I'll take an invite to Nathan's.
Yeah, they know the arguments, and if you're not going to do it on live stream or for any benefit, I wouldn't do it.
They're just mongoloids.
Well, they can't come here because they know they have no proof or evidence of anything.
I'll unban them. I'll unban them and make sure nobody mutes them. But I'm not going to approve wasting our time to go anywhere else, right?
Yeah,
because what benefit is it to us to go somewhere where no one can hear?
Stupid. They need to come here since they got this thing down so well. Like it's a done deal, slam dunk. Like that sounds like they got the power. What's the problem?
Tell them Mimus will unban them and get your mongoloid friends to come down.
It sounds like somebody's hiding in a valley, in a dark alleyway with a van, trying to tell you to come down the alley. If I had proof of something, I'd be running everywhere to show everyone I could find.
Well, I'll let them know that Mimus will unban them and see if they're willing to come up there and hash it out.
Because otherwise it's like listening to people.
If there's another mod that can hear me, you'll have to do it because I have no signal here, so I can't access server functions really.
It's like listening to adults go.
Make me admin, bro. You'll be all right.
All right. Well, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yep.
I like listening to new people see reality for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Or I reckon Mimus is at Area 51 looking at aliens right now. That's why it doesn't have any signal.
Yeah, that's where I am. I'm definitely not in the Georgia country side, just having no signal. Funny, I have 4 bars here, but it won't load text. So I can't, I can get voice and everything's nice and clear, but good luck trying to load a function.
Oh. But we've got probes on Mars and stuff, bro.
Yeah, for real. But I can't trade packets, right? Here, can you hear my drill?
Yep. Sounds loud and clear.
It's my skill.
You're probing. Mimus is.
I'm at Area 51.
My drill sounds really cool next to my humbucker pickup on my guitar. Turn the distortion up. Meow.
Mimus is doing experiments on the aliens to find out what they're made of.
I'm doing experiments on globies.
Send a signal out to the globies. Yeah.
With anal probes.
Oh shit! Tell them to all look at the sky. Look at the sky at the same time. Everybody, all of you, just look at the sky. Look at the sky at the same time.
Don't mind the curtain moving or the man standing behind the curtain. Just look at the sky.
People missed the yellow brick road.
Was that in The Walking Dead when she was like, "Look at the flowers, look at the flowers," or was that the Grapes of Wrath?
Hey, Iggs, man, I saw some property in the Ozarks in southern Missouri for frickin', I don't know, it was like 15 acres with a cave and a spring and a creek,
With
its
a-
own creek and a
With
cave.
a cave.
With a cave.
A cave.
With a cave
How
and a
much?
spring, a live spring. I don't know. But these properties aren't that much, man. Literally, it would just take a few people to get together. Like some of it's like from anywhere from $500 to $1,500 down payment, and then the owner finances, and it's gonna be freaking cheap. You just go there and build you some shit.
Bro, I'll live in the cave, bro.
You don't have to live in the cave.
I want the cave. I just want the cave, bro. I'm dead serious.
Just the cave. Build a house next to the cave. Like make it part of the house.
Make an extension from it.
You could, man.
Go for full nomad style. There's a place actually here. I couldn't believe it. There's a place here. It's like a hotel thing, but you go to a cave, and there's like a bed and stuff, and people pay like $2,000 a night. Believe it or not.
Yeah, go to this one called Instant Acres. It's a YouTube channel, and also another one called what's his name? VacantRuralLand.com. I'll give you look up that website. I just have no money, man.
I have to send us links, bro.
Oh, I would say everybody boycott Goodwill just on principle alone, because Goodwill and Best Buy are the only two places that have really been rude to me.
Really, huh? Well, the Goodwill here is going out of business, and I asked the lady, I said, "Are they moving?" And I couldn't even understand what she was saying. So I'm like, okay.
No, they're Goodwill. About 80 to 90% of what they take in gets kept. They don't give out that much to charity. They resell shit that people give away for free, and they capitalize on it. Exactly what the Haitians do to their own people. I know. I helped load up the containers.
There's nothing wrong with that, though.
Dude, you come into all right. I lived down in Florida for a little while, and I did some audience job down there. We were taking in donations and filling up containers to send over to Haiti. Free clothes, free whatever. These were donations. Even I gave stuff. I didn't know what was happening until later. They were loading everything up in these containers and shipping them off for pennies on the dollar. They were even stuffing cars in there, which was against the law, by the way. Because that's not what they put on the manifest for what was in the container. Car wasn't on the manifest. Donations were.
She was a donation.
Was it a donated car?
So they buy a car here, load it up in a container, stuff a bunch of free donations in there, take the container over there, pay pennies on the dollar because it would have cost them thousands just to ship the car.
So you're saying they got around tyrannical laws
Plus,
and ridiculous taxes, right?
plus on top of that, they're
taxes are
going back
tyranny.
to Haiti with free donations, and they're selling the donations to people who just lost everything.
Yeah, they're reselling those poor losers.
Let me tell you something. When you go down to Haiti, if you walk to where there's trees, it's a completely different story in the Dominican Republic. Haitians' problems are caused by Haitians because the Dominicans don't have the same problem. They're on the same island. I hate to be cruel. It's just the way it is.
I'm in Australia. I don't know.
I haven't been to the Dominican Republic yet.
My sister lived in the Dominican Republic for years, doing voluntary relief work because that's what my family did, stuff like that. I spent 9 years doing voluntary relief work. I know all this stuff. I know the ins and outs of all of it. And
God bless you.
Well, I mean, it's not. I'm not bragging about it. Just saying I understand it. And
I'm just saying
down in the islands, the corruption is cultural. They don't view it as corruption, and Americans view it as corruption. They don't. They view it as like putting grease. They view it as greasing your machine. That's literally how they view it. They don't even have the same view as we do on it.
Well, thank you. You just took Haiti off of my list of places to go.
Yeah, don't go to Haiti. Do not go to Haiti. If you are a white American,
it was at the bottom of the list. Trust me. I had an island that's forbidden that was higher up on the list than Haiti, which there's a chance that if I go to the island, I may not come back.
One of my sister's friends was walking with a female friend of his, and they had to take a route that took them off of the trail in Dominican Republic, and they wandered over into Haiti. And he got attacked with a machete. He's all scarred up.
Holy crap! Yeah, I've been to some of those places. I've been to Santo Domingo. I actually visited a freaking fortress that was from the early 1500s in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
Oh, Menace, if you can, speak to Battle Mod, you and Elijah, and we'll organize something I want to share with you guys. Something with loyal benefit you a lot. At least I'd like you to hear from. Just
sure, we could do that. Once I'm putting up batter boards for a foundation right now, but we could do that.
You see that sun? Do you guys see that sun picture I put up there?
No, describe it.
Well, the thing that's notable to me, it's just a picture I took with my cell phone. And I just zoomed into the sun as far as it would go, which isn't that far. Kind of cheap phone, I think. But the size of the sun, it's going down. It's pretty low.
Are you yelling timber?
this is what I wanted to tell everybody.
It's huge.
That's what she said.
Changing.
But you know what's odd about that? When I try to take a picture with the same camera of the moon, it's freaking tiny. Like I can't zoom in. Like I can't even zoom in. That's what I'm saying.
Did you only take one photo? Or do you have another photo?
Say what?
Do you have another photo that you took at the same time as this one?
Oh yeah, I have one. I have another. I think there's two more.
Yeah, please put it up because I say something and I don't want to be delusional.
Okay, so here's one. Let's see. Let me make sure this is the right one. Yeah, this is kind of odd.
Because I was a crazy person that said like 2 weeks ago.
There's no reference with this one. It's just the sun, but it looks very strange.
You know, I see 3 suns and then Crow puts out a video of 2 suns.
I think it's the way I'm focused, like the way I have the camera angled. I think I might have got it almost dead on. I think that's why it's got that little distortion off to the left side of the one I just put in at 46. Pretty interesting, though. It's so different than, like, if you see look, if you see the other sunshots I've done, hold on. Let me
see. There's two. You can sit.
They look nothing alike. Now look at this one. This is bizarre, man.
There's two of them right there.
Look at this one that I took earlier in the year. Look how different they look from the one I put at 46 minutes. Then look at the one I'm just putting. It's loading right now. Look at that. Look at those two together. How bizarre. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Look how different that looks.
I'm so wrapped that
it's the same one.
Elijah actually got what I was speaking about before when I said
And then look at this one that breaking down the wall of lies. I think he's the one that colored this one I took. He colorized this one. Now look at this one. Look at that. That's the sun. The hell does that look like? That's bizarre.
What the fuck?
I know some of the, like the big one off to the left is the same kind of camera lensing. So I know that part is from the camera. And in the colorized photo, that object off to the left is my camera lens. Now the one off to the right stayed stationary or in relationship with the sun itself. And see, there's a little dot that looks like, to me, it looks like a projection point.
Yeah.
It literally does. Looks like that.
I see two of them, at least two of them, three of them, I actually say.
Well, the one off to the left, like I said, if you look at the colorized one, that's the same thing that you got going. Like I can make it go around the sun. Like in the picture at 47 minutes after, it's at about 6, 7 o'clock. You see the 7 o'clock position? That's the lens. That's the camera effect. But now if you look at 1 o'clock, all that stuff seemed to only focus on the sun itself. The other one moved with my camera quite a bit. The upper right one, it moves as well, but like I said, it stays pretty much concentric to the sun itself. The other one swings wildly around with my camera lens, the angle, my camera lens. It's just odd. I don't know. Looks different all the time. And it has to do, some of it has to do with, let's see this one. Wow.
Did anyone else just get a connection issue?
I do variously. Look at this one.
They took off our internet for almost like one day, bro.
This next one.
Yeah.
I was just talking about right now. My connection.
This next one. So this next one I'm putting is from the same day as the one I put at 42 and 46 minutes after the hour. The last photo is from the same day. I can't even see the sun. There's such glare. You can see my camera lens down on the bottom there.
Yeah, but this is a big flare up top right hand.
And the last one?
Yeah,
that's a cloud. That's a cloud. Yeah,
you sure?
Up in the upper, yeah, pretty sure. But I might have. Hold on, one more. Let's see. Yeah, this one's the same way. You can't see. Yeah, those are clouds back there, so. It's pretty bizarre. It was so bright and low.
What the fuck?
That trips me out, man. So then you compare that to like this one. It's the same day.
What? That's just
It's
normal.
within a minute.
Is that a normal shot?
These are within a few minutes from that last one. At what, 51 and 52? It's the same. It's within a few minutes of each other. These pictures. It's the same day. I was sitting in the same place. I hadn't moved.
Do you see that little thing on the left?
On the left of the last one I put?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
It's bizarre.
That's what it is.
That's a little distortion there. But I think I'm pretty much directly pointed right, so that could be partly due to my camera lens off on that side. Because it does distort it. But I think I was almost facing directly at the sun in that last picture. Because all the concentric rings are almost centered directly on the sun, just a little bit off as you go back.
Yeah, but that little bit on the left is like darker. If you can contrast the color, it will come out more. See how that little bit, the darker
That distorted
yellow?
part on the left of the sun?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's bulged out right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird stuff, man.
So if it was distortion, it should be just like whitish. Shouldn't be.
Even just these, I mean, it's fascinating. And these are just cell phone pictures, you know?
There's three of them. When you can see three of them, well,
That's some more somewhere.
The firmament, and then the other ones.
Can kind of see the firmament. I think in the colorized one, I think you can see the firmament.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it from my perspective. The rainbow makes more sense when you realize that there's not just one firmament.
Yeah, like look at the colorized photo it's after 42, it's 1, 2, 3, the fourth one where it's all colorized blue. Look back in the background. I see some kind of something going on in the background. Seemingly, is that like, I don't know if that's all optical or if that's an optical effect of something going on in the background that became visible, like almost has a texture to it.
I haven't seen a picture, bro.
At 48, it's at 48 minutes.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, the last one, the little thing on the left.
At 48 minutes? Hold on.
Is that the second last photo? I can't see. It's on the phone.
Second to the last photo, the colorized one.
I have a proposition to anyone who has, these kind of resources and time. Just get a couple of domes, or maybe 3 or 4. You don't need to go all the way to 7. Get some water, get some spotlights, and just try and recreate images in a similar manner. I'm not saying it's the definite, but just to try and see if you can get similar stuff, because if you can, then at least that's some evidence pointing towards what the biblical stuff says.
Bro, I'll back you up on
At the
that.
very least, you could get some baselines to kind of have a more tangible understanding of how light interacts with water for yourself, right?
Don't yell at me, bro. I'm trying to work with you here. I'm agreeing with you because you look at the old text. It says he separated the lesser waters from the higher waters. It's real interesting that.
See,
so there's
I'm not too sure as of yet, because I mean, we don't have all the text and stuff like that. But one idea or one perspective could be that you have the direct firmament that we're under, so our ground floor. You have that's a special one, right? Because that has to house water and have lake and have gates to manage. And just so that no one's confused, I'm talking from biblical perspective, so I'm not providing any proof. This is just from textual understanding. So you have that. It has to have gates so that so that the angels can ascend, descend. It has waters above, and it has to manage the waters. So then you have waters above that, and then you go read the other texts that go along with that, and the sun and the moon don't appear to be directly above the water. They appear to be a couple of levels up above the water. So not only is the light shining through water and through a firmament, it's shining through maybe a couple of firmaments before it even hits the water, before it then goes through the final firmament to us. So even just thinking of that, regardless of whether whether I can demonstrate it or whatever, right? Just thinking of that and then looking at the images that Sonny's posted, you can kind of imagine what the light's going through just to get to us. And I don't know. Could raise some thoughts, some interest.
Yeah, bro.
For it if you can.
Look
I
at
would
this
like
last
to. I
one.
just don't know
Look at
where
this.
I would start because I don't have
Check it
sapphire
out. Look at
on
this last
hand.
one. It was on a. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, my bad.
I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say. Look at this last one. Like it was a really overcast day, right? So, but do you honestly believe that orb or whatever it is that I see in this last picture? Look how large that looks. That's 93 million miles away.
Well, of course not.
And then the light on the water going all the way to my feet.
He walks on water, bro.
That water, so that's about 6 miles out to that point.
Yeah,
If I could zoom in, if I could zoom in to that shore on a clear day, I could zoom in all the way to the freaking little tiny waves on the far shore, 5-6 miles away.
Bro, people laughed at me, was it like 2 weeks ago when I said I see 3 of them. And then Crow got the footage of 2.
Yeah, these were not very good pictures. They're just like the cheapest cell phones that you could get from a couple years ago.
It doesn't matter. Sometimes the cheaper ones work the best.
Oh, I got a question. It's kind of random. Not random, just it's an open-ended question. So my perspective is that the firmaments are some kind of sapphire. So that's how I think of it in terms of structure and color. So as far as I'm aware, sapphire is
It could
blue.
be a sapphire like frozen gas.
I don't think that works
Diamond
within
dish.
how he described it and how we, because then you kind of go into that realm of what gas containing gas. Not that it's the same, but frozen gas is not. You know what I mean? I don't want to poo-poo. I just kind of, I'm thinking a crystalline structure, but my thought process for whatever reason is, hinged on sapphire. And if you look into like those expensive watches and stuff that people have, they might as well be transparent. But fundamentally, what makes a sapphire, as far as I'm aware, is that it's intrinsically blue to some degree.
Yep.
So I think
also
that
changes
might
colors.
play. Oh, I'm not.
Sapphire changes colors.
Could you post a link of that? Because I guess maybe.
Yeah. Give me a second. I looked it up and I actually seen the video of it.
And you know what?
If that's the case, explain a lot. Because what I was going with was some of the blue vibes. Maybe that's that, and then maybe when you get more layers, it kind of adds. But if what Elbow says lines up, then that could explain some of the observations you, Sonny, and Elijah F. and the other guys.
Yeah, you know what? So like the gases, if they change, they can change their state into a frozen. Gases can be frozen too. So that serves the purpose of a solid.
I've got a question. What is a diamond made of, apparently?
Carbon.
Nobody?
Made of
I don't know if the connection's dropped or whatever, but there's some food for thought with all that. And Elijah, Elbow, if you can DM me that, because I'm gonna dip for a little bit. There you go. Enjoy.
Bum, bum. Freud, shut the fuck up, man. Fucking talk.
What? Motherfucker.
Where you been, bro?
Driving.
Driving.
That damn cruise control won't come on. You know, what the hell's going on? I gotta go look at the sensor.
Back home, they say, you know, a hammer fixes everything. I'll tell you something funny, bro. Like over here, we go see, we call them wogs, like the people that come from overseas, but the ones that come from like full-on village, like when they try to fix things, as soon as something doesn't go right, the guy goes, "Give me the hammer." I'm like, dude, it doesn't call for a hammer. Give me the hammer, and then just goes to crap.
What's the weather like over there? What do you got?
Oh, it's been terrible, bro. It was like 100 kilometers an hour winds we had for some reason.
Yeah, we're going through 50-mile-an-hour winds right now.
Right. Something's not right. Something's iffy, bro. I don't know. I just sense it.
Yeah, dude. It's on the way out, man. It's on the way out.
Bro, they turned off the internet fully for like almost, it was down for like 12 hours, almost a day.
Fraud is
and the power.
Fraud is rocketing on the from the tundra on his rocket-powered Chevrolet.
Yeah, that's so far from the truth.
He's driving through the jungle.
You're in
no,
Canada,
they turned off our power, bro.
Who's in Canada? Me?
Yeah, where are you?
No, I'm in Southern California.
Oh, you got the drought.
Yeah, it's starting to get warm here.
Yeah, we're getting rain, you're getting drought. That's weird.
It's really weird, and it was like the coldest kind of spring like I've seen in a long time, just like dreary the whole time. Like,
what do you mean? It was the coldest.
It was cloudy. It was
coldest
cloudy.
Spring you've seen. You felt. You don't see.
In a long time. Yeah, in a long time. Here, anyway. Yeah.
Bro, you feel the cold. You don't see it.
Now it's going to get warm again, and by July, August, September, we get like 105 degrees right here, which is really miserable when you have like over 50% humidity and 100 degrees. Not fun, but nothing like the Midwest though, where it was like freaking.
I'm telling you, bro. Cave. Cave. I want the cave.
With a spring and a creek. Sounds good to me, man.
I'm sweet, bro. Need heat? We'll just grab a big ass, like, what is it, a bin? Like a bonfire.
Make a couple of tent cabins or something like that at first.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Could set up your own sawmill. You could do a temporary portable sawmill thing. You could cut your own timber.
I would literally live inside the cave, bro. I'm dead serious.
I don't think so.
Bro, I just told you here they have
It's so hot there, isn't it?
cave where you stay, and the idiots pay $2,000 a night to sleep in a cave.
Wow.
I'm dead serious. Would you think I was joking before?
Could freaking rent it out. I'm just kidding.
Put a bed inside a table.
You could sleep inside my cave.
Yeah. Have the experience of a caveman. You know, be a whatchamacallit, homo faggotus, whatever they call them.
Nobody's paying $2,000 for that. What are you, crazy?
Bro, I'm telling you, there's idiots here that pay Well, my mate was an idiot.
Where's gonna take a shit? Where's gonna take a shit outside the cave?
Bro, I didn't ask him that. Obviously, they figured something out. But you've got those disposable toilets, those ones where you can use them for compost after.
There's no fucking. I mean, maybe it's like a hotel inside of a cave. I can see it, but
Yeah, my mate said it was like really, really nice, but I said, bro, it's a cave. He goes, no, but it's really good. It's got this and that. I'm like, still, it's a cave. At the end of the day, his missus wanted to sleep in a cave. I just said to him, why don't you hit her over the head with a club?
man, this fucking wind is serious today.
They had the street lights out because of the wind and shit. Man, these people, like, they cannot drive. When the lights went out, oh, it was sad. People drive forward and just stop in the middle of the intersection like a.
What the hell's that damn noise that keeps going on? Is that somebody popping in and out of the room?
Yeah, maybe you could probably turn that off in your
Mute or unmute, probably. I don't know. Or in and out.
It's like ba-dung. It's like a doorbell ring or some shit.
Morning. So who thinks they live on a spinning ball? Anybody? Nobody. Alrighty then.
Howdy.
So what's the deal with that map you got? Has he become a flat earther now?
Gee, exactly.
Not sure.
So could you imagine probably the way the creator probably cut it up, the firmament, if it's made out of sapphire?
Yeah.
The color change, the way that light hits will definitely make it chime.
Yep.
Once it goes dark, definitely clear.
Yep. That's why they keep on flashing that diamond sign, bro. When they hold their hands, when they speak, the puppets on TV.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, bro? Yeah.
You said the when they they showed the diamond hand. What was that again?
Yeah. When they thumb on thumb and then the fingers, and it looks like a. Watch out for when they speak. They usually, when they lie, they flash that sign. It's to show to the other people that they're full of shit when they speak. Particular moment.
Yeah, just show me a picture of it or a video of it.
I guess. So, for when they do it in TV, bro, you'll spot it.
What do you guys looking at pictures of the sun and shit?
And diamond is 33. By the way.
I mean, you guys realize now that the Earth, the whole setup is not the same since the fall. So you're not getting the same visuals that were in the beginning.
Who fell, bro? We'll help him out.
What'd you say?
I'll go. Who fell? We'll help him out, bro.
Why are you so hard to understand, bro? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Sorry, bro. I said who fell? We'll help him out.
I still don't know what the fuck he said.
Who fell? We will help them out.
Who said? That's all I heard.
Who fell?
Then the rest.
Who fell? We will help them out.
Oh, whoever fell will help them out.
Yeah. Huh. Jimsy, I just posted it, bro. I think
You just posted it.
the sign that they flash. That's 33 numerology. By coincidence.
The people that fell, the people that fell from the globe, the that people from people from the globe that fell will help them out.
Is that what he said? You sure?
No, I'm improvising as I often do.
It's like Chinese whispers to the worst. Jamesy. Who'd you say? Oh. Elbow. Oh, what was I yelling Jimsy for? Fuck. Oh. Elbow, I put it
We
in
don't
the live stream, bro.
know. We don't know. Are you sure you're not upside down?
Yeah, I think he's getting to me the upside down, bro. I was yelling Jimsy instead of Elbow.
Could be the spinning or the upside down part.
It could be both, bro.
Is the floor still on your head? Yes or no?
With your feet in the air, yet on the ground.
They
All we
have
need is
these
go ahead.
advertising things. They're called shoes. I don't know what they're advertising for. What are these for? I walk on my hands.
I don't know why anybody would even advertise at all if they immediately get pushed out of the store before they can buy anything.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But I walk on my hands because I'm upside down. So
Try not to think that you won't hear the most ridiculous thing outside of the spinning monkey ball. There will be more ridiculous things. Guarantee it.
bro, I already know what they're gonna put out next, and I was pissing myself laughing when I got the message.
Well, I got a pull going a different direction, perhaps.
I gotta figure out what my damn cruise control ain't working. What the fuck is going on here?
I told you, bro. Hammer fixes everything. Just a little tap.
Ah, bro, this ain't Russia. It could be a control module. It could be a little short. It could just be a bad switch.
Give it a little tap. Elbow. Elbow. I think he's gonna sleep, or he's like casting like a voodoo spell on me or something.
I mean, this car's a 2019. Doesn't make any sense.
I am curious. For most of the studying I've done in marine biology and marine science, I see rogue waves, but I can't tell if the frequency is so great that it's just completely dangerous to even take a half day to bigger parts. Even though the military goes everywhere.
Did you say rogue waves?
That's what they call it.
A rogue wave in the ocean.
Yeah, it's a wave that has free will and just goes against the grain.
So, yeah, I mean, like, are we talking like what's the height of the wave? How are they tracking it? You know?
It's probably code for something.
You know, they only map 5% of the ocean floor. You guys realize that shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just speak about it all the time.
I was watching them mapping it when they had it on where everyone could watch it.
I mean, I felt sure it was way more than 5%. That is ridiculous. It's either they're lying or that's actually true. You know what I'm saying? But why would you be swimming around that damn thing with submarines and you only know 5%? That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, the rest of what they're finding,
70%.
they haven't told us what it is, but you know, the Great Eastern, the huge ship, it was at that time the largest steel ship ever built, and it laid the freaking transatlantic telegraph cables in
Right.
1858. They knew exactly, listen to this part. They knew exactly how much it weighed per like nautical mile. So they knew exactly how much cable they used. They weren't doing that like since that abysmal plane or whatever it's called out there. It's primarily flat. Like those are probably the flattest surfaces on Earth. The longest distance of flat surface is the ocean floors. So think of how far that would be if it's 3,000 miles across the Atlantic. Well, it probably was less because they went to like Nova Scotia.
You mean New Scotland?
But in 2,000 miles or 2,500 miles, they would have to like, how much extra cable would they need?
Nova Scotia means New Scotland.
They could never have done it. Requires extra cable. So that's probably the 5% they considered surveyed, the ones they dropped cable onto. Those areas, that
Right,
thin
yes.
little area where the cables are sitting. They consider that surveyed when it's not. They haven't been there either. They just dropped a cable on down there.
Right, but that wouldn't be 5%. There's so much covered in water that if you got rid of the water, we'd have more land, obviously. But
yeah.
Just listen
there's
to me
so
for 1
much
second.
that 5% is a large chunk, man.
Well, just think it
These
depends on
guys-
what the entire size is, because we don't really know how large these bodies of water are. They're way off. They could be anywhere from 2 to 3 times larger than we could possibly imagine.
1 second.
One
They know.
big ocean would be a chunk, a big chunk, but it
They
still
know.
wouldn't be more than like 30%.
Right.
They know they've got the info. Those books that they have that they store for, so nobody can touch them. What do you think they're for? Collecting dust?
Right. Yeah, exactly. The
Hey
information.
guys, real quick, I saw A4R4V Junior was asking some questions in the lobby. If you guys want to say hello.
Okay. Hello.
A4, how are you?
A4, I've unmuted you. You have control of your mic. A4?
A4, is that like the paper? A4?
I don't know. He's a gamer, so he must have a mic.
I think it's Rav Junior.
Ah.
He plays farming games.
It's good to play farming games when you're on a farm.
Oh, he jumped. Okay.
Oh. Yeah. Why would you do that?
Roger's voice is too intimidating and scary.
Yeah.
Man. You need to work on that, Roger.
How does a combine work on a ball Earth?
What the fuck?
Well, he said farming games. Come on, man. Keep up, Iggs.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm upside down, bro. The blood's rushing to my head. I can't handle this anymore. We need to buy the cave.
Come on, man.
The A4 is back. Do you want to try him one more time, A4?
Sure. A4.
Hello,
He said he
A4.
couldn't hear us at first, so maybe little radio check 1, 2. A4, how are you doing?
Hello, A4. Come on,
Welcome
man.
to the server, A4.
Hello. Didn't hear you.
Hey,
He's lighting up, but I don't hear him.
I heard him. I think he might need to turn up his mic a bit. If you can, A4.
A4, you have control of your mic. Come on, man. I mean,
Hello?
hello. What's up?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't know. My friend sent me this
Guy's up,
invite.
right? Yeah. Awesome. So have you read the rules when you enter the server?
No.
Awesome.
Okay. Would you mind reading them? Is it RF?
Let me just read them. Where's the rules?
So you have any questions? Yeah.
I guess that was a nuh-uh.
In fireworks lingo, that was a dud.
Don't tell us later that we didn't try to tell you so.
Code show.
You can't say we didn't try to warn ya.
So I need a bigger laser. I have a decent one, but I need a
One
bigger
second. You're Glub. 420, you're muted. What's up? You're Glub?
Hey, bro. Hey, Glub, man.
You have control of your mic, you're Glub. You want to talk to us? What's up?
Enemy spotted.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. Fine.
Wasn't really looking to voice shows, just to get it working.
Because you want to send links of space pictures, right?
Oh, I can send links now.
No, you can't.
Oh.
No. So why is the Earth a globe? A glob? Why is it a glob?
A glob.
Your glob.
Just how it is. It's
I was curious. You
most
said that we know unknown things like R because of known things like the distance to the sun. So can you walk us through that? How do we know R?
Pirates go R.
So I'm actually not too good at this.
Okay.
You were
Okay.
seeming pretty confident about this in the lobby. So you were saying that we definitely have a radius measured because we have things like the distance to the sun. Well, I would challenge you and say that neither of those things have been measured. So, do you have anything to the contrary?
Who are you again?
This creation bear is talking to you.
All right. I'll have a look and try to find you an exact reason. That'd be fun.
Well, you can tell us, right?
I cannot.
Why? I mean, you sound pretty
Because
confident
I do not
about your belief.
have numbers or any
Sorry?
of that. I do not have numbers or any of that, so
No. Well, yeah.
I'd
You
rather give
sound
you
right.
actual stuff than what is
I understand it,
assumption.
right? Your globe. We've heard it
I'm not.
1,000 times, right? We wouldn't be
I'm
here. We wouldn't be here if the Earth actually was measured to be a globe, right? So when you walk out your door, your globe, when do you experience a ball Earth?
Well, not many people are claiming that that's something we're going to sort of notice in day-to-day life.
Right. Nobody,
No.
right? Nobody has ever experienced this ball Earth, right? Whenever you or me,
I wouldn't say that. You're not going to really notice it.
right? So all you've ever experienced is a flat, level, non-rotating plane.
No.
Of course you do.
You
It
just
can
said
be
it, bro.
perceived as that.
Sorry?
You can perceive it as that.
Yeah, we all do.
Especially when you're not doing anything, like complicated, like going to the shops isn't going to prove the globe. So,
well, well,
that's
again, right? When we stand on the beach, we see a flat horizon, no curvature. When we go to a mountain, we see a flat horizon, no curvature. When we fly in an airplane, we see a flat horizon, no curvature. Even
you're not
Neil
really going
deGrasse,
to experience that.
right? So
Okay,
you just
on a
contradicted
globe.
yourself. You
measure
just could, yeah, you just contradicted yourself. You said, well, some do, right? No, nobody does. Nobody experience a globe.
I mean,
right?
no. I mean, on that sort of size.
Yeah.
Okay,
So this,
regardless of perception, can it be measured, your globe? Regardless of if we can perceive it or not, can it be measured?
Measured in what way?
Okay, you're saying we can't perceive the globe because it's too big. Well,
Yeah,
can we measure the curvature?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay, well then that goes back to the original question. How was it measured?
I will find you a good answer. I could
You might want to do that.
talk
Let's
what's
maybe try and
basically
establish whether
nonsense
the
here,
ground is curving or not.
and you would go, I gotcha, you can't prove it right now and there.
We'll wait. We can sit here and wait until we have some sort of evidence. But until then, we haven't established that the ground is even curving to begin with. So let's start there.
so would you say a laser would do it?
Seen that video? I watched the stuff you sent. At least 90% not retarded.
Excuse me?
10% not retarded.
Excuse me. So a laser, right? 41 kilometers shooting over water. Wouldn't that be enough?
I don't know, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like to talk on stuff like that.
Well, that's
because
well
I
then
don't know, and
yeah. Well, that's okay, right? That's okay if you don't know. That's okay, right? But then defending the globe model, right? The heliocentric model makes no sense if you don't know. Okay, right? So again, right?
not quite so.
Well, you don't really have any foundation to stand on. You don't even understand that the ground hasn't been measured.
On a ground check.
So
I don't know. I'll find you
Literally
something.
don't have any foundation.
Pardon?
You literally don't have a ground to stand on.
Ground jokes. I'll find you something. You know.
Yeah. So
I
yeah,
wasn't. I
of
wasn't
course.
really aiming to talk in a voice chat.
I'm not really asking because I'm confused. I'm asking to demonstrate that you don't have any curvature. We're demonstrating your lack of evidence. It's not because I'm confused and I need help.
Sure.
I verified you, your glob, so you can post stuff in the live stream, right? We're not gonna bite you. We're not retarded. We're just human beings like you, right? And we
Yeah, sure.
wanted to validate this globe Earth that they tell us we're on, right? And wherever we go, wherever we measure, wherever we look and observe, there is no curvature. So it cannot be a ball.
Well, that point's it's kind of debatable.
What a ball
Well, you
with no
could debate
curvature?
it by putting forward those measurements of the curvature. That's how you debate this. Until then, it's not debatable.
Yeah, you can't debate. Means no bait.
No, so I can claim refraction for one thing. You can claim refraction for another.
You actually can't really claim refraction because you still don't have that measurement of R, which is based on refraction is
Exactly.
based on that R value. So you can't claim it.
I'll find it. Cool.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. You need a measurement of curvature. That's the foundation, as the gentleman said.
Yeah. We're not trying to establish how light works.
Yeah, when did they establish the curvature would need to be a standard that's used for everything? It should be, is the word ubiquitous? It should be everywhere. It should be really easy to find a measurement.
Sorry, did he say you can debate a measurement? Or did I hear him wrong?
Yeah.
No, maybe he can. He could try. Let's see. I'm going to debate a measurement with a concept. Touché. En garde.
En garde.
Sorry, reality's going to trump concepts.
And it's not that we want to see, right? We want to validate the globe. People come here and say, "Well, you are retarded. Your science denies," right?
Right.
That's not it, right? We love science, but it has to be the correct science.
That's what I'm
Can
saying.
someone send me the that paper from Galileo? I think it was.
Your glob. Let me. Do you mind if I ask you? Could I ask you a couple questions, your glob? Would you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know much about measuring things? What is your take on measuring? Have you measured something yourself?
I've measured something, and I'm very ashamed of it.
Oh well, what kind of have you like built something that you had to do the measurements yourself? Like, what was that? Do you have a experience like that?
I mean, not really. No.
No. Okay. So what about like picking up things and taking them apart, putting them back together? You done anything like that before?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Measure his
Well, that's a start. So you know the difference between a measurement and a and like an analysis or a calculation. Do you know the difference between measurement and a calculation?
I mean, you can use calculations to measure.
Can you use a calculation without a direct measurement to start out with?
No. So you obviously need to create some sort of standard thing.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly to the point. You need a standard. Exactly. What's the standard for the ball Earth?
Well, there's the gravitational constant.
That's not a standard, and we need a measurement.
That's
Gravitation is a concept.
Pardon?
We need a measurement. Yeah, you have to have R before you can use gravitation anything. You're not even there
No,
yet.
I don't
Like
think.
you have to start with the R
Well,
value. That's how everything is reliant on the R value. That radius of Earth, it is supposed to be the most fundamental thing that they started out with to get things up into the air to do any of that stuff. So we need the standard because they would have had to have had this. It would have to been a definite that this is the size we're dealing with. Otherwise, everything is off. The whole entire thing is off if you don't have that. So all we're asking for is when did they actually measure it to use it as a standard to do all these other things. So we're at the ground floor, the radius value, where was it measured, where, when, and how. How did they do it?
And I'll find you something.
Okay, should we call Indio, get ready to shut the server down? It's going to show us proof of curvature, measurement.
Cool. Low proceeds, yay.
I don't think I'll convince you, and I don't think you're going to convince me. It's like, let's kind of be honest.
We're not trying to convince you. Wait, it's not my job to try to convince anybody. I don't care. If you don't want to look at reality, objectivity as far as real things go, measuring things, it's not an imagined like exercise. It's something that you go and do in reality. You're actually measuring something. So it's different than just going, well, I have a gravitational constant.
Sure.
You see the difference? That's just words. What does that even mean? They're just words that are magic get out of jail free cards with no answer to any of it as to what the causes are. So you can't use it until you have the R value. We need to know how they what did they use as a standard to get this R value that everything relies on, all your orbital mechanics, all the distances to everything. How they could get out there and fly craft out into it. They would have to have this as a definite thing that they relied on.
Sure, yeah.
It's like this. Here, I'll just put it this way. You don't go out there and just like build something. Like let's say you have to build a high tolerance flat surface, right? Because it's a machine tool. It has to be completely horizontal. Like it has to be like shaved off so that it's perfectly flat, right?
Sure.
If you're going to build something like that, you need to know how large it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you find out what the size of this flat piece of material is?
Globe.
You need to measure it. You need to actually go and measure it. Oh, we measured it. Oh, it's 2 feet too long.
Yeah.
So what do we use to measure it with? A standard. Standards in measurement. So they have standards in measurement when you go out and build things.
I don't believe the speed of light requires R.
Listen, we're not talking about light. We're talking about a surface of a physical thing.
Sure.
Whatever it is, Earth. So we're not talking about light. We're talking about measurement of physical
You can
objects.
use the speed of light to
We're not talking about the speed of light. I don't look, when I'm cutting a piece of metal, I don't have to look up the speed of light and determine what I'm cutting.
I mean, it's just to sort of say that you don't need to measure everything with like a ruler to measure something.
The Earth, they would have had to know the size.
Measuring.
Listen, you're blob. Do you even know what the size of the sphere is supposed to be?
It's like
God.
What is it? 4,000 in diameter, something like that.
Come on, bro.
So you don't know, and you're here defending it.
I don't know exactly. No.
No. Good. So you have like a fervor or something. You have a religious. You're exuberant about the religious matters.
I mean, you say this. It's religious sort of.
Yeah, it is religious. No, it is. No, it isn't. You're just. What I'm doing is I'm illustrating to everybody listening.
Sure.
that you don't know what you're talking about, and that's a fundamental religious belief. Without proof, you have no proof. You don't even know what your religion is. That's like the epitome of religious. It is.
Right.
Yeah. Totally is.
Sure. Someone sent me the whatever you call it, Galileo paper.
So I don't know why you just can't be honest about it. So that's the part that needs illustrating. That your refusal to be honest that it is just a religious belief. You yourself told us quite clearly that you had no evidence. You didn't even know what the size of the ball that you're defending is. According to the mainstream, you don't even know. That's hilarious, bro.
So it's 4,000 miles in diameter, radius. So, sure.
You sure?
Well, I'll have a look. It is what it is.
Can you measure? Maybe you can measure it for us.
Another moment for the globe.
Hey, Glob, are you like cooking dinner for all of us, or what are you doing, bro?
Pardon?
Okay, are you like making like barbecue for us, or you providing some evidence?
I can do either. I'm versatile.
Oof, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'll have a eye fillet steak.
I'll take one real measurement of Earth curvature, please. Thank you.
We need to start collecting all those receipts. Well, I'll just write a receipt for everyone here who has requested that Earth curve measurement. Just get the receipts all together. Oh, wait a minute. They're filling up several trucks already. Oh shoot. Better get some huge containers. Maybe just to be safe, get a whole container ship. We have to put all those receipts requesting the curvature measurement. Then we could start like the curvature receipt request museum, and they could all be put in the archives.
Okay. Awesome.
Yep. I don't think anybody here has a problem if someone came in here and goes like, I belong to the globe religion. Like, I'd be okay, cool. Yeah, you do. But I don't understand the denial that it is the very thing by definition.
Yep.
That's funny.
I am a glob, and I'm proud of it. Sweet. Carry on.
It's just a glow because they said so. It's just a glow because they said so. It's just a glow. You know it must be right because they said so.
Yeah, globe on.
I don't even know what size the globe is, but I'm gonna push it anyway. Oh yeah. Let me get on my speed of light slide rule or something. Like to measure, I'm gonna use the speed of light. So I'm gonna get on my speed of light measuring tool, so I can measure the standard with the speed of light.
Bro, the model actually fucking falls apart right at the start with Copernicus. On his third principle with the tilt. That's it. It was all over from right there and the wobble. I just
Millions of
right
degrees, but not hot. Yeah, that's a good one.
That was the first thing that I found out when I was like 14, 15. I was like, so you went from this, you left this out, which is one of the three things the whole model relies on, and you just put shit on top of it. The matter of another like put shit on top of it, and I go to my teacher, I go, this is all bullshit. I go, it's stuff from here. It's like, what do you mean? I go, the tilt, kind of a wobble like that, and have the same effect. Hmm. What happened? Rogan, what? Shit his pants.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo, I didn't know he was flat earther.
Oh, yeah. Is this a new one, or?
I'm on Library and it was uploaded by Flat Earth Awakening on the 1st of June.
Is the
So
top one the YouTube thing?
yeah.
Okay. Eddie Bravo is cool. I like him.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah. No, he's actually like a
He
cool
actually,
guy.
yeah, he said the words, once you go flat, you never go back.
Just his attitude's really, it's normal. He doesn't fake it or push it, and I respect that.
Man, I don't trust Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah, he's a
He's
sellout
a,
sodomite.
yeah.
He's got the. Oh,
Joe Rogan
he's got the thing.
actually cut that interview and said, "Oh, it's 10 o'clock. It's really late, guys."
As soon as he starts the show, he's got the Jesuit symbol right on his forehead, like where his third eye is. What do you think that
Yeah,
thing
he's
is? Signs and symbols rule the world, people. This is exactly. I'll watch this. I'll have a laugh. Thank you, Ariel.
no worries.
So I got disconnected. I didn't miss any glow proof, did I? I'll take that as a no.
Alright, why is it quiet? Black guy leaves. Everybody shuts up. What's going on?
What's up, Fraud? What you got?
I don't know, man. You tell me, Hank. Or is it? What? I can never get your damn name right, bro.
This is Dave. I'm not Hank. I do not sell propane and propane accessory.
Well, then I gotta have a talk with him.
I'm going to piss you off right now as I'm going 60 on a Kentucky highway. My cruise control is working. Ah.
You fucking suck, dude. I don't know what the hell. I have to take it into the shop because, like, this just happened because it was working yesterday.
You went across the globe at the wrong angle, I think.
I was upside down.
You got to be careful when you're negotiating that curvature. Oh, watch out, dude.
Wait, so you know how you guys say that you can't measure the distance to the sun?
You're saying you can measure the distance to the sun?
Pardon?
Are you saying you can measure the distance to the sun?
No, you say that you can't. Why?
Well,
why do you think you can? Go ahead.
You can't answer a question with a question.
Well, here's the thing. How would you do that? Is first off, how would you find out exactly where the sun is? How would you do that? If you have two different ideas of where it is, how do you prove either one? You know, that's where you have to begin, right? So,
sure.
So which one do you think would be more difficult to prove?
Pardon?
Which idea do you think would be more difficult to prove?
No, I'm not too sure. It's not really my question.
Well, the thing is, all right. So if let's say it's supposed to be 99 million miles away, how would you know that without first assuming that you're in an environment that's in outer space, spinning around something? You have to. There's no way to say the sun is that far away without first saying you're in outer space, and then go from there. That's what you have to do. You realize that? That's literally
Sure.
what you have to
Why can't you do that on a flat Earth?
do. Do what on a flat Earth?
Like measure the distance. So you can measure it on a globe if you make assumptions. That's what you're saying.
Right. No, but technically you can measure it on the flat Earth. It's just a bunch of calculations, and I really don't have the proper time to put into it. But literally, you can measure it on a horizontal to find out almost maybe how high it is technically, because like if you do it by the flat Earth, so sunset here is sunrise somewhere else, right? So as the sun going down in your view, if you're looking across the ocean, it's coming up for somebody else across the ocean. So let's say that place is 3,000 miles away. So you go with that. You're like, all right, so 3,000 miles away, they're getting sunrise, and then overhead noon. You know, it's kind of a ballpark. You know, you can't really get. I don't know if you can get the full distance, but you can kind of wing it with some simple triangulation. That's my own personal one, but there might be another one that other people use. With the whole sticks and shadows thing, that kind of gives you an idea of where it is. For the flat Earth, not for the globe. The globe, it just tells you where the sun is at a specific moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the rest of that shit, it's just a bunch of calculations. But like I said, when you go to the globe, you have to assume so much shit before you can even throw that number in. And I mean, it's way out there, bro.
Mm-hmm. But also, how would you explain, so you know, how in like summer, I think it is, one of the poles, I can't remember which one, experiences like permanent night, and another experiences permanent day for an amount of time.
No, that's outside my realm of understanding. There are other guys I know who really dive into that stuff. I don't really know much about it. I mean, but it's all of it's explained. Who's not in here? Somebody should. Usually, there's so many people in here that offer their wisdom and knowledge, but apparently no one's in here right now.
Yeah, sure. I'll admit, I'm not exactly the best person to prove the globe Earth. I'm more interested to see what people who think the Earth is flat think.
What were we talking about, Fraud? I just heard.
Pardon?
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Crypto.
He's talking about measuring the distance to the sun on a flat Earth. Crypto, go ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, why? I guess is my first question. Why are we talking about that?
Does it have a distance?
Don't know. Don't know what the distance is.
No.
To be honest, to be honest.
Is there a thing where you could say there is a distance or not?
I mean, the sun is a distance away.
Sure.
Obviously, but no one on Earth can tell you how far it is.
Why not?
Many different reasons. First of all, you just have an angular size in the sky.
Sure.
Second of all, you don't know the absolute size of the sun, so you can't derive it. You just see a circle in the sky, and so your guess is as good as mine.
Right. And then midnight sun and all that sort of stuff at the poles.
Okay.
How would you explain that?
Have you got evidence for the midnight sun in the South Pole?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Could you go ahead and present that?
Sure. mean, how good do you want the evidence to be?
Well, I want it to be actual evidence, not some dodgy video.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, I've given you link perms so you can post the live stream voice text.
I'll just mute myself quick.
You what? Did you just leave? I think he just bailed.
Maybe he didn't know what he was doing.
Oh no, he's typing in the chat, but he's left the VC.
We'll be having issues today with VC.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So it's so scary and intimidating. Crypto. You need to work on that.
Looks like he's not posting anything. What a surprise.
Yeah, from what I've gathered, he's been here like 20 minutes. He's sure somebody can prove the globe. It's not he. So, he knows it's the globe. There you go.
There.
Okay. Why do you think this proves that Antarctica has a 24-hour sun?
What do you mean by that? I find that kind of confusing. I mean,
Okay,
it makes sense
give
for that
me a
to happen
second.
on the globe.
Let me. So,
I'm not too interested in proving a globe, to be honest. I'd need to learn more about it myself to start proving.
Okay. So I've posted some video evidence in the live stream voice text. Could you have a look at that for me?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
So why
what do
should
you
I
think about
believe
that?
any of the photos you take of
No.
seeing too far?
I've presented
So
this.
we can't use
here.
photos anymore.
It's not what you're straw manning me because you don't answer the question. What do you think about this piece of video evidence I've presented?
That is Bear Dude. That is kind of cool.
Okay, so this is Bigfoot, right?
Yeah, sure.
So this is video evidence of Bigfoot, right?
Well, I mean, for you to say that, well, do you want to be able to use images and video?
Bro, it's a yes or no question. Is that video evidence of Bigfoot? No, it's not. Exactly my point.
So that's not video evidence of, or whatever you call it, sun. No.
So the problem you have with, I mean, there's lots of obvious problems with this, son, but with this video, and we can go into the kind of more detailed problems with the actual video. But on a more kind of fundamental logical level, I feel like you're not even understanding the basics, and that's why I presented
Well, why should we use videos and images at all then?
Well, I don't.
Well, some people do.
Well, that's nice for them, but it's not evidence.
Okay.
If like, dude, I don't know how old you are, right? But I'm in my 30s, right? When I was very young, Photoshop was a thing. Final Cut Pro exists. Many other pieces of image.
I'm aware that stuff can be faked, which is why.
Yes, but I didn't finish. Can I finish? Cool. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish my sentence, please?
Sure.
Like, I don't want this to turn into a people talking over each other thing. So I will finish, and then you can speak for as long as you like. Okay. But my more general point is that I'm absolutely amazed that people will believe video footage without question in the age of Final Cut Pro and Photoshop, and also all this other shit. Like, I'm absolutely amazed that people will do it without question.
Right.
Cool.
I mean, don't really know what to say to that. So, would you say that using images or video for either side is a reasonable thing to do?
I don't like imagery as proof, personally.
Sure.
So I don't use it. Oh, there we are then.
So, but would you say that 24-hour sun just simply doesn't happen?
In Antarctica, no. In the north, absolutely. I've witnessed it myself.
Why doesn't it happen in Antarctica?
What do you mean, why doesn't it happen?
Just that. How can it happen in the north and not in the south?
Because the Earth's flat.
Right. Fair enough then. Sure.
Okay. So what really matters here is that the Earth actually measures flat objectively, right? So when we talk about stuff like midnight sun with dodgy at best video imagery to quote unquote prove it, and we haven't actually gone through the problems on that, by the way, but we can still. The question I ask myself is, what is the actual central point that we're looking at? Central point is, what is the Earth? So my answer is, well, let's measure it. Let's see if there's any curvature. We look for curvature. There's no curvature. The rest is secondary and tertiary. Make sense? Okay, cool. So when we measure the Earth, it's flat objectively. Even if there was a 24-hour sun, which there's no reason to believe there is, because there's no genuine evidence that I've seen that convinces me. Whether that happens or not doesn't really matter.
You see, if we could prove a 24-hour sun in Antarctica to happen, what would you say then?
Why?
I mean, that's like saying if we could prove that unicorns existed, would you believe in magical horses?
Probably, yeah. If we could prove that
Okay, then. Yeah. So if you could prove that magical horses existed, then yes. I would be happy with admitting that magical horses exist.
Sure.
So I don't see the point of the question.
Well, it's not that you're just going to say it doesn't happen anyway. So all I wanted to kind of know about that.
Can you speak English, please?
Was someone else trying to get in? Was that you, Iggs?
I was just wanted him to speak English, bro, that's all.
So can I address some of the videos issues? I mean, I don't know if you've gone to that crypto.
No, to be honest, I was hoping someone else would come in. I'm happy to do it, but I don't like monologuing, so go ahead.
Yeah, so if you go to about a minute 22 and the beginning at 22 seconds, how would actually, let me take a print screen off of this.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Let me show you something on here.
I'll answer for you. What's your question, bro?
I posted a link. I'm sorry, I wanted to show him the image before he goes there.
Okay.
This is side by side. Can you tell me when does cloud ever repeats itself?
It's from a documentary. It was edited this way. We know.
So they're making a 24-hour sun and they repeated the image, the video?
No.
So this is not a repeated video. Did you see the exact same formations of the clouds?
Yeah. I agree. It's the same images.
It is. So if it's a 20, why would they have to fake that?
They didn't fake it. It's called editing. Have you heard about that concept?
This is supposed to be a continuous video of the 24-hour sun.
No. Yeah, the end of the rotation.
Is this not the end? It still goes on for a few more seconds, saying this is it is the exact same image. It's edited. Yes, you're right. 100% edited. Yes, I do agree with you. But they're supposed to be showing a 24-hour sun.
And they did.
With the same exact clouds.
Yeah, that is
non-stop.
Amazing. Okay, Crypto left, but I had a question for you guys. Maybe
it is Photoshop.
No, I didn't leave.
But what about this cloud?
Oh, Crypto is here.
Yeah. What about cloud? Who cares?
Crypto, you said earlier that you measured the Earth flat. Can we get those measurements, please?
That's awesome.
Yeah, sure. I'm here all evening. Let's finish the video and then we can certainly go into something in depth if you want. I was going from work, so I've got nowhere to be now. Did you guys want to finish up the video?
I mean, he this says it's fishy. But I mean, if there's supposed to be a 24-hour sun, they shouldn't have to repeat the videos. Interlace them. It doesn't make any sense.
Have you guys seen debunked videos of those?
Can I just tell him one more thing? Have you ever watched the NASA footage? The live footage from so-called space? Your club?
I don't know who you're asking.
He's asking you.
Have you ever watched the live NASA footage, so-called in space?
I clicked on it once, yes.
Okay. Do you know when you go down and read it, it says it's not live?
Wow. Okay. So is the footage real or is it just not live? What is your conclusion? Because it could say live, filmed yesterday, and it's not really live, or you're saying the fact that it's not live, therefore it's a fake. Which one is it?
So why would you say that something is live but film it a day before?
That's your question?
That's just a lie.
Really?
First and foremost, that's a lie. If you're gonna lie, you're gonna do something else.
Mm-hmm.
Why else would you lie?
So how many, when you type live NASA in YouTube, how many channels do you get? How many live feeds do you get?
Every single one of them is the official ones say that they are not live. Every time.
And I understand that. Great.
So every day they do it.
Okay.
Every day they do it.
Okay, so
Every
it's
day
not.
they do it.
Okay, so it's not live.
Every
so,
day they do it, bro.
So.
That's why they're calling it live.
Okay, so yesterday they're showing the
So
3
it's a
days ago,
lie.
and
So
today
it's a
they're showing
Why
yesterday's
are they
footage.
so it's a
calling it
lie.
live?
So
If I describe something very basically, therefore it's true. Is that what's going on?
Why would you believe a known liar?
I never said I believed it. You guys asked me if I watched live footage, what they called live. Yes, and now you're telling me it's not live. I say, okay, so it's not live. Got it. Next. What
So
now?
the question they asked you, which
Yes.
I heard the first time, you seem to have missed after 4 attempts.
Yes.
Why are they telling you it's live when it's not?
Because they're liars. That's
fantastic.
Why.
We can.
That's
move on.
amazing. Wow. Crypto, can I ask my question now? What I asked you before.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm here all
yeah.
night. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said you
Till late
measured flat Earth, and I have a pen and paper. I would like to get those measurements. What are the measurements of the flat Earth, please? What's the diameter? What's the depth? And what's the height, please, of the dome?
You want to know the diameter of something that isn't a circle?
Oh, wait. So it's not a disc shape? Sorry. Is it my? Then I misunderstood you. Sorry. What is the shape of the Earth then?
Who said that it's a disc?
I don't know. Your maps, I guess.
Who said that? Who said in this conversation?
No one said. No one said disc.
Who mentioned
I'm sorry.
maps? Who mentioned maps?
I'm sorry. No one said
Nobody
disc.
claimed
You
the
are
shape, bro.
correct. I'm correcting myself.
Who said maps?
Well, by the flat Earth map, the currently one that I saw.
Do you know where you are? Do you know where you are? It's called.
Do you have the measurements? What is the depth of the
yeah,
flat
but you
Earth?
cannot have assumption about us and telling you people think of this. You think we are not thinking.
And I corrected myself. I'm sorry, Sasha.
Okay.
I corrected myself. I said I'm sorry. I said disc. You're right, and I'm taking it back. If it's not a disc, that's fine. No problem. Do you know the depth of the land that you're on? What is the depth of the flat Earth?
Okay.
Nobody knows.
At least
he asked crypto. He asked crypto. Please then
the answer is at least 8 miles.
8 miles?
Yeah, at least.
What is where does it end? Do you know?
Yeah, good question.
Oh, you don't know?
No, but neither do you.
Okay. What is the height of the dome?
The height of the dome? Did I say there was a dome?
Oh, sorry. So I guess there's no dome. Sorry, I take it back. No dome.
It's also not what I said.
Oh. Are we encapsulated in some way?
It's a logical inference that we are contained.
And what is the how big is that?
How could I possibly know that?
I don't know. You said measured. You said before. You just said it before. You said you measured the Earth.
Okay, so your question appears to be:
what is
if you think that you can measure thing A, then what are the dimensions of thing B? And if you can't give me the dimensions of thing B, then you didn't measure thing A.
You said you measured the flat Earth. It
Not
measured flat.
Dome that you just strawmanned.
No, I didn't say anything about dome.
You did.
It's a measured. You said it's
bro. This is recorded. Why are you people such obvious liars? You just asked me what are the dimensions of the dome that I never claimed.
And I apologized and I took it back and I said there is no dome. I get it. And then I asked you, are we encapsulated?
That's also not what I said.
And then I asked you, are we encapsulated? You said the logical conclusion is that there's some sort of closed system. So my question is, what is the height of that closed system? Where is that encapsulation ends?
Wow. You just asked the same question again. The one that I just told you was stupid. You just asked it again.
What? Are we in a closed system?
Yes.
It's a logical inference to say that we are contained.
But are we contained?
However, I never said that I knew how big any container is. So asking me what the size of the container is stupid. I've
You
already
said the
said I
Earth
don't know.
measured flat. That means there's some sort of
I
measurement.
didn't talk about
What
the
is the measurement?
dome, numbnuts.
I
Why
never
don't you
said
ask?
that about the dome. I took it back.
You just asked me about it.
Two
And
times.
you're saying, okay, sorry, no dome and no disk. Are we in a closed system?
It's a logical inference to say that we are contained.
Okay, what is the size of that container?
Oh my God! Are you gonna
For
ask
fuck's
us
sake.
the freaking question?
Or independent to write down the measurement. So why are you asking about this container? You were asking about the measurement of the
Because he
surface
said
of
Earth measured flat.
The
If the Earth measured flat, that
Okay. Hold on.
okay.
Try-
So great.
So sick. So if you're saying we're saying the Earth measures flat, why are you asking about the dome or whatever you're trying to say, the container?
Perfect.
Why
No
are you asking
containers.
about the container?
I'm taking it back. No containers.
A
Please
fourth
give
time.
me the measurements
You're
of
taking
the Earth.
the container back. Okay, continue.
Earth. What are the measurements of the Earth, please? I'm
Okay.
writing it down. Yes. What's the depth?
Okay.
Over
Well,
8 miles.
Yeah. We know that
Miles.
because we've only gone down 7.5 miles.
Okay.
Objectively, by the way, this isn't guesswork.
I understand. Someone dug a hole once. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So someone dug a hole. Didn't
Now,
go very far.
okay, so now we're staying on the Earth. I'm not talking about domes or anything about that.
Fantastic.
Perfect. What is like? So what is that shape? What is that shape? What is the Earth? Is it?
Never made a claim to a shape of the whole object.
I never said you did. Never said you
Okay.
did.
But I'm
asking you.
explaining that that's the case. So I can't possibly know that.
So why are you saying before that the Earth measured flat?
Because across the surface it measures flat.
Okay, so what is the size of that surface, please?
I think
What is
you're
that
either on the wind up or you're very low intelligence, and I can't work out which.
I'm probably very, very low intelligence.
Yeah, I think that might be the case.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the shape of the Earth.
Oh my God! It's the surface of the Earth, not the size.
Yeah, I understand the surface of Earth. Great. What is that shape? Is it a disc? Is it a square?
What
What is it?
do you know? Do you know what the shape is?
When you look at a coin.
No, listen this. Do you know what the shape of the Earth is, please?
If I know the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You asked us. It's a sphere. Okay. That means that should to have curvature.
Correct.
Okay. Where is the curvature?
I don't know. You guys saying you said you measured no curvature. That
in history. Now, can I just clarify this? Nobody in history has measured curvature.
No one in history measured curvature. What about engineers? Have they ever measured curvature in the stuff that they build?
We'll just name one who's done it.
No curvature.
Present it, Six Spider.
I don't understand. If I hold a football in my hand, can I measure its curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a ball.
Yeah, there you go. So I measured curvature.
Now try with Earth.
So who did that for the globe?
So was your logical argument literally, if I have a football in my hand, therefore the Earth's a globe?
Nope. You asked me if I measured
Appears to
curvature, and I
be.
said you can measure a curvature on a sphere. It's possible. That's
Yeah, we know that. That's what we're
so what's the
telling
problem?
you. There's none on the Earth.
Listen, this our answer is table. We can measure table. It's flat.
Perfect. Measured flat. Perfect. What is that? What did you do? What is that measurement? What does that mean? What does that entail? How do you measure flat?
Like you, the same way like you measure the ball. I'm measuring the table.
Got it.
The same way.
Okay, but you don't know anything about the size of it, right? Just to be sure. I'm asking you guys because I don't know.
Do you know
Here's
about
what we
size
know.
of the Earth?
Sasha, one second.
Sorry,
Here's what we know is that the expected curvature doesn't exist.
Okay, so is there? And I'm asking. I'm really asking because I really don't know what you're saying. Then, what if? Okay, please give me 20 seconds. So when I'm looking at a coin, it's a disc. If I'm looking at the upper side of a coin, it's a flat disc, right? I'm asking you. So that's a shape. It's a disc, but it's flat. So, what is the shape of this Earth that we are on? Is it a disc or is it?
Nobody makes a shape claim here, right?
I'm asking you. I understand no one
Well,
makes that
can
claim.
I-
I'm asking you,
I'll
what
explain it to
is
him.
the shape?
One
What is
second.
it?
Why are you assuming a shape?
Hold on, too many people talking.
Please.
Too many people talking.
I'll explain it to him. So there is 70% water, 73% water, and there is 27% topography, land. That's what it is.
No. It's
So
70% covered in water. It's not made of water. It's covered. There's a small layer of water. It's not that it is water. It's covered in water.
Yeah, water when contained is horizontal on the top.
So-
That's why they
No,
call
I understand. I understand all of that.
Right?
Can I?
No. One second. Nobody here makes a shape claim. Can you repeat me?
No one here makes a shape claim, and
Okay,
that's my question. Is there a known shape to the flat Earth?
Well,
Is
let me
there
tell
a
you
known
this.
shape?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If nobody makes an Earth claim, a shape claim, that means we don't know because we haven't seen the entirety of Earth. Have you?
I say yes, of course. But
You have seen the entire. Hold on.
It's a
Hold on, Roger. You have seen the entirety of Earth.
What? So pictures? Yeah, sure. From space.
That's not. Can you verify these pictures? Can you validate them yourself?
You know what? No, I never seen the full
Okay,
Earth.
exactly
There you
my
go.
point. Exactly my point. You cannot validate these pictures, so you can't claim their truth. I mean, I could. Crypto just posted a video, a picture of Sasquatch.
So let's
recap
saying that flat
Hold
Earth
on.
does not create a shape claim. Basically, you're saying that all those animation that we saw with the sun going up, going above the flat Earth and all that. Doesn't matter because we do not know the actual shape of the Earth. Correct?
Those are concepts. Yes.
Yes, I understand. So
right? Okay.
Exactly, that's what I'm
Yes.
asking. Okay, so long story short, no one knows the actual shape of the Earth.
And you
Correct?
don't either. You don't.
I understand that. I didn't say I
Okay.
do, and I took it back. I didn't.
Okay.
Never saw the whole Earth. That's great.
Okay.
You
Awesome
guys do not know the shape of the Earth.
And
Correct?
so-
beyond the known continents. I mean,
And so
That's
you,
not
you
correct.
don't either, right? You
It's not
don't
correct.
know.
We know that the surface of the Earth is flat. So
yes,
and
but that's not a
the
shape.
point.
That's not a shape. I'm asking you for the shape.
No one
of
cares
the
about the
Earth.
overall shape. We're talking about the surface that we can actually measure, and that's flat.
Right. You understand we're not making a shape claim, so don't try and get us to make a claim about the shape.
I just made sure that I understood that that's what you're saying. You
Yes.
do
Yeah,
not make a shape claim. Long story short, you have no idea what is the shape of the Earth.
Man, can you understand this, please?
Hold on, Johnny.
No, I understood.
Johnny,
You guys don't know. I understood. Thank you.
Johnny, chill out. We just try not to get caught up in speculation. You understand? We only go with what we can prove. We only go with facts. We stay away from speculation. If you want to go in that world, that's fine, but understand that's what you're doing. That's it.
And if you allowed me, I can tell you what we know.
Okay.
We tell you what we don't know. Do you know what we know? We know for sure that it's not a sphere.
You just said you don't know what the shape. So how can you come to a conclusion that it's not a sphere?
Because we measured
easily. Can I just go ahead quickly, Sasha?
We can prove you that Crypto started to speak with you about that, but you never want to. He finished the point about the surface and everything. It's fast. It's 1 minute.
Okay, quick question, Six Spider. How many flat surfaces does a sphere have?
Let's think about it for a second.
Ooh, let's have a quick
Since
think.
I'm very low intelligence, so I need to think about it. Just give me a moment.
No, or you're on the wind up. It was a 50-50.
How many flats are? What is the radius of the sphere?
So if a sphere has a certain radius, it has flat bits.
Well, sure. Actually, every surface. Actually, every.
Can your basketball have flat beats, brother?
Yeah, he's
it depends how
now.
it depends how close you are to the surface, right? It depends how close you are to the surface.
Your basketball has
It's flat if you're close to the surface.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
He's getting tangled up in his mental gymnastics.
For a bacteria that sits on that basketball.
Yeah, but we're not bacteria.
Where on
Can
the
I
ball?
ask you now? Can I ask you now? Are you a question?
He didn't actually answer my question though, Sasha. He didn't actually answer my question.
Radius.
It's not about. We're not talking about perception. We're talking about objectivity here, right? How many flat bits does a sphere have objectively?
I don't know.
None, obviously. So if we measure the surface where we are to be flat, we know it's not a sphere.
So if you take a basketball,
yes,
it can't be flat anywhere, can it?
Correct.
But Crypto, he asked a good question. What is the radius of the Earth? We asked that question. What is the radius of the Earth?
Wait, really drive this home first, bro. So, Crypto's trying to ask you a question to show if you're going to be intellectually honest. Okay, you just admitted that if there's a basketball, it can't be flat.
I said I don't know.
Okay, so if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I can't answer that because I myself personally filmed ships disappear behind the horizon, so I think it's a sphere.
Oh, well, check this out. I have hundreds of observations just over the last few weeks where it looks like the boat disappears, and then you zoom in and you can bring it back, proving it didn't disappear behind the curvature of the Earth, but just because it reached a limit of perspective.
Yeah. But the dude didn't answer the question.
So no, let me ask the question
if
again.
Something's not curved in any direction, what is it?
Yeah, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I will answer that, but I will not say the Earth. I would say, you're right. If a surface does not curve, it is not a sphere. I agree with that.
It's a hypothetical question, dude. That's why I said if.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah, and great. And I agree with you. Yeah, it's not a sphere.
No, that's not the answer. That's not the answer.
Oh.
If the surface, I didn't ask you what it wasn't.
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
I can't answer that. You asked the surface of the Earth. You're asking me ask me about a baseball. Ask me about
We're actually
we're
actually reaching Haggis levels.
Oh my God! Can I ask? Wait. Could I ask? Hold on. Could I ask?
Yeah, one at a time.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
If you're looking at a table,
so if
and it's got no curves,
if I measure my table, wait a minute. If I measure my table and it doesn't have any curve anywhere, what would you consider the surface of that table? If it doesn't measure any curvature, I'm measuring my table. If it doesn't measure any curvature,
it's
like, dude, they're literally scared of the word, dude. They're literally scared of the word.
I see. It's flat. Oh, I'm so low intelligence. Yeah.
No, you know what that's called? You know what that's called? That's called being a religious zealot. You're scared of something. Stop, Fred. I'm talking. You're interrupting, Fred.
Come on.
You do this all the time, man. You're interrupting.
You guys are always saying stuff. Always.
Go ahead, Fred. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, answer Richard's question now. If you can do it with the table, now answer Richard's question. Richard, please ask him the question again. That's all I wanted to do.
If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It's flat.
There you go. Good job, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Right, and I love it that but it's great. It's great when you put it the word if, and I agree to that.
Yeah, and if
yeah,
someone said
when
to
it's
you,
flat,
like, if someone
sure.
said to you, if the Earth was curving at 8 inches per mile squared, would it be a radius of 3,959 miles?
Of course not.
Sphere of that radius.
Of course
Well,
not, because that's the wrong measurement.
That's not
an
even a
ellipse,
measurement.
not a sphere.
It's actually a formula, not a measurement.
That formula is the
and
formula
second of all, it's actually pretty accurate up to 250
No.
miles.
Well, why don't you use the actual accurate and not pretty accurate?
Go on then.
Why don't you
Why
do
don't you
that?
tell us
Okay.
what that is?
All right,
No, I
so
don't know
we
it.
should see the curvature
Yeah, you
at
don't know it.
1.225. We should see the curvature at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if the radius is 3959, right?
I don't know what you said. Sorry, can you repeat that?
You said you wanted the accurate numbers, bro. We should see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if the radius is 3,959 miles, right?
Mm-hmm. I sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we don't see that, bro. We don't see that anywhere. So, what's the square root of 1?
Oh, we went through that, and I said I don't know, and then
Yeah,
they
you
said
don't know
what's
the
1
square root
plus
of
1, and I don't know, and then what's 1 divided by
yeah.
1? I don't know. What's 1 plus 1? I don't know.
0 to the power of 0.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey man, Hey man, Six Spider, calm down, bro. Okay.
I'm totally calm.
What's the square root of 1?
No, I don't know.
It's 1, bro.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Do you remember when I was saying low intelligence earlier? This is why.
Yeah, and I totally agree that I'm extremely low intelligence.
Yeah.
It's all good. What is 1 times 1.225?
I don't know.
Okay. This is ridiculous. I know 4 know that. 1 times 1.225 is 1.225.
He starts being honest, or he's gonna get muted.
So how come now you're all very upset that I like don't know that, but when you give these calculation of parabola instead of a circle, why do you keep using that? Because that's the wrong math.
Do you have
because
the right
low
math already?
intelligence people don't understand the proper maths.
So you live on a parabola. On a parabola, huh?
No, that's what.
How would you know what a How would you know what a parabola is? You don't know what 1 times 1 is.
Maybe I don't know.
Well, there we are then. That's the problem.
Okay, so you don't know the depth of the Earth, right?
No, it's at least 8 miles.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask him the.
It's minimum 8 mile, right?
Yeah.
And can I ask if so you said
How you can be crypto? How you can be flat earth and don't know that?
Exactly.
That's a good question. How are you a flat earther and you don't know anything about the shape of the Earth that you're on?
Because I'm not making a shape claim.
Yeah,
so how do you claim to know anything if you don't know the shape of it?
Why would you make claims that you can't verify?
If you don't know the shape of it, how do you know that it is flat? I don't understand.
Because the surface measures flat, you dickhead.
Oh,
so if there is no
but
curve,
you're
Flat's not a
saying
shape, dude. Jeez Louise.
yes. So you're saying
They just gave you the example of the table, bro. I don't understand how you're not getting this, man.
He is getting it.
You agreed to the table.
That's why I want to give him the. I want to give him the honesty test because he's just being dishonest on purpose, right? So, Six Spider, I'm gonna ask you a sequence of questions, and we're gonna see how honest you are. Okay?
Go for it.
Okay. So, is
wait,
the
but
horizon?
if I say wait, can I wait before? Let's say I in those answers when I say like I said before, I filmed it myself. For example, would you just not accept this answer? And
That's
you say,
not an answer. That's not an.
No. Would you
listen,
say?
listen.
Would you still say I'm not honest?
Hey, listen, man. This is an intellectual honesty test. So I'm asking you questions.
Is if I'm answering,
I'm asking you questions that are the same on your that are the same on your model. Okay.
Go for it.
Calm down, bro. I get it. I get it. You're spiraling. Calm down. Okay. Is the horizon that we see horizontal?
Yes. If you stand on the seashore.
It's just yes or no questions, man.
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever feel or observe the Earth spinning?
No.
So on the surface of the Earth, do we see the Earth to be flat?
Yes.
Okay, you're doing good. So when we look in the sky, do we see stuff in the sky move?
Yes.
Based on all the evidence we have, to have gas pressure, does it have to have a container?
No.
So can you give me an example of evidence outside of that? Okay, the answer is yes, objectively. Okay.
See, because this is what I meant. Because you say gas pressure, and gas pressure is something very specific. That means something needs to create that pressure, right?
Yeah, the container.
The container. I agree to that. But
yeah, you'll say
okay,
atmospheric
go ahead.
pressure is different. I get it. Without reifying your unfounded belief, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about anything that we can actually demonstrate in the real world, right? In order to have gas pressure or measure it or anything like that, you have to have a container. This is just subjective. Okay.
Okay, so here's can I wait for the gas pressure? Can I ask for like a follow-up for that?
A what?
Because my answer is yes. Okay, you need a container for that, but there's
a container.
Because I can show you differences of gas pressure, right? On this Earth, right?
You're right, but see, the nature of the Earth is what we're discussing, and so we have gas pressure here, and we're saying, well, that means it has to be contained. You can't point to the gas pressure and say, I know it's not contained. That's what we're discussing. That's called a begging the question fallacy, right? Like that's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so we can't just point at the air and say,
I don't know how to answer the gas pressure answer.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know how to answer it.
It's all good. Okay, so we went through some basics here, and you were honest with most of them, right? So now we're going to break down what your model claims. Okay, so you admitted that you never feel or observe the Earth spinning, but you agree that your model claims, well, we never feel or observe it, but it is in fact spinning.
Correct. I agree.
So we don't have any empirical evidence of it spinning, but it is in fact spinning according to your model. And that
you put a lot of information there in that. You just now you're poisoning the whale by saying, "Oh, but we never seen it." That's not the question. The question was, do I believe that we do spin, right? That we are moving.
Yeah, you have no observations or empirical evidence,
yes,
or
but
ever
I do
feel
understand that we are spinning.
That's what you think, right? So you believe the opposite of everything that we observe when it comes to if the Earth is spinning or not. Okay, so
not
now
everything, but some. Yeah, sure.
Everything. So when we see the stuff in the sky move, you think it's actually sitting still, right?
No.
Your model claims that it's still.
No, it's not.
Yeah, your model
You're telling
claims
me the stars that we see is the model, the heliocentric model says that they're all standing still?
Yeah. Okay. Let's use this word to make it specific.
No,
that
totally
the sky is relatively still, right? Because we perceive it. Well, the way we perceive it, just still. That's what your model claims.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Your model claims that the sky is still, but it looks like it's moving because we're spinning.
No, everything moves. Everything moves.
Okay, your model claims that the sky is relatively still, but it just looks like it's moving because we're spinning. That's what your model claims.
Well,
right. So we see the stuff in the sky move, but you have to believe it's actually sitting still, and it just looks like that because we're spinning.
It's not sitting still. That's not true. The heliocentric model does not say that everything is fixed in the sky. That's totally not true.
Okay, you're wrong. Your model claims that the sky is relatively still and that it just appears to move because we're spinning. And so whenever we see, relative to the Earth, as in relative to the Earth, dude.
Yes, it appears that they are in the same place. Correct. I agree.
It doesn't appear like that. They move. What it appears like is that they move. You claim it isn't what it actually appears like, though. It's actually still relative to the Earth. That's what your model claims, bro. You need to learn your model before you think we're crazy for not believing in it. Okay.
Well, you don't know anything about the flat Earth, including the depth. So don't tell me that.
Yeah, I know that we can't go further. We can't go further than 7.8 miles. So I don't make claims that are unverifiable. So, well, I'm almost done. I'm making a point here. Okay. So, simply in summary, right? You've said that, well, yeah, we see the horizon is horizontal, but it's actually curving. Just believe me. We don't ever feel the Earth moving. We don't ever observe it moving, but it's actually moving. Just believe me. We see the stuff in the sky moving, but it's actually still relative to the Earth, and we're just moving, and it looks like that. Just believe me.
Yeah.
We see
Well,
that
no,
we
I
have
didn't say
gas
just
pressure
believe
here,
me. No,
and every
I
time.
didn't say just believe me. What? No, you asked me. I said yes and no. I
Well, that's
didn't
what.
claim
Well,
anything. Don't.
okay, how about this? You agree that you have to blindly believe. Okay, how about
There
this?
you go.
You have to.
Not
You agree.
blindly.
Okay.
No.
You agree. You have to believe
There
the
you go. Not
opposite.
believe. No. Yeah, there's a way to know it. Yes.
No, it's no. This is belief. You agree that you have to believe that everything that you observe is actually the opposite of what's going on, right?
Not opposite and not everything. Some. Sure.
Okay. Well, curved is the opposite of flat. Moving is the opposite of still.
Sure.
Okay, so you have to believe everything's the opposite of what we actually observe.
Believe. I can show it. I can understand it.
No. You
I
have
can
to
measure
blindly believe.
stuff. What do you mean believe? It's nothing to do with belief.
Okay, how do you prove it? Go ahead. Ugh. I'm just trying to make a point. My point is that the
Yeah, then
default
make your point.
position. Here's my summary point. I'll stop droning on. Okay, it's very simple. My summary here is that the default position, based on all empirical evidence and observation, is that the Earth is flat, that it's not spinning, and that the sky moves over top of it. Now you're claiming that it just looks like that, right? And so now you have the burden of proof because you are claiming something opposite to everything that we've ever observed. So you have to prove the Earth's a ball. Do you agree?
No.
I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point.
Seriously, the positive claim.
Yeah, no, I gave
burdens
up
on you.
earlier. I was hoping that maybe a change of.
You're
Yeah,
saying
I was
but you're-
talking, my
no,
guy.
please no-
I was definitely talking. So just 1 second, please. Yeah, I was hoping that maybe a change of pace might work, but I just think he's. Yeah, I don't think he's taking anything in, like anything. So I think we're all just wasting our time, like Ariel said earlier.
Yeah, like, hey, I got one more. I'm sorry, I can't. The last one, Six Spider. So whenever you see the sun move in the sky throughout the day, and it quote unquote sets, right? Eventually, at the end of the day, do you think that actually what's happening is it's sitting still, and we're just falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour, and it just looks like that?
Well, your terminology is all wrong, but we're
No,
spinning,
that's
and
what-
it
that's
is
what your model
actually
thinks.
yes. The sun actually moves under the horizon, and
No, my
that I
terminology
can
is not
prove you.
wrong. My terminology is
I
not
can-
wrong because if you're looking at a sunset in the globe Earth model, then you're looking at the sunset moving backwards away from it, falling backwards.
Falling, it's lowering in altitude. I don't understand why you use the word falling.
Yeah, well, you're
backwards.
in a
Because you're
vacuum with
spinning backwards.
omnidirectionality on a sphere. You're spinning backwards, falling backwards.
Spinning backwards.
Yeah. So
I don't-
your
I
model's
don't
dumb.
I don't
You know what
understand
the other option is? That the sun moves in the sky.
What if I
Mm-hmm.
can? What if I can show you
Show us.
that the sun actually lowers in altitude?
But your model doesn't claim that.
I mean, that would be fantastic for the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd love that.
I mean, it's lowered in the sky. I mean,
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
That
great for us.
it actually goes
even
behind the horizon.
Talking about
Even better.
Behind the horizon?
Or below the horizon. Oh my God.
Yeah. So the
You know,
horizon,
the
is
horizon-
an apparent
sorry.
place.
Do you
Sorry, no, go ahead.
think? Do you think there's a way if I can
Six Spider.
Yes.
Is the horizon optical or physical?
Oh, we talked about this before. I think you used the
Yeah.
word geometric horizon, and
No, I
would
just said
say-
horizon.
No, now you said is it optical or physical? Physical means geometry, right? So that's what you meant
Yeah,
before
correct.
geometrical horizon, right? Okay, so
Yes, he just said horizon.
I just said horizon. So is the horizon optical or physical?
So last time I answered, it was a bit of a mess. So I would say when you look at the ocean, when you look at the sea, yes, it is physical. When you look
The
up, for
horizon
example, to
is
the
physical.
Like-
Can you find me a citation that agrees with you?
wait. So you know what? Can you elaborate on physical horizon, please? What does that mean?
So conforming to the geometry of the sphere.
Right.
Is that
So-
actually the leading edge of a sphere? Or is
So-
it just like an optical phenomena?
Right. So, and
just
that's what I
said-
meant before. It depends what kind of way you
He
look.
did
So
not say
if you're
physical.
looking,
No, it doesn't.
so if Sorry?
It doesn't depend on how you look at it.
I said where you look, because if you look straight up to
No,
the
it
sky,
doesn't.
it's optical, right? It's how far you can see. If you're looking at the ocean, then there's something that obviously obstructs your vision, and that is geometric horizon or physical, like you said.
Okay, so that's objectively false. The horizon is objectively not physical. It's optical by every meaningful definition.
And that's why I said
So
depends
you
where
think
you
you can
look, right?
measure
If you
with
look
your
straight
eyes?
up
No,
to the
it
sky,
doesn't
Can you
depend.
measure with
It's
your eyes?
always optical every time.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like if you were to say to me that you've got physical rainbows. This
Right.
is what you're saying. But instead of rainbow, you're saying horizon. It's not physical. It's optical.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't
Like,
measure with your eyes.
or every time you try to get to the horizon, it won't be there.
It'll
Just
keep
like
extending,
every time you try to
exactly.
get to the end of the rainbow, you won't get to it.
Sorry, Witsy, go ahead. I'll cut you off there.
No. I'm just
Sorry, I
commentating,
interjected too.
honestly.
Dude, I'm a globe
My
earther. I can't take this, man.
Dude, just let it go. It's not a globe.
You're a globe earther, but you don't know that it spins?
We don't.
Yeah.
Like
That's
according to
why I
your
don't
globe
need-
model, it not only curves, it spins as well. And I find a lot of times with you globe believers, you go to the beach to see the boat go over the curve and see the curve. You don't see the curve, and then you go, well, if it was flat, I should be able to see America. Totally
Correct.
glossing over the fact that you didn't find your curve you went to go look for.
If you
Yeah, and if it
guys
was
are,
flat, you wouldn't be able to
if
see
it's
if you
forever.
guys are
downwards.
if you guys are frustrated with the spider there, we have Impulse 10, who I checked in earlier, who I have a lot more hope for if one of you wants to go through the basics with him. He has flat earth friends in real life, but when I discussed what his flat earth friends told him, it sounded like they themselves were not very well versed on the objective arguments, that they were more just kind of like a anti-government mind control standpoint, which is perfectly fine, but I don't think he knows about the objective measurements. Are you there,
okay.
Impulse 10?
Before, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm right here. I'm listening.
Hello, Impulse. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, so what do you want to know?
I'm interested. Okay, I'm interested to see how you can, like, your point of view. So, like, how would you convince me that the Earth is flat versus round?
Well, if it's the ball that they said it was, it has to curve at a certain rate because they claimed a shape and a size. So they claimed a radius value of 3,959. Radius, of course, being the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? So that means it has to curve at a certain rate because it's a certain size. And we falsified the radius value. It isn't real. You would have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. So if you're 1 foot off the surface, you would have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 miles away if the Earth is in fact the ball with the size they said it is. But this is not what we observe ever. We actually have an observation where the horizon is over 10 miles away from 1 foot off the surface, and that would require the radius value to be 264,000 miles or something like that. So we falsified the radius. That's what it all boils down to. Like, we measured the Earth, and it isn't curving at the rate they said it is. So it's literally impossible to be what they said it was.
Okay, so I was just curious. What was the observation that you?
Sure.
Well, can I just make? Can we just go into philosophy just very, very lightly and very briefly?
Yeah, sure.
So this is kind of more epistemology than like general philosophy. Let's just say that you had a table in your kitchen and you saw that it was objectively flat every day, you measured it, but the government told you it was a sphere, right? And all of your friends thought your kitchen table was a sphere, but when you measured it, it was flat. Which one would you go with?
Oh, I would definitely say it's flat because I'm not. Most of my what I believe in is not based on what the government telling me, just what thousands of people have researched, and that I believe in that.
Yeah, cool. So basically, that's what we're telling you is the government and loads of our friends and all these different people are like, yeah, Earth's a globe, bro. And then when we checked, it wasn't a globe. So like all of that social pressure and brainwashing and propaganda doesn't matter because you can actually verify the claim and find it lacking.
So there's also been like a lot of claims. Like I've been actually going. That's why I joined the server, because I was kind of interested in the topic. So there's also been a lot of claims and research, so-called, that the Earth is round, and there's been people. So I've seen there's been people that have proven that the Earth is flat, and there's also people who say they've proven that the Earth is round. So now it just comes up to a question of how do you verify their claim? Because there's people that have claimed both, and that they're both scientifically accurate. So how can you verify?
Right.
that?
Well, do you agree the most efficient way would be to measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving?
Yeah, if you were to put like a flat line around the Earth as far as you could extend it. Yeah, definitely. If that was possible, that would be a great way.
Right. So if I walk up to like a mound of dirt, like a hill, I can't see through it to the other side, right? Because it's physically obstructing my view.
Yeah, correct.
All right. So the Earth has to do this if it's a ball, right? And so I told you where you're supposed to see this physical obstruction. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If you go to Livestream voice text at 2 minutes after the hour, there's the observation off the coast of Cali where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we can see the horizon is beyond the furthest oil rig at 9.4 miles, showing the horizon's at least 10 miles away, but it's supposed to be at no further than 1.2 miles away. Right, this horizon cannot be there on a globe Earth. It's impossible.
So to clarify, you said that you saw that the horizon was at least 2 miles away.
10.
Oh, 10 miles. Okay. So I haven't done like personal research myself in this space, so I don't really want to talk about. Like, we can talk about it, but I can't really verify either side.
You do understand that the horizon, it must be at 1.225 miles, right? But it's at 10 miles. Cannot be a ball.
Be closer than that, but it can't be further than that, right? Because it's a radius. So that's like the maximum extension, right? Is the radius. So it has to be no further than 1.225. So, and yeah, there's a video.
It also depends
go around.
on
I make observations all the time. We encourage you to do it yourself, dude.
Yeah.
Good.
There's also other variables like how high you compare to the sea level and that. But
yeah, that's why we said 1 foot off the surface, right? Where you see the supposed curve would be relative to how high up off the surface you are. So that's why at 1 foot you would see it at 1.225 miles away. At 5 feet you would see it at 2.73 miles away. Okay, so we're 1 foot. We're literally 1 foot off the ground on this observation, and the horizon is over 10 miles away. But there should be a physical horizon at 1.2 miles if there's a ball. You wouldn't be able to see through it, just like the mound of dirt we were discussing, right? Like it would physically block your view. So we're not having X-ray vision seeing through this. It didn't just become invisible, but it's still there. It's not there. We can see over 10 miles away. The radius of the Earth would have to be over 250,000 miles for this to be on a ball.
Yeah. Okay, so like again, I'm saying I've also read up on studies where they've proved that to be false. So again, it's just I feel like that's probably not the best way to debate.
Wait, they proved what to be false exactly?
They proved that the Earth actually, the horizon is actually at about 3 miles in. So
no, it would be at 3 miles if you're like 6 feet off the surface, bro. Like it's relative to how high off the ground you are. Like this is just geometry. No one can prove it wrong. They made a geometric claim of a radius value, which means based on geometry it has to curve at a certain rate based on that radius value. This is the globe Earth's numbers. We're using their numbers.
And whoever told you they proved it wrong by saying it should be 3-point-something miles, we're seeing it at 10 miles. So you just disproved the wrong proving. It's even further than 3.
Yeah. All right. So I haven't
way
personally,
beyond, right?
I
It's
haven't
not
really
even
personally experienced either of these, so I can't verify either.
So this is not the only observation, right? We have hundreds of them. And laser tests. It's crazy, right? It's so much.
Is there crazy refraction in all of them?
Yeah, refraction. It's called terrestrial refraction. The most it can extend the horizon
but in
is
those
to 1.
examples, in those examples, is there always that crazy refraction? Because those oil rigs a bit, distorted.
Can you show him the infrared photo?
The infrared photo.
We have infrared. It cuts out most of the refraction, but it doesn't matter. Like refraction immediately makes you lose the argument because the globe Earth says there's a physical location. Refraction would be an optical effect. So as flat earthers, we know that the horizon is just an optical effect. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. And this will move throughout the day based on atmospheric conditions, right? But the globe Earth claims something much different than that. It claims a consistent physical location that blocks your view, right?
No, there's a drop. You claim, you said before that if I'm standing and there's a hill in front of me, it's obstructing. Globe Earth doesn't say that. It says the ground drops. Nothing comes in front of you and then drops. You don't have a hill and then a drop. The whole ground is always dropping from you.
Are you listening to yourself?
Absolutely, I'm listening to myself.
Yeah, that's the point.
No, I need
We
to
don't
set up
see
my
it drop.
headphones.
That's the point. We don't see it drop. And the other gentleman claimed that it was disproven, that was disproven in a general term. Now, I was hoping somebody would ask him to give a citation that it's proven that the horizon's only 3 miles out. Can we see that?
Yeah, great question.
I don't have it.
Perfect.
There you go. Moving on. Yep.
How come it's only happen when you're looking at the ocean, though? Can that?
What only happens? Wait. Okay.
Do you have pictures that not on the ocean?
What only happens when I look at the ocean?
Like those distortion stuff.
Is there more water?
There you go. There is. No. Sorry. I take it back. Just relax. I take it back.
Man, that was quick.
I was quick because someone showed a picture.
Can I just
Someone
address
showed a
that?
picture.
Yeah.
And
Can I just address that?
That is amazing. Yes.
Can I just address that? It's a yes or no question.
What? Address what?
Can I just address that?
Address what? Are you talking to me? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So, fuck's sake, it's taken so long to get there, I've actually forgotten my point. Great.
Six Spider, I actually drew a demonstration for you on Microsoft Paint. I want to ask you something. I'll post it in Livestream voice text. And I just want you to, because I truly think you just don't understand. Because if you see, it's Are You South African? I posted something in Livestream voice text. You asked the question, how do we understand the shape of something? How do we know it's flat, or how do we understand the shape? Like we're saying it's not a sphere, and I'm trying to show you how. So, do you see that on top? We see the top of the table. Do you see the top of the table? Six Spider.
Wait, I'm looking in the chat. Side of the table. Yes, top of the table,
yes.
side of the
Okay.
table. Looking. Yeah.
Okay, so the blue circle is the realm that we can only measure within. So we measure 8 miles.
or see. Because I can bring a measurement tool that will measure longer than that, right? We have lasers that can measure longer. So you're talking about visual, right?
I'm saying measure. Okay, so
that measure. Measure. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Measure. Yes, measure. Okay, so we measure 8 miles. Do you see the black dot in the middle of the circle? So that red line represents 8 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see the side of the table as well, then you can see we're measuring 8 miles as well. Do you see any curvature in the measurement of the table?
No.
So can I say within the blue circle that even though I don't know the shape of the table, I can still understand that the surface that I'm standing on has no curvature?
No, because I personally filmed ships going behind that.
Okay.
So I can say it on a table. Sure, I can say it on a.
Yes. Do I need to know the shape of the surface that I'm standing on to say that it's flat or not?
Do I need to know the shape? It depends on the result of the measurement, but I would say it depends on the measurement.
There's a couple of red lines over there, and all of those measurements have shown it to be flat across 8 miles, and I've only measured within the circle.
Oh, now I see what you mean. You mean that I measured, and the measurement actually came back flat, correct? Like
All
no
of
curve,
them,
right?
yes.
Yes. Then
No
yes,
curve whatsoever.
that inside that blue circle,
Blue
it's
circle?
flat. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I can come to that conclusion. Yes, sure.
So do you see how we can measure the surface of the Earth and say that because we detect no curvature, we can say that based on the measurements that we've made, that it's flat?
Sure.
Without knowing the shape of the Earth, but just based on the surface that we're on.
Sure.
Okay, cool. That's all that I wanted to
It's
explain.
like your measurement are different than, like your observation are different than mine, but sure, I'll accept that. Okay.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to explain that to you.
But you know, it's not not
we
reality.
asked you for-
I've seen ships go behind the horizon, so I'm just saying that. Basically, your question, if it's a hyperbolic question, if it's like you're asking in general, then yes, I agree with you. That
all right, I gotta jump in. Look, you keep
get to
saying
the
this,
shape
bro.
flat.
Chill, you keep saying this, man. You keep talking about the boat. Okay, we're gonna talk about this real fast. Okay, if I go out to the ocean and I look at a boat with the naked eye and it looks like it disappears, right? To the naked eye, did it disappear behind the curvature of the Earth?
Not yet.
Okay, so you agree that the boat can look like it disappears.
Correct. In the naked eye, yes. And then you take a Nikon P1000 or P9 and you bring it back and you still see it behind the curve. And it will disappear over time.
Yeah, and then you get a better telescope with a better aperture and a better higher diffraction limit, and all of a sudden you see the boat again, and you see it go up.
Objectively, is it will look like it goes away?
Amazing. Show me that. A telescope.
Okay.
A telescope showing. Okay, let's do this. You know what? You know what will convince me? I'll take my P1000. I will film a boat that disappears, right? And then you bring a telescope and bring the boat back. Will you accept that?
Dude, yeah, that's fine. But dude, do you think your zoom is zooming in over a curve?
That's what he said, yeah.
So something's already gone over the edge,
Correct.
and you're zooming in. You think your zoom is zooming in over a curve? Is that correct? Is that what you believe?
That's what you guys are saying. You're saying if you zoom in, it will bring it back,
no,
right?
Listen, you can't zoom in on a curved surface once it's gone
Did I
over
miss the?
I know,
why,
that's what I'm
was there
saying.
an official reason we went back to this time waster and left the new person
Yeah, I
Impulse
don't know.
behind?
Yeah,
Okay,
touche.
so Impulse, did you have any questions? Because we don't need this obfuscator to take up more airtime. If you have more sincere questions, Impulse 10.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering, like, I've been done. Well, first of all, like, I wanted to let you know, I was looking through one of the studies I was looking at, just to give some citations. There was a Bedford level experiment. It was a series of observations along the Bedford River, and during the early 9th and look at if you're curious. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, we know about it.
Right. I was for a second. I was wondering eclipses. So how you guys explain that?
Was he cutting in and out for everyone else?
Sorry.
He's cutting in and out, but I think you said you wanted to know about eclipses, how we would explain eclipses. Was that
I was
your
wondering
question?
on your opinion. Yeah, I was wondering how you guys would explain eclipses.
It's just a phenomenon that happens in the sky, dude. We have a lunar eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse, where you see both the sun and the moon up in the sky above the horizon during the eclipse. And this is impossible if what the globe Earth claims is happening is actually happening, because they claim that the Earth is obstructing the light from the sun and casting a shadow onto the moon. But how could the moon get a shadow from the Earth obstructing the sunlight if both the sun and the moon are up above the Earth during the eclipse? So what we know is what they claim the cause of eclipses is false. It's called the Selenilian eclipse, and the shadow comes from the wrong direction. We as flat earthers, we don't make unfounded claims that can't be empirically validated. So we just know the eclipse is a phenomena that happens, and it doesn't in any way change whether or not the Earth's a ball. We just know that what they claim isn't true. In addition, on NASA's own website, they use what's called the Saros cycle, which comes from the Chaldeans in 2500 BC, which was a geocentric flat Earth civilization. They can't even use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses. So in short, we just know that what they claim about eclipses is false. We don't have to replace it, right? Falsification is independent of replacement.
All right. Yeah.
Impulse 10. I'm sorry to disturb you. Can I just point one thing out? When I first got to the FB server, there was one thing that I used to do commonly. I used to bring up like a lot of things that had no relation to the flatness of the Earth whatsoever. Like I would bring up the stars, I would bring up the sun, I would bring up eclipses. How does the sun work during the winter, and how does the sun work during the summer? The sun shining more in some places, and all of that. All of those things has no relation whatsoever to whether the Earth is flat or not. So I don't personally see the relevance in the explanation of lunar eclipses and all of that. Like I don't see how relevant that is to the flatness of the Earth at all.
All right. Wait. So can I explain why? At least from what I've seen, it
course.
is okay. So like even without you can actually do this even without like any math at all, just by observation. Because I know you guys like to like flat Earth and observations and not just rely on like math, which I respect. It's good to prove stuff on your own. So like when you anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. So when a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse happens, at least for what I believe in, the moon goes in between the Earth and the sun, which blocks out the light. And so when the Earth actually goes, the shadow that goes along the moon is circular. So, and anybody who can see the solar eclipse, no matter where longitude or latitude.
Sorry, stop you there. Sorry, you just went from a lunar eclipse to a solar eclipse, I think.
No, sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say solar eclipse. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Right. So when a solar eclipse happens.
Start again, then, because you were saying the wrong eclipse. Start again.
Okay. So when a solar eclipse occurs, correct me if I'm wrong, the shadow that goes across the moon is circular, correct?
No, that's a lunar eclipse.
Okay,
no,
okay, yes.
When the moon is eclipsed, that's called a lunar eclipse, isn't it? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
No, it's a solar eclipse is when the shadow goes. It's when the moon gets blocked out, or the sun gets blocked out by the moon. At least in my belief.
You just keep switching it round there. 1 minute you're saying the moon's getting blocked out, next minute you're saying the sun's getting blocked out.
No, I said this.
So in a solar eclipse, no, you did.
Okay, sure. I will clarify. Here, I will clarify so there's no. Okay, so I'm talking about a solar eclipse. When a solar eclipse occurs, in my belief, the sun's light is blocked out by the moon. The shadow that crosses across the moon is a circle, and it slowly covers the moon. Is there any arguments against this?
Define solar eclipse.
It's also, listen to what you said at the end. It slowly covers the moon. You don't see the moon during a solar eclipse. So nothing's slowly covering the moon. You meant to say covering the sun, and that's where the confusion is coming from.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, then I misspoke. Okay, yeah, because when a solar eclipse occurs, the moon slowly travels across the sun, and eventually the whole sun is blotted out by the moon, in my belief. And so,
yeah, so you believe this on a flat surface? Because we can prove the flat surface. Can you prove your claim?
Sorry, when you say belief, why is it a belief?
Because since everyone sees that same spherical thing across the Earth,
you say a sphere. Why do you believe it? Why is it you believe it's the moon?
What do you mean?
Can you see it's the moon or not?
What do you mean? Can I not see? You can see this. You can see. I believe it's the moon because it's a.
Yeah, gray... I know you keep saying you believe it's the moon, but why do you believe it's the moon?
Weeds.
Can you see if it's the moon or not?
Yeah, you can see the moon.
So it's not a case of belief, then, is it? It's not a belief. If you can see the moon, it's not a belief, is it?
Sure, I was just saying beliefs to clarify that my beliefs were different than you.
It's not. If you can see something, if I can see something in my house, like I can see the curtains in front of the window, that's not a belief. I can just see it. Why are you saying belief?
I was just clarifying if you guys had anything different because I wasn't 100% sure on the flat earthers.
Can you see that it's the moon?
Yeah, I can see it.
What does the moon look like when you see it at night?
Sure. I'll just I won't say it's a belief then. I'll just say that's true.
No,
if you
no.
guys
I
agree with
just asked you what does the moon look like when you see it at night?
it's a round gray circle. That's what it looks like.
Is it light?
What do you mean? Is it light?
Has it got like circles on, like people say are craters?
Yeah. You can see it with your eyes. Yeah, that's what it appears like from your.
Does it shine?
Yeah,
Does
it
it
shines
shine?
from reflectiveness from the sun back down to the earth.
No. I'm just asking, does it shine? I'm not asking where it comes from. The light comes from. I'm just asking if it shines. So this thing you see that moves in front of the sun, does that shine?
What do you? Well, if it moves in front of the sun, it can't shine because if the sun's behind it, it can't
Why?
reflect back onto the earth. Think about it. If you place an object in front of a
That's the point of the Selenilian eclipse. That's the point about the Selenilian eclipse these guys have been trying to show you for the last 15 minutes. Yeah, it doesn't work.
You're claiming it's the moon, and the moon is a shining thing at night. That thing that moves in front of the sun during the eclipse.
The moon only.
I've never seen what it is.
The moon only shines when an object opposite from it, or at least somewhat
How do
opposite.
you know that then? How do you know that?
Okay, can I just finish my point? I'm just trying to talk.
Well, we know what you believe. We just want to know where you get your information from.
Just from what I see. Okay, so
you can see that where the light from the moon comes, can you? You can see where it's reflecting from. Or can you just see the moon shining?
No, it's impossible. You can't see that light because there's nothing to obstruct that light other than the moon. So you can't see that kind of light unless it's obstructed by an object.
No, when you see the moon at night, where does the moonlight come from? Does it come from the moon or from somewhere else?
No, it comes from another source, and the moon reflects it back.
No, can you see where it comes from?
No, because
when
in
you look
my
up
belief,
at the moon at night, can you see where the light comes from?
Okay, I could probably put up a diagram. I can explain this simply though.
I don't want an explanation. I want to know what you see.
You don't want an explanation.
No, I want to know what you see. I don't want stories. I want to know what you experience and see. When you look up at the moon at night, can you see where the light comes from?
No.
It comes just from the moon, doesn't it?
No, I don't believe that. I have an explanation for that.
No, I don't want stories. I've already told you.
You don't want.
Yeah, can I just clarify? Yeah, can I just clarify? He's not asking about what you believe or what you think. He's asking about what your eyes actually see.
Yeah, but I understand that. But the problem is he's not willing.
He's not what?
He's not willing to talk about.
No, because you're not answering the question.
I've already answered it. I said from at night when the moon shines down. Yeah, the only thing I can see is the light coming from the moon.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, I've already answered
that. Let's say theoretically that the moon is a sphere and the moon is when we see this eclipse happening, the moon is in front of the sun as a sphere. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Theoretically, like even if whether that was the shape or not. What does that?
I thought in your belief the moon is flat as well. I could be wrong.
We don't know what the moon is. We don't know what the sun is either.
If you don't know what, I can just use the other version.
We need to really back it up, Crypto.
Bro,
This is just
but
really
do you
stupid.
know what the moon is, right? Do you know what the moon is? You say,
Unwind all of this, please.
Sure. Sorry, I think it's my fault. I've been making assumptions. I haven't really experienced flat Earth too much, so I've been making assumptions. So it's probably my fault.
So what we get a lot is like, explain how the moon works. Explain how this. I mean, how do you know it, right? They demand all kinds of explanations, but they don't know it. So how are we supposed to know?
Yeah, we only like to go with what we know. We're not trying to get you to believe or anything. We want you to understand. And the other thing, the problem with your moon blocking the sun is, in the heliocentric model, the moon's on one side, the sun's on the other side, the Earth's in the middle. How can you have the sun and the moon above the ball if the ball's in the middle of the two?
Well, the moon's not always below. The sun's not. The sun stays in the same spot in the model, but the moon rotates around the
No,
Earth.
no, it doesn't. See, we're still way off in the weeds. That's not true. The sun's moving at about 1,000,000 miles an hour in the heliocentric model. So we really need to back this
No,
up.
I'm talking about relative to the Earth's rotation around it.
Yeah, it's still moving, though. It doesn't make any sense to say otherwise. It's still
Yeah.
moving.
And the moon is supposedly in your model. The moon's a small little satellite that goes around the bigger satellite that's the globe, and the fucking sun is 93 million miles away.
Hold on, there was a mistake. There's a very large mistake that was just made. Hold on, real quick. I have to clear this up. Relative to us, the sun is moving, and we are still actually relative to us in reality. Your claim, what you don't know, which is normal, is that the sun is moving very fast, and the Earth has to catch up with it constantly and have severe speed variations and all kinds of problems with the laws of motion. And that's why we shouldn't be talking about this, because this is all just magical speculation.
Yeah.
And let me know when I can ask a question, Crypto and guys. Thanks.
Do it now if you want.
Okay, here we go. Guy, what's your name again?
You can call me Impulse.
Impulse, thank you, sir. So I'm going to ask you a real simple and honest question, okay? If I absolutely proved you, let's just say hypothetically, I have a radar system that goes 5,000 miles flat, dependent on flat Earth, and we absolutely measure the Earth is flat. What does that say about all the other assumptions and theories about the sun, moon, and stars and eclipses?
If you were able to have that kind of concrete,
yes.
Yeah.
Right, so what does that say? So hold on, listen. What does that say about all the other theories about the sun, moon, and stars and eclipses? What does that say about those theories?
If you were to concretely prove to me, then I would believe you. Like I joined this server just to see their opinion.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, if I prove the Earth is flat, right? What does it say about the other theories about the sun, moon, and stars based on a ball?
If you prove to me the Earth is flat, I would say they're false. It's based on
excellent, and that's where we're at, bro. That's exactly why we should stay with what we can prove, because all these other things aren't even provable anyway.
Okay, sure.
So I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Hold on. These guys are going to prove to you. These guys are literally, these ladies and gentlemen, are going to prove to you that the Earth is flat, bro, and that's all you need. And you just admitted it. Thank you. That's all.
All right, here. I won't go through what we don't agree on. I'll just go through observations. Then I won't talk about that and to prove my point. All right, so here after this, I'm welcome if you guys.
And please don't assume what we are thinking, please.
Sure, I won't assume what you're thinking. All right.
Yeah, if you want to ask, and do people think this and blah blah blah.
All right, so I'll just make a quick statement. During lunar eclipses, the Earth, when the moon is blocked out, there's a circular shadow that slowly blocks out. Is that correct? That slowly goes across the moon and eventually blocks it out?
So if the Earth is flat, right? So if the Earth is flat, hold on. I know we're going off in the weeds again. I know we went right back to the weeds and crocodiles, and now we're hold on.
I'm just talking about what you can view in the sky.
I understand. Yes, I understand. Right. Hold on. If you see something circular, but the Earth is flat. So does that have anything to do with the flat plane of existence we live on?
I'm not even talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. I'm just talking about.
My point is that's the topic. That's the topic. You're hiding from the topic now. That's the point. We can prove the shape of the plane of existence, and you don't want to talk about that. That's what this entire channel is about, proving what we can prove, which is the Earth is a plane of existence.